New Departures in Marxian Theory. Edited by Stephen A. Resnick and Richard D. Wolff. Contents. Foreword. Acknowledgements. Introduction, Marxism without determinisms. Part I. Marxian Philosophy and Epistemology. 1. Marxist Epistemology, the Critique of Economic Determinism. 2. Rethinking Complexity in Economic Theory, the Challenge of Overdetermination. 3. Althusser's Liberation of Marxian Theory. 4. Althusser and Hegel, Making Marxist Explanations Anti-Essentialist and Dialectical. Part 2. Class Analysis. 5. Classes in Marxian Theory. 6. Power, Property, and Class. 7. Communism, Between Class and Classless. 8. For every knight in shining armor, there's a castle waiting to be cleaned, a Marxist feminist analysis of the household. Part 3. Marxian Economic Theory. 9. A Marxian reconceptualization of income and its distribution. 10. Class and monopoly. 11. Class, contradiction, and the capitalist economy. Part 4. Criticisms and comparisons of economic theories. 12. Division and difference in the discipline of economics. With J. Ameriglio. 13. Radical economics, a tradition of theoretical differences. 14. Efficiency, whose efficiency? Part V. History. 15. The Reagan-Bush strategy, shifting crises from enterprises to households. 16. Capitalisms, socialisms, communisms, a Marxian view. 17. Exploitation, consumption, and the uniqueness of U.S. capitalism. Notes. References. Index. Foreword. It is enough, in the course of a scholarly and activist lifetime, to make a contribution to a critical theoretical and political debate. It would be more than enough to have one's contribution become a turning point in such a debate, a transformation that would allow future generations to pursue a road previously untaken. In their articles, books, speeches, and other interventions over the past 25 years, Stephen A. Resnick and Richard D. Wolff have far surpassed this achievement. In giving rise to a vast resituating of Marxist economic and social theory, they have founded a veritable movement, and certainly an entire school and tradition within the broader Marxian framework. The essays contained in this collection are testimony to the far-reaching reformulation of Marxian theory carried out by Resnick and Wolff. This endeavor continues to flourish, not only in their own recent writings, but also in those of a large number of collaborators and other social thinkers deeply inspired by their influential work. The non-determinist Marxism, first initiated by Resnick and Wolff in the late 1970s/early 1980s, currently inspires projects and programs that range from the quarterly journal Rethinking Marxism to the theoretically informed activism of the Community Economies Collective, headquartered in Western Massachusetts. Hosts of former students have been joined by many other cohorts in extending, while utilizing, the basic and detailed insights about class theory and historical causation that have been crystallized in Resnick and Wolff's rethinking of Marx's political economic corpus. Resnick and Wolff's writings have been path-breaking, enduring, and enormously consequential for Marxian theory and practice in our time, owing much to their overarching but also keenly focused agenda. It is still dazzling to me to read their earliest essays in which they solve the problem of how to construct a coherent reading of the protracted, dispersed, and sometimes woolly, theoretical forays of Marx through all 3 volumes of Capital, and then into the 3-volume theories of surplus value. To put this otherwise, in my estimation, no one prior to Resnick and Wolff had been able to connect the clear but sometimes submerged theory of class as surplus in Volume 1 of Capital with Marx's long dissertations in the other volumes, but most particularly Volume 3, in which a multitude of economic processes and agents appear on the social stage and are set in motion. It had long been the norm for Marxist scholars and socialist practitioners to render Marx's writings in Volume 3 and elsewhere on merchant capital, rentiers, landlords, retainers, and so forth as an extended typology of social groupings based upon their property ownership, and/or their sources and size of income, and/or their place in a larger political hierarchy. Often this typology was termed class, but almost invariably the notion of class that was proposed differed sharply from Marx's reliance on the surplus definition that he proffers in Volume 1. Resnick and Wolff were able to demonstrate, with a welter of careful citation and textual evidence, and also brilliant innovation, that the bulk of Marx's discussion of these social groupings constitutes a lengthy class analysis, but one that is best illuminated by, and linked to, the surplus definition of class. That is, through their by now famous concepts of fundamental and subsumed classes. Resnick and Wolff showed that Marx's political economic writings, at least from the Grundrisse onwards, and certainly the 3 volumes of Capital, were capable of being read uniquely as a continuing and connected discourse about class and its many intricate differentiations and manifestations through surplus production, appropriation, and distribution. What further distinguishes Resnick and Wolff's contribution, though, is their refusal to interpret this persistent class thread as tantamount to the orthodox Marxist claim that class is the determinant instance in all social, economic, political, and cultural events. There have been few, if any, Marxist political economists who have resisted the easy temptation to translate their disciplinary specialization and field-based insights into a claim of epistemological privilege. Like their mainstream and pro-capitalist brethren, many radical and Marxist economists have long sought to assert a sole or conclusive truth value to their deterministic theories and empirical studies. This epistemological certainty of the determinism of class and the economy, of course, is not limited to political economists. It is my impression that Marx is still read ultimately along these lines, no matter how many cultural mediations are introduced, by an array of Marxian and radical social and cultural theorists. Resnick and Wolff, therefore, can be differentiated from others working in the field of Marxian political economy not only by their consistent adherence to a surplus theory of class, and not only by a marvelous proliferation of class categories that delineate the many and multiple class processes and positions that societies and subjects can contain and or occupy at a particular moment in historical time. But, indeed, Resnick and Wolff have been insistent from the outset that the persuasiveness and power of Marxian discourse does not need, and in fact is often in direct conflict with, the resort to a privileged and exclusive regime of truth. As some of their writings about the former Soviet Union have implied, the tragedy of absolutist claims to truth during the supposed socialist experiment was that, among other things, these claims violently impeded the recognition and questioning of an entrenched class structure that, often enough, ran counter to the proclaimed goals of a communist social formation. The essays in the present collection comprise a wonderful introduction for those who have not yet encountered Resnick and Wolff's version of postmodern Marxism, or for those who have only just barely delved into this rich tradition. Suffice it to say that to a reader for whom Marx remains the underwriter of a dead revolution, and perhaps largely because of the renditions of Marx that have reduced him to a spokesperson of epistemologically certain, iron laws of history, Resnick and Wolff's essays here will be eye-opening, and may even instill a sea change in perspective. Resnick and Wolff have been incredibly successful at persuading readers for 25 years that a commitment in theory and practice to Marxism requires a willingness to see class and its manifestations across many different social and historical landscapes. But they have stressed as well that this commitment is too often confounded by dogmatisms that Marx, himself, believed should be incessantly subjected to a ruthless critique. Resnick and Wolff have been unafraid of such ongoing critique. In fact, as they have said on numerous occasions, their overdeterminist and non-absolutist Marxian perspective makes such critique and the never-ending revision it engenders an obligation. The combination of conceptual fluidity and theoretical openness with a distinct resolve to highlight the play of class in each and every moment of past and present conjunctures, including U.S. capitalism during the later Bush era, gives their work a fresh and inviting, while pointed, quality. I believe that readers will find in these essays the alluring vitality of a crucial and critical way of thinking that is once again on the rise. It is Resnick and Wolff's great accomplishment to be far in the lead of this revitalization. Jack Ameriglio. Acknowledgements. The production of the essays gathered in this volume was assisted in countless ways by more people than we can list by name. We would like to acknowledge them by groups. The first comprises the remarkable collection of thinkers in the Association for Economic and Social Analysis. Their responses to our work were critical in the best and most constructive sense of the term. They provided important stimuli to our ideas and arguments as well as provoking their revisions and extensions. In previous books we did not sufficiently acknowledge another group, partly overlapping with the first, whose influence on us has been profound, even though we also know the difficulty in precisely evaluating its impact. Hundreds of students in numerous undergraduate and graduate courses in Marxian theory over the last 40 years have listened to our lectures on epistemology, value, and class theory. They have provoked and challenged our presentations with their questions, and more often than not responded positively to the ideas in this book's collected essays. Their responses helped us become more confident that this Marxism not only enabled individuals to see and think about the world and its economy in a new way but also that it spoke to them personally and helpfully. Listening to their questions, reading answers on their exams, and always, as we lectured, watching their eyes and body language helped us to develop our ideas on class and epistemology. Our students forced us continually to recast and revise our arguments in the effort to speak to them, even as we taught them the basic ideas of this new departure in Marxism, including how and why it differed from determinist Marxism and from other definitions of class and class analysis. We thank our students especially. One of them, Elizabeth Ramy, very ably assisted us in bringing this volume into existence. We would also like to express our gratitude to the now 150-year-old Marxist tradition of critical social theory. It has functioned for us as an immense repository of reflections on the efforts of people in all countries and across all realms of social life to go beyond the limits of capitalism. That tradition has been the most important resource for our work, just as making some new contributions to that tradition has been our goal. We recognize, and our more recent work reflects, the difficult times for Marxism today in the wake of a post-1989 capitalist triumphalism. Yet, as per the dialectic that informs Marxism, the decline of the classical Marxism has also opened the space for a profound renewal of the sorts of rich, diverse Marxist debates before 1917. That new space also enabled as well as shaped the new departures in and for Marxism, among which we offer those articulated in this book. Stephen Resnick and Richard Wolff Amherst, March 2006. Marxist Epistemology, The Critique of Economic Determinism, Social Text 6, 31-72. Copyright, 1982, Duke University Press. All rights reserved. Used by permission of the publisher. Rethinking Complexity in Economic Theory, The Challenge of Overdetermination, Richard W. England, ed. Evolutionary Concepts in Contemporary Economics. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1994, 39-60. Copyright by the University of Michigan 1994. Used by permission of the publisher. Althusser's Liberation of Marxian Theory, E. N. Kaplan and Michael Sprinker, eds. The Althusserian Legacy. London and New York, Verso, 1993, 59-72. Used by permission of the publisher. Althusser and Hegel, Making Marxist Explanations Anti-Essentialist and Dialectical, Postmodern Materialism and the Future of Marxist Theory. A. Collery and D.F. Ruxio, eds. Copyright 1996 by Wesleyan University Press. Reprinted by permission of Wesleyan University Press. Classes in Marxian Theory, Review of Radical Political Economics 13, 1-18. Copyright 1982 by the Union for Radical Political Economics. Reprinted by permission of Sage Publications Incorporated. Power, Property, and Class, Socialist Review 86, 1986, 97-124. Used by permission. Communism, Between Class and Classless, Rethinking Marxism 1, 1988, 14-42. http://www.10df.co.uk. Used by permission of Taylor and Francis Group. For Every Knight in Shining Armor, There's a Castle Waiting to be Cleaned, a Marxist feminist analysis of the household, Harriet Fradd, Stephen Resnick, and Richard Wolff, eds. Bringing It All Back Home. London and Boulder, Pluto Press, 1994, 1-41. Used by permission. A Marxian reconceptualization of income and its distribution, S. Resnick and R. Wolff, eds. Rethinking Marxism, Struggles in Marxist Theory. New York, Autonomedia Press, 1985, 319-344. Used by permission of the publisher. Class and Monopoly, Robert Pollin, ed. Capitalism, Socialism, and Radical Political Economy, Essays in Honor of Howard J. Sherman. Cheltenham, UK, and Northampton Ma, Edward Elgar, 2000, 154-176. Used by permission. Class, Contradiction, and the Capitalist Economy, Robert Alberton, Makoto Shito, Richard Westra, and Alan Z. Yuge, eds. Phases of Capitalist Development. 2001, Palgrave Publishers Ltd. Reproduced with permission of Palgrave Macmillan. Division and Difference in the Discipline of Economics, Critical Inquiry 17, 1990, 108-137. Copyright 1990 by the University of Chicago. All rights reserved. Used by permission of the University of Chicago Press. Radical Economics, A Tradition of Theoretical Differences, Bruce Roberts and Susan Feener, eds. Radical Economics. Boston, and Ma, The Hague, Kluwer-Nijhoff, 1992, 15-43. Copyright 1992 by Kluwer Academic Publishers. All rights reserved. Used with kind permission from Springer Science and Business Media. Efficiency, whose efficiency? In Post-Autistic Economics Review, number 16, article number 3, http://www.paecon.net/payreview/issue16 Wolff 16.htm. Used by permission. The Reagan-Bush Strategy, Shifting Crises from Enterprises to Households, Harriet Fradd et al., eds. Bringing It All Back Home. London and Boulder, Pluto Press, 1994, 88-111. Used by permission. Capitalisms, Socialisms, Communisms, A Marxian View, reprinted from Current Perspectives in Social Theory. Volume 14. Ben Aguirre, ed. 135-150. Copyright 1994. With permission from Elsevier. Exploitation, Consumption, and the Uniqueness of U.S. Capitalism, Historical Materialism, 11, 2003, 209-226. Reprinted with permission of Conning Cliquey Brill N.V. Introduction. Marxism without determinisms. History repeatedly subjects capitalist societies to periods when social theories that had been dominant suddenly lose much of their force. One such period, the 1960s in the U.S., was our theoretical coming of age. Concepts of American democracy and the free enterprise economy as the ultimate fulfillment of civilization's promise had dominated social theories in the 1950s. They did double duty in portraying socialism, Marxism, anarchism, and communism as the evil others of American democracy. But such theories fell on hard times in the 1960s. Once the protests of African Americans had exposed their exclusion from American democracy, the exclusion of others became clear as well. Michael Harrington rediscovered poverty in the other America. Many and especially young people challenged the deep inequalities of wealth and power in the U.S. Increasing criticism undermined images of the U.S. as the land of infinite possibility, upward mobility, equal opportunity, freedom, and economic and social justice. A new generation of activists renewed older critical movements, rediscovered marginalized social theories, and generated new social movements. The Vietnam War draft confronted millions with the immense personal costs and injustices of the system. Anti-war critics and activists rediscovered anti-imperialist social theories and built anti-imperialist movements. As students and then instructors in the 1960s, we found most of our teachers and curricula and then our colleagues still wrapped in the self-congratulatory social theories of the 1950s. Rejecting them, we worked through various theoretical literatures to Marxism, the remarkable century-old tradition that had been erased for most Americans in the Cold War hysteria that had stifled social criticism. In Marxism we found a richly distilled accumulation of the experiences of countless critical social movements. It soon became clear that radicals who ignored Marxism were, at best, condemned to reinvent its wheels, and at worst to replicate its mistakes. It took more time for us to realize that radicals who did embrace Marxism were then required to struggle with its profound problems, above all, its confusions about the central concept of class and its simplistic determinisms in and of theory. From Marxist authors Dobb, Sweezy, Bettelheim, Lang, Althusser, Lenin, Lukács, and Gramsci we read back to Marx's own writings and eventually to the magisterial volumes of Capital and of Theories of Surplus Value. In these and other authors of the Marxian tradition, we were confronted mostly with notions of class as the organization/distribution of property or power or combinations thereof. In reading Capital, however, we found stunning and altogether new definitions of class and class struggles that would guide us in developing a new kind of social theory. Before we had applauded Marxian social theories for explicitly recognizing the class differences in society that others had denied or denigrated. Now we grasped how traditional Marxism had actually repressed class, defined in terms of the surplus ideas we thought Marx placed at the center of his analyses. We took Marx's key insights to be that all societies organize a portion of their members to produce a surplus output, and that societies differ according to how they arrange the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surplus among their members. For Marx, class referred to specific economic processes, producing, appropriating, and distributing the surplus. Class was primarily an adjective distinguishing these surplus processes from all other social processes. Class analysis of any society thus became, for us, the exposure of who produced and appropriated surpluses within that society, who received distributions of that surplus from its appropriators, and how the larger social context both shaped and was shaped by these class processes. These were the central questions of class that we thought Marx had newly introduced to an analysis of society at any point in or over time. And these were the class questions that were repressed inside the Marxian tradition as we read it and either not recognized or rejected outside it. Our readings of Marx's works provided new clues to why the injustices and inequalities of U.S. society seemed so intractable as well as so destructive. We were struck first with how U.S. society's capitalist class processes enabled a massive social theft to occur each day of each year. It was a crime of unpaid labor that made any and all other theft look minuscule in comparison. Yet no surplus appropriator ever went to jail or paid a fine. Instead, these thieves were venerated for their entrepreneurial abilities, risk-taking, or management skills. This madness passed as sanity. Later on Foucault would deepen our understanding of how this transfiguration could happen and continue to happen. In addition to this outrage of unpaid labor, these same class processes provided crucial support for many of society's other social ills, from the relentless business cycle to family crises to social apathy. Yet despite this crime and these connections, capitalist class processes went largely unchallenged politically and unexamined theoretically, both within popular culture and academic discourses. Our formal educations in economics, for example, either ignored or rejected Marx's theories. Sustained examination of them was taboo. A project for us took form. We would render a comprehensive statement of Marx's unique theory of class in surplus terms, showing its differences from other concepts of class. Parallel to what Althusser intended but different from his philosophical reading, we would read Marx's Capital from a surplus labor perspective. Reading Marx's economics in this way suggested another idea to us. If the concept of surplus labor was conceived to be the organizing focus of Marxian theory, or what we would later call its entry point, What then were the contrasting and contending foci of non-Marxian economic theories, namely neoclassical and Keynesian theories? Early articles culminating in our first two books developed these ideas. Once the basic conceptualization of class in surplus terms was done, we intended to apply it to contemporary societies, the US and the USSR, to demonstrate how their organizations of the surplus contributed to their social injustices and inequalities. Our project quickly expanded to build also on Marx's much less developed theorizations of non-capitalist class structures. We realized early on that most societies display multiple, different, coexisting and interacting sets of class processes, non-capitalist as well as capitalist class structures. Differences as well as interactions among class structures could not be ignored in the kind of Marxian class analysis of society we pursued. The impact of the feminist movement helped us to ask whether households might be sites where surpluses were produced, appropriated, and distributed. Working our way toward an answer led us to recognize how different social sites could and often did display different class structures within societies. In the US, for example, we found enterprises displaying chiefly capitalist but also non-capitalist class structures, while households displayed chiefly feudal but also other non-capitalist class structures. In the history of agriculture in the USSR, we found farms exhibiting private and state capitalist as well as ancient and communist class structures. We had to recognize that each individual could and usually did occupy different positions: producer, appropriator, recipient of distributions within the multiple class structures his or her life entailed at home, at work, and at other social sites. The very meanings of class politics, class struggles, and class transformations shifted as we worked. Our project evolved into a full-scale class analytic program. It aimed to articulate a new social theory in terms of how the complex, multiple, and interacting class structures located at distinct social sites shape the structure and dynamic of any society. Such a theory would then be applied to specific societies to yield the particular insights class analysis makes visible, analytical insights with profound and arresting political implications. Marx's passionate advocacy of progressive social change was always important to us as well. Hence, alongside our critiques of capitalist and other class structures, we also argue for alternative class structures that might better support social justice and equality. Yet Marx's formulations and specifications of his preferred alternative communism struck us as seriously under-theorized. Nor did Marxism's subsequent development of concepts of socialism and communism remedy the problem. They seemed to us often vague, ambiguous, and above all inconsistent with the class qua surplus theory Marx had contributed. Nor were we unmindful of the horrors perpetrated as well as the epical achievements realized under the differently understood names of Marxism, socialism, and communism. In reading and reacting to the Marxian theorizations of communism and socialism and to the societies shaped at least partly by such views, another project took form, to show why the left's goals of egalitarianism and democracy required the achievement as well of communist class structures where workers collectively appropriate and distribute the surpluses they produce. Thus, from the beginning, our research program proceeded along two tracks simultaneously. On the one hand, we formulated the surplus-based theory of non-communist class structures and applied it to concrete societies. On the other hand, we did likewise with communist class structures. Early in the 1990s we decided to produce two major works of class analysis of the USSR and the US to show the nature and social consequences of their actual class structures and the relevance of the communist alternative. The first was published in 2002, while the first installment of the second appeared in 2003. A class qua surplus theory exposes a profound injustice lying at the core of every capitalism. In the production of the goods and services that sustains its population and binds people to one another and to nature, one group produces a surplus that another group takes. The capitalists directly use some of the surplus and distribute the rest to others to secure their positions as the appropriators of the surplus. A vast social theft or exploitation, as Marx called it, yields debilitating inequalities, social misery, personal alienation, destructive conflict, and much death. As earlier critical social theorists had eventually recognized in human slavery a core injustice with horrific social consequences, Marxists draw the same conclusion in relation to exploitation. As earlier anti-slavery movements eventually went beyond reformist demands for slaves to be treated better to arrive at the fundamental demand to abolish slavery per se, so Marxists go beyond the reformist critics of capitalism to demand its abolition as a class structure. If human beings must be free to be fully human, then neither slavery nor exploitation is compatible with a full humanity. Thus, in our view, capitalism as a class structure is itself a moral and ethical outrage. Beyond that, it contributes to a host of social ills. Those ills have so far resisted solution partly because the capitalist class structures that sustain them have not been abolished since their sustaining roles have not been recognized, let alone challenged. Countless reforms and progressive government interventions aimed at redistributing wealth and income, ending discriminations, protecting the environment, fostering full employment, and so on have disappointed, for even when implemented, they did not touch or eliminate capitalist exploitation. The crime of unpaid labor endured and over time contributed to eroding the very reforms that had been implemented. It is thus long overdue to make the abolition of exploitation, whether in capitalist or other class structures, a central component of agendas for progressive social change. That motive and that morality inform all the essays collected in this book and all our other published work as well. While the Marxian tradition's work on class inspired and troubled our work, it also undermined it still another way. For example, determinist reasoning has prevailed inside Marxism for a long time. Most Marxists accepted and absorbed the cause and effect logics displayed epistemologically in forms of rationalism and empiricism and ontologically in varying forms of humanism and structuralism that prevailed in the Western intellectual tradition that they otherwise criticized. Thus, Marxists in their theories of society tended to affirm economic determinisms as against the political and other determinisms favored by their ideological opponents. Few Marxists questioned, let alone rejected, determinism per se, and those who did were generally ignored by the Marxist tradition. In contrast, we found determinist reasoning of all sorts unacceptably simplistic, politically dangerous, and fundamentally unnecessary for and counterproductive to the Marxist project. Yet we were never persuaded to see Marxism as so hopelessly mired in determinism that a rejection of determinism requires the rejection of Marxism. That kind of reasoning suggested to us merely another kind of cause and effect logic at play. The powerful contributions to Marxism that dissociated it from all determinisms and embraced instead an overdeterminist perspective opened the way for us to fashion an overdeterminist Marxism as a new social theory enabling a new kind of Marxist class analysis. Yet we had to recognize that even in the work of Althusser, who carried the rejection of determinism the furthest, determinism still remained more present than absent. We likewise parted company with classical Marxism in matters of epistemology. Truth is not absolute, but rather relative. Human beings not only work, eat, dress, and vote differently, they also make sense of the world they live in differently. Alternative theoretical frameworks yield alternative understandings, truths vary with the internally contradictory and differentiated social contexts that produce them. Different theories produce not only their respective substantive propositions but also the criteria by which each theory deems its propositions true or false. Long before Foucault, Derrida, and Rorty reminded us of this perspective and renewed its insights for a contemporary audience, thinkers in ancient Greece and across the world since then had rejected absolute truth in favor of relative truths. Marx picked up the idea in his differentiations of bourgeois and proletarian theories. We have tried to rethink and change that differentiation to enable a new way to understand alternative theories and basic concepts within the discipline of economics. Yet classical Marxism by and large decided to fight bourgeois social theories' claims that it had achieved absolute or near absolute truth sanctified in and by the holy name of science by countering with a Marxism that it defined as the science of society and history while demoting bourgeois theory to mere ideology or false consciousness. For us, absolute truth is absurd. The contradictions of modern capitalism produce not only the bourgeois theories that celebrate it but also the Marxist and other theories that criticize it. Class struggles, political struggles, cultural struggles interact with theoretical struggles in which alternative frameworks, propositions, and truth criteria contest for audiences, adherents, and social hegemony. Each of these struggles participates in overdetermining all the others and is itself overdetermined by them. Theory, like life, is about struggle and difference, rather than being a magical road to an absolute truth that would mark the end of thought and theoretical struggle. As Gramsci often wrote, the notion of an absolute truth represents the intrusion of absolutist religion into theoretical work. The search for absolute truth is the search for God secularized in science. That was not Marx's search and should not be Marxism's. Instead, the task of Marxism is to articulate its own social theory through its own honest and rigorous interrogation of concepts and empirical data. In that way, Marxism fashions truths relative to its theory and struggles for adherence. In this struggle, some other theories and theorists will be allies while others will be enemies. The struggle matters because different theories shape society differently just as society shapes them. The constant interplay is what we think Marx meant by dialectics. Articulating theory, applying it to concrete issues, and winning adherents for the resulting analyses are ways to shape society and history. Articulating Marxian theory, applying it to class analyses of issues, and persuading individuals of its worth are ways to shape society and history in a particular way, to eliminate class exploitation from them. We have had to struggle continuously with other Marxists over epistemology and social theory. They fear that a relativist position in the theory of knowledge necessitates political indifference or nihilism and thus disarms Marxist politics. They presume that only an absolutist epistemology can gain adherents in a world that seems also to assume epistemological absolutism. Our answer has always been that epistemological absolutism is the terrain of Marxism's enemies, that they use their far greater means to gain hegemony for their notions of truth than we have for our notions of truth. For us to win and win a non-absolutist society that welcomes and engages theoretical differences and debates including debates over Marxism, we need to undermine the very idea of absolute truth, to redefine the terrain of social theory as one of struggle among alternatives which reflect and impact society in very different ways. Then we can make our case with a real chance of success. Far from nihilism, our politics are passionately partisan. We encounter fear that our overdeterminist position in theory relegates social analysis merely to a continual play of different possibilities, rendering impossible any specific conclusion or result. Our answer is that all analyses, ours included, must begin and end someplace. Communication, whatever its form, necessarily entails entry and exit points. However, as students of the Hegelian logic, we have long recognized that any entry point, ours included, acquires contents only by being linked to its other, namely to its determinants. Class requires non-class as its conditions of existence. Because the non-class processes are infinite in number, linking ever more of them to class enriches while also changing the contents of both class and non-class processes. This is what the Marxian theorizing of society means, specifying ever-changing combinations of interacting class and non-class processes. However, to communicate at any moment necessarily requires closure, what we have called an exit point of analysis. Hence, quite opposite to what these Marxists fear and quite similar to all theorists, we too produce concrete analyses of our objects of inquiry. Nonetheless, our affirmation of the dialectic forces us to understand that all such analyses, ours included, are contingent, very much dependent on the specific combination of processes that necessarily form their concrete entry and exit points. As such, they are always subject to change and rejection. Indeed, specific exit points help to form the new conditions for modifying and challenging old as well as concocting entirely new entry points. These two theses, one the dialectic or, the label we prefer, overdetermination, and the other class conceived in surplus labor terms, form the basis for the following essays. We hope our readers will find the combination of the two as worked out across these essays theoretically and politically engaging. Part I. Marxian Philosophy and Epistemology. 1. Marxist Epistemology. The Critique of Economic Determinism. Introduction. An unsettled and unsettling dilemma has beset the Marxist theoretical tradition, the problem of the relation between Marxism and economic determinism. The historically predominant tendencies within the tradition have affirmed and elaborated variations on the theme that economic aspects of the social totality determine its non-economic aspects. Words and concepts such as base superstructure, forces relations of production, objective-subjective social conditions, proximate ultimate last instance determinism and moral material incentives were borrowed from Marx and Engels or newly invented to specify the identity of Marxist theory and economic determinism. The continuing felt need among Marxists to make this specification is itself a response not only to non-Marxists' criticisms of economic determinism but, more to the point here, a debate with other Marxists' rejection of the identity. Our argument in this chapter focuses on showing how and why all sides to the debate over economic determinism within Marxism failed to resolve it. We contend that a major contributing factor to this failure was the consistent posing of the debate in terms that clashed fundamentally with the most basic tenets of a Marxist epistemology or theory of knowledge. Our thesis is twofold: that the unresolved dilemma over economic determinism within Marxist theory has involved a distinctly non-Marxist epistemology, and that displacing the latter in favor of a Marxist epistemology leads directly to overcoming that persistent and pernicious dilemma. What precisely was the non-Marxist epistemology involved in that debate? Participants on all sides generally contested from the common and traditional standpoint of the presumed existence of two distinct realms of life, that of reality and that of thought, where all thought aims to grasp the truth of that reality. The participants divided over what that essential truth might be, and they still do. The consistently predominant view has been labeled classical or official Marxism in recognition of the general endorsement it has received within and by most Marxist political parties and groups. On this view, Marx is understood to have discovered the truth, namely, that the economic aspect of social reality determined the non-economic, specifically the various political and cultural aspects. Proponents of this view undertake to elaborate how this determination process works in concrete situations and to polemicize against alternative, false theories of social reality. A significant minority Marxist tendency found the predominant view too dogmatic, mechanical, unidirectional, narrowly reductionist. In the writings of Lukács, Korsch, Gramsci, Reich, the Frankfurt School theorists, Marcuse and Sartre, to take some major examples, this minority tendency has found basic philosophical support for its rejection of the identity of Marxism with economic determinism. Point 1. However, it is more accurate to refer to minority tendencies than to suggest one unified position. Some of the minority offered a humanist position in which the essence of history was man, or the human existential predicament, or the human project, etc. Two others held back from any such full-fledged humanism, focusing their work rather on demonstrations that specific non-economic aspects of social reality do help shape history, do influence the economy itself, and do therefore serve to undermine any economic reductionism in Marxist social theory. The contest among these positions produced many variations on their respective themes, none of which resolved matters. One variation, inaugurated by Engels, did come to serve as a widely held middle ground occupied by those who both acknowledged that the debate touched something of great importance, yet were also willing to live with it in its unresolved form. Engels' letters offer an interpretation of Marx's and his own earlier works to the effect that they only meant to say that the economic aspects ultimately or in the last instance determine the non-economic. It is not that the economic situation is cause, solely active, while everything else is only passive effect. Economic relations, however much they may be influenced by the other, the political and ideological relations, are still ultimately the decisive ones. Marx and I are ourselves partly to blame for the fact that the younger people sometimes lay more stress on the economic side than is due to it. We had to emphasize the main principle vis-a-vis our adversaries, who denied it, and we had not always the time, the place, or the opportunity to give their due to the other elements involved in the interaction. This formulation does indeed grant to both sides of the debate some theoretical space to pursue their respective arguments about the truth of social reality. It also permits both sides to present a united front toward non-Marxists, since both can jointly proclaim their allegiance to a notion of the ultimate or last instance determinism exercised upon society as a whole by its economic elements. Point 3. The history of the unsettled debate presents a picture of recurrent shocks and crises renewing and sharpening the intensity of the debate, followed by relapses into repetitions of but slightly altered positions. Marxist political groups, conditioned in significant ways by the various positions in the debate, forever found and find themselves forced to make basic strategic and tactical decisions involving the assessments of the precise and ever-changing mutual affectivity of the different aspects of their social environment. In such circumstances, struggles over the specific strategic or tactical centrality of some non-economic aspects often develop into theoretical assertions of the primacy, even over economics, of such aspects as the political or class consciousness of the workers, the power of nationalist, sexist, racist, or religious beliefs, the effectivity of parliamentary and military bodies. Against such theoretical developments, loyalists reaffirm their commitment to the economic determinist argument. The debate flares up again, the loyalists drive some out of the ranks of Marxism altogether, the Engels middle ground is once again rediscovered. Marxist political practice, having shaken the theoretical debate, is in turn shaken by the flare-up of and fallout from the debate. The stage is thus set for the next round. The mutual determination of theoretical debates and political practices within the Marxian tradition changes both, as the history of the tradition attests. However, what remains remarkable, and what prompts the present paper, is the repeated inability of participants in the debate to resolve it. Each flare-up posed and poses anew the problem of how to think through the relation of economic to non-economic aspects, only to relapse, with much frustration all around, into fruitless, vague disputations about which aspects influence the others more. All participants in the debate over economic determinism and Marxism appealed to one or both of two distinct types of proof for their respective positions. First and foremost, there was and still is the empiricist proof. Disputants appealed to the facts as warranting their arguments, arguing that the facts revealed their truth to anyone not so extraneously biased as to be unable to face them. History teaches those who do not ideologically refuse to learn. History, from the empiricist's standpoint, constitutes not a problem in and for theory but an independent universal measure of the latter's validity. There was and is also the rationalist proof offered from the rationalist epistemological standpoint of some within the debates. Its proponents operated from the presumption, however grounded, that Marx had discovered the truth of social reality, that his theory captured, and thus was identical to, the essence of that reality. For them, disputes over that reality then properly reduced to disputes over the precise specification and formulation of Marxian theory. All participants in the economic determinism debate resorted to empiricist and/or rationalist proofs corresponding to their epistemological standpoints in framing their arguments for or against the identity of Marxism and economic determinism. More importantly, most writers frequently utilized both proofs at different points in their texts. The reason for this, we suspect, is that empiricism, when pushed to defend itself, can and often does collapse into rationalism, and vice versa. Consider the dilemma of a Marxist with his/her typical commitment to some sort of materialism. Confronted with the critical demand to justify the rationalistic notion that Marx's theory is the truth of the real, the final recourse often has been that empirical testing in the empiricist's sense has validated the truth of the theory. On the other hand, consider the dilemma of the empiricist Marxist confronting the critical demand to justify his/her epistemological standpoint. How do you justify your view of the facts perceived as independent criteria for the validity of the theory, given that both are alike products of the thinking mind? In reply to such a question, Marxist empiricists often make the rationalist formulation that their notion of the two independent realms, that is, their theory of the theory-fact relation, is the essence or truth of the real world. We may here ignore the vulgar, circular proposition that the independence of facts from theory has been empirically proven, since, Of course, such an empiricist testing presumes what it is supposed to test, thereby violating its own premise. The Marxist debate over economic determinism exhibits, for example, rationalist arguments favoring economic determinism by means of increasingly rigorous conceptualizations of the logic of Marxist theory qua the truth of the social totality. There are, by contrast, empiricist arguments for the determination of social reality by non-economic aspects, be they political or cultural, however these may be defined. In general, it is no difficult task to find empiricist or rationalist arguments elaborating passages in Marx, Lenin, etc., to the effect that Marxism is or is not identical to economic determinism. Considering that all four types of arguments can be found in various combinations in most of the writers participating in the debate over the years, the unsettled and the unsettling quality of the unresolved debate may be judged as not particularly surprising. This four-part typology of debating positions sheds some new light upon the Marxist theoretical tradition. For some rationalists, the essence of capitalist society conforms to the privileged determinant role of economics which they read in Marxian theory. Thus, for them the mode of production or the commodity form becomes the essence of reality, and their task becomes the careful specification and elaboration of capital's logic. By contrast, for some empiricists the economic essence of social life is to be found in the concrete real, their real data. History becomes the data source with which Marxists prove economic determination in the last instance. Now both of these economic determinist approaches carefully distance themselves from non-economic essentialisms, chiefly humanism. Nevertheless, contesting economistic and humanistic positions usually build upon the same epistemological standpoint. Thus, we may explain how rationalist economistic tendencies, as well as their rationalist humanistic antagonists, would both rediscover Hegel and Marx's complex relation to him through a rationalist reading of Hegel's phenomenology of mind and science of logic. By contrast, as shown below, we read Marx as sharing Hegel's rejection of received epistemological standpoints, both empiricist and rationalist, although Marx and Hegel developed this rejection in different ways to different conclusions. Upon examination, the epistemological standpoints at play in the debates display remarkable similarity to the long prior history of epistemological debate within traditional philosophy. Rationalism and empiricism have been at it within many other non-Marxian debates for a long time, even after some rather devastating critiques raised against them from such different non-Marxian quarters as the works, say, of Wittgenstein, Quine, Kuhn, and Feyerabend. Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations criticized his own earlier writings as well as all traditional epistemological claims for the truth of one theory as against another. He was trying to demonstrate not that logic and mathematics do not rest on a realistic basis, but only that that basis cannot provide any independent support for them. The sources of the necessities of logic and mathematics lie within those areas of discourse, in actual linguistic practices, and, when these necessities seem to point to some independent backing outside the practices, the pointing is deceptive and the idea that the backing is independent is an illusion. Point 4. Meanwhile in 1951 Quine attacked the two dogmas of empiricism. Modern empiricism has been conditioned in large part by two dogmas. One is a belief in some fundamental cleavage between truths which are analytic, or grounded in meanings independently of matters of fact, and truths which are synthetic, or grounded in fact. The other dogma is reductionism, the belief that each meaningful statement is equivalent to some logical construct upon terms which refer to immediate experience. Both dogmas, I shall argue, are ill-founded. Point 5. In the same vein Kuhn rejected, in 1962, any notion that changes of paradigm carry scientists and those who learn from them closer and closer to the truth. 6. In 1969, Kuhn insisted again. There is another step, which many philosophers of science wish to take and which I refuse. They wish, that is, to compare theories as representations of nature, as statements about what is really out there. I believe nothing of that sort can be found. If I am right, then truth may, like proof, be a term with only intratheoretic application. Point 7. Feyerabend arrived at much the same point. Theories may be removed because of conflicting observations, observations may be removed for theoretical reasons. Learning does not go from observations to theory but always involves both elements. Experience arises together with theoretical assumptions not before them, and an experience without theory is just as incomprehensible as is a theory without experience. Point 8. So the question is, what are empiricist and rationalist formulations doing inside the Marxian tradition generally and in the economic determinism debates in particular? To put this question in slightly different terms, does Marx accomplish a basic break, including an epistemological break, from prior philosophy, as he thought he did, or does he not? It is precisely the task of this chapter to argue the notion of Marxism's epistemological uniqueness vis-a-vis traditional epistemologies. We seek to develop a specification of that uniqueness out of the materials given by some of the greatest Marxist theoreticians, even though they, too, lapsed repeatedly into empiricist and rationalist formulations which were, and still are, the bulk of the intellectual air which everyone breathes. Our formulation of Marx's epistemology permits, finally, a resolution to the economic determinism debates. We reject empiricism and rationalism as epistemological standpoints in part because of their political and theoretical consequences. Empiricism starts out from certain givens, the facts, against which it measures, and thus justifies, the particular theoretical positions of any particular empiricist argument. In proceeding in this way there is a built-in tendency to consider these facts as conceptually neutral. Since, on our view, no facts are conceptually neutral, it follows that empiricist formulations within the Marxian tradition operate as vehicles for the unacknowledged, unrecognized entry of non-Marxist conceptualizations into Marxist theoretical work. Thus, for example, the empiricist concept of experience as an immediate register of facts against which to measure the truth of theory often operates to introduce bourgeois conceptions of daily life into Marxist theory. We understand Lukács' famous attacks against bourgeois immediacy in this sense. He recognizes that proletarian revolution requires the proletariat to deny, to break the hold of what he called immediately given everyday life upon proletarian consciousness. Point 9. Marx criticizes Ricardo on just this point. When he analyzes the value of the commodity, he at once allows himself to be influenced by consideration of all kinds of concrete conditions. One must reproach him for regarding the phenomenal form as immediate and direct proof or exposition of the general laws, and for failing to interpret it. 10. Such givens of bourgeois society, absorbed uncritically into Marxist theoretical practice, contain all manner of idealistic notions, alongside various materialist notions, with which bourgeois society invests the phenomena of its everyday life. Thus empiricist formulations within Marxism function as an open door welcoming bourgeois conceptualizations, bourgeois debates between empiricism and rationalism, into the Marxist theoretical tradition. We offer the following analogy: the uncritical import into the Marxian tradition of the bourgeois concepts of freedom, sex, class, race, etc., is rather like the uncritical import of advanced capitalist technologies into developing socialist societies. Of course, to reconceptualize critically is to transform, to change, any given, it is not a flat rejection. Empiricism's open door to bourgeois theory has rendered the Marxist theoretical tradition an often embarrassing, often irrelevant, and generally eclectic collection of disparate conceptualizations. Indeed, the traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism is itself the site of contests embodying epistemological standpoints taken over uncritically from bourgeois theory. We would make the same argument about the concept of economic determinism, an import not critically reconceptualized into Marxism from its bourgeois context. We wish to exclude empiricism and rationalism by closing the door through which they arrived. The mistakes and failures of Marxist political practices which have sometimes been ascribed, to one or the other side in the debate over economic determinism are, we believe, caused in part by the interminably unsettled status of the debate. Indeed, the middle ground in Marxist political practice, which acknowledges the importance of non-economic aspects within the context of the primacy of the economic, is the practical counterpart of the theoretical middle ground inaugurated by Engels. Both such practice and such theory are characterized by vacillation tending towards opportunist swings between pro- and anti-economic determinist positions. This is because both operate with a general concept of the basic relation between economic and non-economic aspects that wobbles between making one the essence of the other, or vice versa, depending on whether such practitioners or theoreticians think themselves to be in first, middle, or last instance determinant circumstances. Our notion is that the unsettled and unsettling status of all positions in the debate follow from replacing the specific epistemological standpoint which we read in Marx with uncritically imported bourgeois epistemological concepts. The problem remains for Marxism, how to think through the relation between economic and non-economic social aspects without this essentialist lapse into contentions about more or less determinacy by one or the other. The problem remains that the ceaseless twists and turns of social life have disrupted and reversed such contentions without, until recently, bringing into question their common epistemological terrain. One solution to this politically and theoretically important problem lies in specifying the conceptual link between their epistemological terrain and the essentialism characterizing all participants in the debate. Such specification focuses on the ontological quality of the Marxist debates over economic determinism. Participants argue over the actual or ultimate nature of social being, whose essence their opposing formulations claim to capture or to be. We shall argue that the ontological aroma of such empiricist and rationalist formulations, and the essentialism which they support, are key blocks to the necessary resolution of the Marxist debates. We propose a very different, strictly non-essentialist ontological formulation linked to what we read as Marx's original epistemological position, our understanding of dialectical materialism. Point 11. An initial thesis. Marxist theory includes a rejection of traditional epistemology, a rejection deeply indebted to Hegel's work while itself also a critique of that work. Marxist theory specifically rejects the notion of two realms, objective and subjective, in which the latter, the side of theory, aims and believes itself able to grasp the essential truth of the former. Instead, Marxist theory operates with the notion of theory or thinking as a constituent aspect of social reality. Centrally important consequences flow from our adherence to such a reading of Marxist theory. First, the theoretical aspect of social reality is understood as but one of the many diverse, other aspects of social reality: economic, political, and cultural. The theoretical aspect is the process of thinking. We understand this thinking process to exist, that is, to be constituted and determined, by all the other aspects of social reality. Moreover, we understand the thinking process to comprise, at any moment, different conceptual frameworks or sciences or knowledges or theories, terms that function as synonyms for us. The constitution and determination of the thinking process is complex in a particular way. The thinking process is the side of the influences and determinations emanating from all the other processes comprising the social totality. Each social process is such a side. This notion of social aspects/processes is radically non-reductionist. No process can be explained as uniquely determined by or as the effect of another. Rather, each process is understood as the side of all the others' determinations. This notion is complex, furthermore, in that it comprehends each social process/aspect as the side of the very different influences/determinations emanating from all the others. Thus, the thinking process is complexly constituted by all manner of determinations that shape, push and pull it in many different directions at once. Similarly, the thinking process participates in the determination of all the other social aspects. We understand and use the concept of contradiction to designate the diversity, differences, and conflicts which characterize the constitution of each aspect/process of the social totality. We understand and use the concept of overdetermination to designate the complex constitution of each aspect/process by all the others. Our definition of contradiction presupposes that of overdetermination and vice versa. The contradictions of the thinking process are specified by its overdetermination. Point 12. This means that the thinking process only exists as the combined effect of all other social processes similarly constituted. Each of its constituent determinants propels the thinking process in different directions. Therefore, to specify the existence of any process in Marxist theory must involve the specification of its contradictory nature, since the latter is precisely the necessary condition of its existence. By logical extension, the complex contradictions overdetermining any process serve as the basis for its complex influences upon all other processes. In this sense, the concepts of overdetermination and contradiction condition each other's existence. Second, thinking or theory is understood strictly as a part of a larger whole, one aspect overdetermined within a social totality of many aspects. None of the different particular products of this particular aspect can be imagined to be the essence or the truth of the social totality. Particular thoughts, concepts, and theories are just that, different theoretical responses or approaches to the social totality of which they themselves are constituent aspects. In Marx's words, the totality as it appears in the head, as a totality of thoughts, is a product of a thinking head, which appropriates the world in the only way it can, a way different from the artistic, practical, and mental appropriation of this world. 13. Third, Marxian theory understands each overdetermined theory within a social totality as including in its structured set of concepts its own particular notions of what constitutes acceptable proofs for it. Each theory's notion of what makes its knowledge true must, of course, connect closely to its notion of what knowledge is, that is, to its epistemological position. The different theories with their different epistemological positions and their different concepts of truth comprise, for Marxian theory, the theoretical aspect of the social totality. On our reading, Marxian theory rejects all traditional notions of some absolute truth or of some independent theoretical measure of the validity of opposed theories. This rejection sharply differentiates Marxian theory from all theories embracing the traditional epistemological alternatives of empiricism or rationalism. Marxian theory affirms the relativity of truths to their respective overdetermined theoretical frameworks, while at the same time taking up a clear, partisan attitude toward these truths. Fourth, the contradictions constituted in the thinking process make their appearance both as different and opposed theories and as inconsistencies and contradictions within each theory. Marxist theory is one such theory. The birth and development of any theory are produced in a specific social totality by all its constitutive aspects. Like other theories, Marxist theory contains its own particular contradictions. Marxist theory simultaneously contests other theories and wrestles with its own internal contradictions. What then are the differentia specifica of Marxist theory? It rejects the received tradition of epistemology and its interminable contests between rationalist and empiricist proofs or guarantees of truth. Marxist theory understands itself as one among the contesting theories constituted in and by the social totality. One of the key differences between Marxian theory and other theories lies in Marxism's particular epistemological position, its concept of dialectical materialism specified by us around the central concept of overdetermination. 14. The centrality of the concept of overdetermination rules out any notion that any one social aspect, such as the economic, can be ultimately determinant or determinant in some last instance of other social aspects. This centrality also carries with it a definition of the particular kind of complexity characteristic of Marxian theory. That theory thus focuses not upon the relative importance of economic versus non-economic social aspects, but rather upon the complex fitting together of all social aspects, their relational structure, the contradictions overdetermined in each by all. Marxist theory cannot declare any a priori commitment to any notion that some among the constitutive social aspects determine others any more than they are themselves so determined, or rather, overdetermined. Marxist theory can therefore neither be economic determinist, nor can it differentiate itself from other theories upon that basis. However, Marxist theory can differentiate itself from other theories in a different manner, and one which has the added value of permitting a resolution to the Marxist debate over economic determinism. Marxist theory has a particular and unique set of basic concepts with which it constructs its truth. It is this set which differentiates it from all other theories. In this set is the epistemological position sketched above. In this basic set is also a specific concept of class which Marxist theory defines and deploys in a unique manner. As we understand the Marxist concept of class, it refers to one social aspect/process, an economic process, of extracting surplus labor within society. Point 15. Marxist theory deploys its specific concepts of overdetermination, contradiction, and class as its distinctive basis for making sense of the social totality, for constructing its particular version of the concrete totality. The unifying task of Marxist theory is the elaboration of the overdetermined and contradictory class structure and dynamic of the social totality. Moreover, precisely because Marxist theory's concept of class is a concept of the overdetermination of class, it is also impossible for Marxist theory to make of class a final determinant or essence of social reality. Class, as a constitutive aspect of social reality, functions in Marxist theory as the conceptual entry point into social analysis. Point 16. Similarly, the elaboration of class structures and relationships and dynamics is the goal of Marxist theory, the particular truth it seeks to construct and establish. To do this, Marxist theory must necessarily investigate precisely how all the other social aspects, the other economic aspects, along with the political, the cultural, etc. interact so as to overdetermine the various forms of the class process so central to Marxism. Here, then, is the resolution we offer to the traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism. None of the economic, humanist, or other debated determinisms is acceptable. All of them are connected to epistemological standpoints different from and unacceptable to Marxist theory as we understand it. The stress of Marxist theory upon economics in general, and upon class in particular, is a matter of its particular conceptual entry point into social analysis. Marxist theory's epistemological standpoint, dialectical materialism, precludes the sort of ontological arguments about the essence of social reality which have traditionally characterized this debate. Class as an economic concept is one basis of Marxist theory and the knowledge it produces. For Marxist theory it is not an essence nor is it more determinant of social life than any other aspect. Marxian theory does not need, nor can it sustain, any claim that its particular theories grasp the essence or the truth of the social totality of reality, hence Marx's remark that the real subject retains its autonomous existence outside the head, hence, in the theoretical method, too, the subject, society, must always be kept in mind as the presupposition. 17. Overdetermination, contradiction, and class are specific, basic concepts within Marxian theory that not only mark its epistemological standpoint as sharply divergent from that of nearly all participants in the debate over economic determinism, but also make the task of Marxian theory sharply different from that undertaken by those participants. The latter, reading Marx and especially his emphasis on economics from a traditional non-Marxist epistemological standpoint, come to concern themselves with the question, are economic aspects of social reality more determinant of other aspects than they are determined by them? By contrast, Marxian theory, as we understand it, asks the question, how do the non-class aspects of the social totality function so as to overdetermine its class aspect, and what dynamic is constituted by the mutual overdetermination of both class and non-class aspects? Marxian theory produces a particular, distinctive knowledge that is overdeterminationist rather than determinist, economic or otherwise. Marxian theory's rejection of determinism in favor of overdetermination covers the internal workings of Marxian theory as well. The concept of class is itself complexly overdetermined in its meanings and role within Marxist theory. Thus, class is a concept from which Marxist theory begins, it is likewise the objective toward which the theory aims. The very point and process of Marxist theoretical work, the concentration of many determinations in its concept of class, is to develop and change that concept. Point 18. Thus, each Marxist analysis both begins with an initial concept of class and transforms it into the initial concept available for the next Marxist analysis. The Marxist theory of the dialectic embodies the dialectic of theory. Moreover, all the non-theoretical aspects/processes of the social totality within which Marxist theoretical work takes place also participate in overdetermining the contradictions in Marxist theory's concept of class. For Marxist theory, as we understand it, its own concept of class is related to other concepts and to non-theoretical aspects of the social totality by mutual determination. Thus, class is neither the essence of social reality nor the essence of the structured set of Marxist theory's constituent concepts. Marxian theory is radically anti-determinist, anti-reductionist, and anti-essentialist. It is over-determinationist, whereas the traditional Marxist debate counterposes determinisms closely connected to the participants' non-Marxist epistemological standpoints. Marxian theory offers a particular non-determinist way of thinking, of specifying the complex ensemble of social relations that constitutes the human condition. That way is the specification of the mutual overdetermination of contradictory class and non-class aspects/processes of the social totality. From the vantage point of such a Marxian theory, the traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism has been resolved by having its epistemological basis displaced and supplanted by an alternative epistemology with different basic concepts whose implications and consequences have been but briefly suggested above. The Marxist tradition that contained and contains the interminable determinist debate has always had its own contradictions, which include those formulations of some of its greatest theoreticians, formulations from which we have constructed our critical resolution of that debate. Our discussion of such formulations is intended to anchor our initial thesis and, more importantly, to elaborate its conceptual apparatus. We recognize that no reading of these theoreticians can be neutral, including our own. Unlike the traditional determinist readings, we seek to specify and elaborate a particular non-determinist mode of thinking among them. Because we see, scrutinize, and understand them differently, we discover a particular complexity of epistemological concern not found in the dominant literature. We offer and defend our reading in opposition to others while simultaneously rejecting any notion that ours captures or conforms to the one true reading. Our commitment to our particular reading while affirming it is but one is precisely what we understand to be part of the Marxist position on epistemology. Marx and Engels on epistemology. The views of Marx and Engels on epistemology should be treated against the background of Hegel's teachings on that subject, teachings acknowledged by them as influential upon their methodology. In the method of treatment, Hegel's logic has been of great service to me. If there should ever be a time for such work again, I would like to make accessible to the ordinary human intelligence, in 2 or 3 printers' sheets, what is rational in the method which Hegel discovered. Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind of 1807 contains an introduction devoted largely to a critique of the received philosophical tradition of epistemology. He attacks the traditional philosophical approach which sought an independent criterion establishing true knowledge before proceeding to produce knowledge. Hegel rejects the empiricist tradition explicitly for its attempt to establish verification through sense perception as the truth criteria established by both Kantian and Cartesian epistemologies. As a recent acute observer has noted, Hegel's objection applies quite generally to epistemology as traditionally conceived. Any principle which specifies some criterion of what can and what cannot count as authentic knowledge must itself appeal either to that criterion or to some other criterion. 19. Hegel's phenomenological solution to the inadequacy of traditional epistemologies, which he described as the exposition of knowledge as a phenomenon, is not germane here since it clearly carried no weight for Marx. 20 But Hegel's critique of epistemology was, we suggest, accepted by Marx, providing him with the basis for formulating an alternative theory of knowledge and truth, of the relation between thinking and being. George Lukács explicitly recognized another insistence of Hegel's to which Marx's epistemology was seen as deeply indebted: there is no immediate knowledge. Immediate knowledge is where we have no consciousness of mediation, but it is mediated for all that. 21. Marx and Engels also operate with the notion of all knowledge as mediated by concepts, or what Marx usually refers to as categories. In other words, what distinguishes knowledges from one another are the mediations, the conceptual frameworks, the logical methods informing their production. Marx and Engels follow Hegel's insistence that not only the account of scientific method, but even the notion itself of the science as such belongs to its content, and in fact constitutes its final result, T is essentially within the science that the subject matter of logic, namely thinking or more specifically comprehensive thinking, is considered. 22. Marx himself once ridiculed an admirer who complimented his work in Capital, Volume I, for moving with rare freedom in empirical detail. He hasn't the least idea that this free movement in matter is nothing but a paraphrase for the method of dealing with matter, that is, the dialectical method. From the very few passages where Marx directly discusses his view of the production of any particular knowledge, it is reasonably clear that he understands it as the deployment of concepts to select, define, and transform features of stimuli from the concrete environment. Each knowledge or science is thus a process in which a particular conceptual response to the environment continually extends, elaborates, and revises its conceptual apparatus according to the ever-changing determinations of its environment. This response involves the construction of new concepts, the rejection of others, and the systematic ordering of the growing body of such concepts. In both his earlier and later writings, Marx gives strong indications of such a view of knowledge. In 1844, he rejects the empiricist notion that sense perceptions provide independent evaluations of the truth of alternative theories. The senses have therefore become directly in their practice theoreticians. 23. In 1857, he argues that the concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the divers. It appears in the process of thinking, therefore, as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure. 24. For Marx, what is known is conceptually produced. At the same time, Marx sought to specify that concepts and conceptual frameworks are neither innate, absolute, nor the essence of reality, but are themselves produced. The thought process itself grows out of conditions, or the logical categories are coming damn well out of our intercourse. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. 25. Is the point of departure in reality and hence also the point of departure for observation and conception. 26. For Marx, then, different theories themselves are produced by the natural/social environment which can be known only through such different theories. While Marx's writings clearly put him outside of any empiricist or rationalist epistemological standpoint, they only gesture toward his own original epistemological position. This must be constructed from his suggestions as a synthesis of the two kinds of propositions cited above, as the particular negation of both empiricism and rationalism that also preserves something of what is negated. The influence of Hegel's formulations is also present in Marx's notion of the process of producing knowledge or science as a particularly circular process. 27. Theory begins and ends with concretes. One concrete produces theory while the other is produced in and by theory. The point is that these concretes are different. Marx's epistemological standpoint concerns precisely the specification of these two concretes, their difference, and their relation. For Marx, the concrete which determines theory is conceptualized as the concrete real, and the concrete produced by thought is the thought concrete. 28. For Marx, the knowledge process or theory or science are synonyms designating the particular process which connects the concrete real and the thought concrete. Now, Marx presumes that an environment exists. 29. He cannot and does not, as we read him, presume that any statement he may make about that environment could ever be other than a statement within his own particular conceptual framework. Alternative conceptual frameworks can and do generate different statements. Marx, then, conceives of a natural and social totality, first by formulating his particular concept of the concrete real, and then by formulating the manner in which such a concrete real determines the different conceptual frameworks and the different thought concretes they each produce. Marx is not naive, he theorizes his own theory as determined in like manner. Indeed, what Marx argues is that each conceptual framework produces its own particular, different concepts of concrete real, of thought concrete, of thinking, and so on. Marx's concrete real is conceptualized as an actual, material, natural, and social totality. It is the source of the diverse stimuli to which thinking is one among the different responses which humans make. Marx's concrete real is the locus of the natural and social processes which combine to overdetermine every component of the thinking process, including its contradictions. The products of thinking, the particular responses which differentiate each science's manner of recognizing and conceptually elaborating stimuli, are the other types of concrete. The thought concretes of the different sciences are the concentrations of the many determinations which they each bring to bear upon the stimuli they can recognize by means of the conceptual apparatuses they each deploy. Knowledge, for Marx, is the process connecting the concrete real to the thought concretes. It is the cyclical unity of these two different concretes. Different knowledges conceive this unity differently. The knowledge process that connects both concretes connects also the ceaseless transformation of both, and in specifying this mutual transformation we can further specify Marx's break from all previous traditional epistemology. Engels summarized his and Marx's general approach as follows: the great basic thought that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes, in which the things apparently stable no less than their mind images in our heads, the concepts, go through an uninterrupted change of coming into being and passing away. 30. The processes, then, that comprise the concrete real are forever changing. Thinking, which is one of those processes, is also forever changing, that is producing changed thought concretes. At the same time, any change in the thinking process, in thought concretes, changes the concrete real in two ways. A change in thinking is a change in one component process of the social totality, and, on the other hand, any change in thinking has impact on all the other social processes, thereby changing them. In turn, a changed social totality reacts back upon the thinking process to change it in the ceaseless dialectic of life. For Marx, in our view, thinking is a process of change in both the concrete real and in thought concretes. Thinking cannot, therefore, be conceived as either the cause or essence of the concrete real or, on the other hand, as its effect. Rather, says Marx, thinking is both a creative, active constitutive part of the concrete real and a process overdetermined in and by that concrete real. 31 The contradictions between and within each distinct science are both effects of the overdetermination of thought and causes of the ceaseless movement and change of thought concretes and hence of the concrete real. The same holds for the contradictions within each of the other processes comprising the social totality. For Marx, knowledge cannot be conceived in the traditional epistemological terms of two realms, independent subjects seeking knowledge of independent objects. Knowledge is not such an activity of a subject over against an object. Subjects and their thinking are rather understood as overdetermined by objects, including those to which the thinking may be directed. The objects conceived in traditional epistemology are impossible for Marx, since he conceives all objects as overdetermined by the totality of social processes, including the thinking process of subjects. 32 For Marx, objects of thought are understood as at the same time objects for thought, since the thought process participates in the overdetermination of such objects. Moreover, such objects include the thought process itself, the different sciences or theories as objects of analysis. The different theories conceptualize one another and themselves in different ways. In Marx's conceptualization, all thinking is a process whose overdetermined contradictions generate different sciences, each with its own concepts of subject and object. Therefore, Marxian epistemology clashes with empiricism, which it understands as follows: the search for an absolute truth to be discovered by the true science. For Marxian theory, what empiricists do is conceive of the object of their knowledge, their concrete real, and simultaneously declare it to be identically the object for and thus the validity measure of all other knowledges. The empiricist standpoint rejects the proposition that different theories or sciences conceptualize their respective concrete reals differently. Thus it follows that any theory embracing an empiricist epistemological standpoint will necessarily judge alternative theories as greater or lesser in truth, understood absolutely as approximation to the one concrete real permitted by that standpoint. Empiricist theories thus typically emphasize their own truth, at least relative to alternative theories. Their critical activity is focused on ranking theories according to degrees of approximation to the truth. It is at best a very secondary matter to investigate the social causes and consequences of the suspect persistence of the false or less true alternative. Empiricists see theory, differences among theory, and theoretical criticism in a manner sharply different from that of Marxism as we have outlined it here. Where empiricists accord a privileged place to their concepts of the concrete real, rationalists accord privileged place to their concepts of the governing cause of origin of their concrete real. Like their empiricist twins, the rationalists also seek an absolute truth. For Marxist theory, what rationalists do is to conceive of a concrete real which has a unique truth understood as cause, origin, or telos which can be captured or expressed in a thought concrete, that is, rationally. All thinking is thought to aspire to express such a truth, alternative thought concretes are critically ranked accordingly. Rationalists thus also see theory, differences among theory, and theoretical criticism in a manner sharply different from Marx's view. Marxian theory's epistemological standpoint is, as we have shown, radically different from traditional epistemology. Moreover, Marxian theory makes this difference an important part of its argument against those sciences which include traditional empiricist or rationalist standpoints. Incapable of erecting an independent criterion of truth across the different sciences, Marxian theory seeks rather to specify carefully its concepts of the differences among sciences and of the social causes and consequences of those differences. Such specification is what Marx means by criticism. The latter must focus upon the different ways in which different sciences conceive of their objects, their subjects, and of the knowledge process. Such criticism has the goal, in Marxian theory, to clarify the differences between Marxian and non-Marxian theory and to show how those differences contribute to social change. If theories are merely different, then how does one know which one is best? Here we could justify and defend one particular theory, Marxism, as that theory which captures the truth of reality and best serves the Marxist goal of social change. But for us it is not possible to make such an argument, for we can only understand a society, social change, alternative theories, questions of choice, in and through our particular theory. Those working with alternative theories would see and evaluate all these issues differently, just as we ourselves might have used our own theory to construct a justification of that theory. Each theory can produce a justification of itself, but that justification is then always only as convincing as the theory that produces it. From the standpoint of our theory, we would only wish to justify Marxist theory as a necessary constituent element of social change towards socialism. Of course, such justification presupposes the theoretical framework that produces it. It is that theoretical framework we seek here to specify. Difference is the key element of Marx's notion of criticism because his theory refuses to accept the claim of any particular conceptualization of the concrete real, that is, of any particular thought concrete, namely, that it is identical to being itself, to ultimate reality. This is the sense of Engels' formulation in his letter to C. Schmidt, March 12, 1895. The two of them, the concept of a thing and its reality, run side by side like two asymptotes, always approaching each other yet never meeting. This difference between the two is the very difference which prevents the concept from being directly and immediately reality and reality from being immediately its own concept. Because a concept has the essential nature of that concept and cannot therefore prima facie directly coincide with reality, from which it must first be abstracted, it is something more than a fiction, unless you are going to declare all the results of thought fictions. Marx is rather more blunt in his dismissal of any epistemological perspective, holding that its concepts, its theoretical truths, can never be other than particular thought concretes different from being per se. The vulgar mob has therefore concluded that theoretical truths are abstractions which are at variance from reality, instead of seeing, on the contrary, that Ricardo does not carry true abstract thinking far enough and is therefore driven into false abstraction. 33. It is very important to notice here that Marx is not criticizing Ricardo on the for Marx unacceptable grounds of some discrepancy between Ricardo's concepts and reality. Rather, Marx's criticism proceeds on the very different grounds that Ricardo's abstractions, his particular concepts, and also his particular mode of conceptualizing are different from Marx's, that is, in that sense false. Marx's specific definition and mode of criticism are implied by his epistemological position. Ricardo's notions of value, price, capital accumulation, profits, etc., are different from Marx's, that is their falseness for Marx. Falseness is not a matter of these concepts' relation to some given concrete reality. As we have seen, Ricardo and Marx conceptualize their concrete reals differently as well. Marxian criticism seeks to establish how, why, and with what social consequences Ricardian and Marxian sciences differently produce their different knowledges of social life. Marxian theory refuses to entertain the illusion that the realism of one or another theory, its proofs for its supposed correspondence to the real, determine its truth also for other theories, in that sense its absolute truth. All that palaver about the necessity of proving the concept of value comes from complete ignorance both of the subject dealt with and of scientific method. Marxian theory's affirmation of the internality and relativity of each conceptual framework's truth claims implies that the survival of any particular framework can hardly depend upon such claims. The rise and fall of particular theories can never be explained in reductionist fashion as functions of the truth or even of their truths. For example, Ricardians still work theoretically within and upon the conceptual framework of Ricardian economics, the neoclassical economists do likewise. And Marxists must still criticize the falseness of both theories without spurious references to their respective inadequacies to what they all see differently as the real. As Marx put it in his second thesis on Feuerbach, the dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. The practice here and elsewhere referred to by Marx and Engels is their concept of the interaction between each theory and the concrete real of which it is an overdetermined constituent. In our reading, the Marxian conception of the concrete real holds that social development will overdetermine the birth and history of each theory and its evaluations of its truths. To paraphrase a related remark of Marx's, we might say that a theory ends only when all the conditions economic, political, and cultural of its existence end. 34 The social conditions for the existence of Ricardian, neoclassical, and Marxian economic theories, although changed over the last 100 years, are still with us. Like Marx, Marxists today understand themselves to face conditions requiring criticism of Ricardian and neoclassical conceptualizations, a criticism which, however, must be informed by the specific epistemological standpoint of Marxist theory. The Marxian epistemological standpoint received a particular elaboration and clarification by Engels, which also served to trouble and provoke later Marxists. Gratefully citing Hegel, Engels argues for the position that one leaves alone absolute truth, which is unattainable. Instead, one pursues attainable relative truths along the paths of the positive sciences. 35. The key word here is relative. Engels explicitly recognizes the relativity of the truths established by the different sciences. Engels' recognition is most emphatically not equivalent to an indifference toward these different truths and the sciences that constitute them. The passionate commitment of Marx and Engels to their science and its truths, their linkage of their science to a class revolutionary project, the thoroughness and intensity of their criticism of alternative sciences all attest to their active discrimination among relative truths. It simply never occurred to them, apparently, that partisanship in theory, what they call the class struggle in theory, requires any denial of the scientificity of the theories of some of their opponents. It did not occur to them, we would suggest, largely because their epistemological position would not permit any such formulation. Marxian theory does not, we believe, permit such formulations today. To hold that there is some absolute as against relative truths in the terms specified above strikes us as a position that cannot belong within the Marxian theoretical tradition. Engels' argument about the relativity of truths is also not equivalent to an argument that some best theoretical posture lies in a judicious or best selection and collection of insights from the relative truths. Marx makes this point sharply. He academic form, which proceeds historically and, with wise moderation, collects the best from all sources, and in doing this contradictions do not matter. On the contrary, what matters is comprehensiveness. All systems are thus made insipid, their edges taken off, and they are peacefully gathered together in a miscellany. The heat of apologetics is moderated here by erudition, which looks down benignly on the exaggerations of economic thinkers, and merely allows them to float as oddities in its mediocre pap 36. Marx here dissects what remains academic high fashion today, formulations which flatter their own eclectic mingling of fragments from Marxian and other scientific systems as correcting, improving, or going beyond Marxian theory. Marx's and Engels' notion of the relativity of truths thus differs from the modern positivist notion of relativity as the greater or lesser approximation of theories to the absolute truth or reality as they usually term it. For Marx and Engels, unlike the positivist tradition, trial and error refer to each theory's internal process of problem posing and problem solving. Each science has its distinct ways of conceiving the trials it undergoes, of perceiving and interpreting its errors, and of drawing its particular conclusions therefrom. 37 The relativity of truths refers to the distinctively different ways in which each science defines, deploys, increasingly determines, and changes its conceptual components. 38 To conclude this brief investigation of Marx and Engels on epistemology and to underscore its importance for resolving the Marxian debate over economic determinism, we may reconsider some famous quotations often cited to illustrate their basic approach to social analysis. According to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. Economic relations, however much they may be influenced by the other, the political and ideological relations, are still ultimately the decisive ones, forming the keynote which runs through them and alone leads to understanding. In the first quotation, the important words are those that open the sentence; in the second, the important words close the sentence. Given the epistemological position we attribute to Marx and Engels, what these quotations mean is a definition of precisely how the particular science of Marx and Engels constructs its particular knowledge of its object, social history. Real or material life is a summary term to designate their particular conception of the concrete real. Economic relations is a summary term to designate the distinguishing emphasis, the keynote, within their particular thought concrete, their understanding as against that of other thought concretes. Marx and Engels are definitely not asserting something about being or reality per se; such ontological absolutes are impossible for them. Moreover, Marx and Engels are not asserting that their particular thought concrete either contains or discovers or embodies the essence, economic or otherwise, of the concrete real. Such essentialist formulations are impossible from an overdeterminationist standpoint. They criticize essentialist formulations both in other theories and within the Marxian theoretical tradition itself in order to demonstrate that their particular deployment of concepts of economic relations, above all that of class, is non-essentialist. 39 Similarly, when Marx writes his famous summary statement, the conclusion we reach is not that production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are identical, but that they all form members of a totality, distinctions within a unity. Production predominates not only over itself, in the antithetical definition of production, but over the other moments as well. 40 His point is to specify what distinguishes his science from others. Again, the first sentence indicates Marx's concept of the concrete real as a totality of mutually overdetermining and overdetermined members or distinctions or sites. The second sentence indicates which concepts Marx defines and deploys distinctively within his science, which concepts predominate in the specific sense of serving as the beginning and the end, the entry point and the goal point of his strictly non-essentialist theoretical process. We may now offer an initial summary of our reading of the epistemological standpoint in Marx's and Engels' writings. They conceive of a natural/social totality, their concrete real, which has overdetermined a particular set of theories or sciences over the last 150 years. One of these, Marxist theory, defines a particular concept of class which operates as its conceptually predominant entry point into social analysis. Marxist theory's positive goal is to elaborate its thought concrete as a social totality of mutually overdetermined, contradictory class and non-class processes. Marxist theory's critical goal is to specify the nature and social position of theories different from itself. Marxist theory understands itself to be both cause and effect of the concrete real, an overdetermined and also constituent process within the social totality. Insofar as our claims to represent Marx and Engels' epistemological standpoint are accepted, it follows that the debates over economic determinism as the essence of social reality are not germane to Marxist theory. As we have presented matters, Marxist theory cannot and need not offer any assertions about the ultimate nature of social being. Economics is determinant in the last instance only in the very restricted sense that an economic concept, class, is predominant in the scientific workings of Marxist theory. That theory, anti-essentialist to its core, neither looks for nor expects to find any one process or aspect of the social totality exercising any more determinant influence on the others than any of those others do on it. The very pertinence of the terms of the debate have been displaced on the grounds of their incompatibility with the epistemological position of Marx and Engels as here presented. Of course, we recognize that other readings than ours are possible of the texts of Marx and Engels, and thus other knowledges of their epistemological standpoint. Here we ask only that the reader consider the plausibility of our reading and reflect with us upon its implications in permitting an original resolution to the economic determinism debate within the Marxist theoretical tradition. In the next sections we consider Lenin's and Lukács' attempts to specify the particular epistemological standpoint of Marxist theory. They provide certain concepts and suggestions which we found indispensable in constructing our specification of Marxist theory's epistemological standpoint and in applying it to the economic determinism debates. Lenin on epistemology. Repeatedly disturbed by certain readings of Marx and Engels that were widespread among those considering themselves Marxists in Russia, Lenin came eventually to locate one chief support for such readings in their epistemological standpoints. 41 He deemed the political implications of such readings to be so important that in 1907 to 1908 he devoted enormous time and energy to publish his criticism of these standpoints, that is, to differentiate them from his own reading of Marx's and Engels' epistemological position. During the First World War, Lenin again returned to the task of thinking through the specificity of a Marxist epistemology, of making explicit what Marx had left largely implicit. Despite urgent political preoccupations and a remarkable output of other writings in 1914 to 1916, he filled notebooks with detailed paragraph-by-paragraph commentaries upon Hegel's logic and other writings. 42 Lenin's work, we believe, provides materials that connect the distinctively Marxist epistemological position to Hegel's work. Following Lenin's own emphases, we will focus attention on two basic questions for which Lenin offered answers. What is the relation between thinking and being for Marxist theory? And what is the particular Marxist definition of the relativity of all sciences and their truths? The answers as well as the questions are interdependent. Aphorism: it is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later, none of the Marxists understood Marx. 43. This remark summarizes Lenin's many notebook entries recognizing Hegel's crucial contributions to Marxist theory. In Lenin's view, the epistemological position of Marx, Engels, and Marxist theory depends upon and incorporates a great deal of Hegel's work. Lenin's appreciative return to Hegel constitutes no disagreement with Marx and Engels, although they left no documents comparable to Lenin's notebooks. It reflects rather the different social conditions within which they theorized and publicized. Marx and Engels initially presumed Hegel's wide influence, the widespread acceptance of his philosophic achievements. They sought to distance themselves critically, to build upon but also and more emphatically to build away from that mighty thinker. Moreover, as Hegel's influence rapidly waned, Marx and Engels noted the process with great regret lest their criticism contribute to the spreading disregard for Hegel. 44 By Lenin's time, in his view, neglect of Hegel's accomplishments had become a contributing factor to the return of Marxists to pre-Hegelian epistemological positions embodying empiricism, rationalism, and the essentialism typically associated with them. 45 For Lenin, the theoretical return to Hegel and to his critiques of Hume and Kant was a matter of immediate political importance, a matter of specifying and strengthening Marxism in Russia. He sought to reawaken Russian Marxists to Marx's closeness to Hegel. Dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism. This is the aspect of the matter to which Plekhanov, not to speak of other Marxists, paid no attention. 46. Lenin is especially impressed with one particular short section of Hegel's logic entitled The Idea. Not only does he value the critiques of Kant formulated there, but also reads in those pages perhaps the best exposition of dialectics. Here too, the coincidence, so to speak, of logic and epistemology is shown in a remarkably brilliant way. 47 In this section and the passages immediately following, Lenin formulates his concept of the distinctively Marxian epistemological standpoint. Lenin declares his full agreement with Hegel that the relation between thinking and being can be neither of the following two traditional epistemological alternatives: the object of thinking is what it is by virtue of what thinking puts into it, or thinking is what it is by virtue of what its objects give to it. Either alternative is rejected for its one-sidedness. Instead, the relation between thinking and being must be understood as the unity of these one-sided alternatives. Lenin specifically argues that concepts are subjective and abstract, but at the same time they express also the things in themselves. He insists that nature is both concrete and abstract. 48. Lenin here refuses to label any knowledge as either subjective or objective. Each conceptual framework or theory is both subjective, held and developed by persons, and objective, a process within and constituent of the objective natural/social totality. By its partiality, that is, by the particular conceptual framework that it deploys to build up its particular knowledge of that totality, each theory participates in shaping, in determining that totality. In Lenin's usage of terms drawn from Hegelian and pre-Hegelian philosophy, each theory is determined by the things in themselves, while the theory simultaneously participates in determining the things in themselves. It makes them things for us, objects of this theory's knowledge. 49. Thus, Lenin shares Kojève's reading of Hegel to the effect that the natural/social reality about which humans theorize is a unity in the following sense. What exists in reality, as soon as there is a reality of which one speaks, and since we in fact speak of reality, there can be for us only reality of which one speaks. What exists in reality, I say, is the subject that knows the object, or, what is the same thing, the object known by the subject. This double reality, which is nonetheless one because it is equally real in each aspect, taken in its whole or as totality, is called in Hegel's spirit or absolute idea. 50. To the extent that the scientist thinks or knows his object, what really and concretely exists is the entirety of the object known by the subject or of the subject knowing the object. 51. Similarly, Lenin follows Hegel in distinguishing himself from epistemological standpoints that conceive of subjects and objects isolated from one another and do not proceed from their indissoluble unity as constituent aspects of one another. For Lenin, as for Hegel, the truth is the whole, the totality. It is the entirety of all the objects differently known in and to the different sciences. It is the entirety of the processes, knowledges that unify knowers and known. 52. This true totality encompasses all the processes of nature and society, including thought. More precisely, this true totality encompasses a mutual interconnection of each process with all the others. Thus, in some basic ways, Lenin and Hegel hold similar conceptions of what we have termed the concrete real. Lenin summarizes the similarity of conceptions as follows. Every notion occurs in a certain relation, in a certain connection with all the others. In the alternation, reciprocal dependence of all notions, in the identity of their opposites, in the transitions of one notion into another, in the eternal change, movement of notions, Hegel brilliantly divined precisely this relation of things, of nature. 53. Lenin reads Hegel to the effect that insofar as the process of thinking both reflects and creates the concrete real, it is exactly like all the other processes that comprise the concrete real. 54. In effect, Lenin holds a concept of the concrete real in which it determines each different process of nature and society even while it is determined by them. It is the totality of such processes. Moreover, Lenin locates contradictions in each such process and hence in the human beings defined in and by those processes. These contradictions generate the movement, that is, the change in people which is at the same time their changing of the concrete real. Thinking is part of the eternal process of movement, the arising of contradictions and their solutions. The concrete real changes by and through its contradictions, among which the strongest contradiction between thought and object which man eternally creates and eternally overcomes. 55. In his studies of Hegel, Lenin finds formulations of totality and contradiction, of thinking and being, which he shares and which he finds implicit in Marx and Engels. Hegel's explicit formulations support Lenin's approach to a conceptualization of the concrete real, very much like the notion of an overdetermined, contradictory concrete real discussed above. 56. At the same time, however, Lenin follows Marx in rejecting Hegel's arguments that his formulations include some absolute truths above and beyond alternative formulations. Lenin's rejection concerns his notion of relative truths. Lenin understood each circular scientific process, each particular theory, to contain a relative truth, which he distinguished from absolute truth. The latter is composed of the sum total of relative truths. For Bogdanov, the recognition of the relativity of our knowledge excludes the least admission of absolute truth. For Engels, absolute truth is made up of relative truths. Bogdanov is a relativist, Engels is a dialectician. 57. The distinction between subjectivism and dialectics, incidentally, is that in dialectics the difference between the relative and the absolute is itself relative. For objective dialectics there is an absolute within the relative. For subjectivism and sophistry, the relative is only relative and excludes the absolute. 58. Lenin's vigorous assertions about the relativity of truth certainly did not dilute his passionate defense of and contributions to one science, Marxism, against others. For Lenin, the particular transformation of the social totality which he sought requires Marxian theory much as the status quo has its constituent theories, including theoretical eclecticism. Lenin's writings sought continually to sharpen understanding of Marxist theory's specific difference, including its epistemological standpoint, and to win adherence to it. 59. What else but struggle within theory could one expect from the author of the aphorism, "There can be no revolution without a revolutionary theory"? Now, Lenin's formulations throughout his many writings are neither consistent nor always precise in terms of their specific epistemological implications. He defends some arguments by reference to the facts in a manner warranting the label empiricist. 60. He writes occasionally as though he believes that the different relative truths comprise some sort of progression toward higher truths, with Marxism the highest to date. 61. His specification of his epistemological position is at times incomplete and uneven. Nonetheless, his position does demonstrate how intensely he wrestled with the specification of a Marxist epistemology, how important a task he took it to be. Moreover, his position is very clear on certain points at stake in this paper. Marxian theory is one among others. It produces a knowledge containing a relative truth different from the other relative truths of different theories or sciences. The epistemological foundation of Marxian science, dialectical materialism, is different from the traditional epistemology of the other sciences it contends with. This difference involves an explicit rejection of both sides of the traditional philosophic debate between empiricist and rationalist epistemology. Marxian theory uniquely reconceptualizes their arguments into mutually constitutive moments of the process of producing scientific knowledges. Lenin did not, of course, restrict his specification of the difference between Marxian and non-Marxian theories to matters of epistemology and the methodological implications of Marxian epistemology. He went on to focus upon Marxian theory's concern with the whole social complex of opposing tendencies, by reducing them to precisely definable conditions of life and production of the various classes of society. 62. For Lenin, Marxian science offered its particular truth against the other alternatives, building this truth around its set of most basic concepts, including a particular concept of knowledge, a particular concept of classes, and a particular concept of the social totality. Our reading of Lenin, then, places his scientific propositions concerning history squarely within the context of the elaboration of and ceaseless change in Marxian science and the relative truth emerging therefrom. Our reading, encouraged directly by the epistemological statements offered by Lenin himself, cannot understand his scientific propositions about the social totality as reductionist assertions about some last instance determinant essence. Far from supporting an economic determinist tendency within the traditional Marxist debate, much of Lenin's work seems to us to warrant a rejection of the epistemological terms of that debate and its participants on all sides. Lukács on epistemology. Lukács' emphasis on the importance of Hegel for an understanding of Marx resulted in epistemological statements quite similar to Lenin's both in Lukács' studies on dialectics and in his aesthetic writings. 63 He shared with Lenin a concern that the neglect of the specifically Marxist epistemological standpoint often combined with the influence of contemporary bourgeois concepts, introduce confusion within the Marxist tradition generally. 64 But Lukács also made key contributions of his own. The history of Lukács' political positions as well as his voluminous writings is a particularly complex story of shifts as well as developments of standpoint. Current notions of his work and its significance vary more than he did. To avoid misunderstanding and to clarify the particular purposes of our concern with Lukács, it may be useful to sketch two current types of attitude toward Lukács. One attitude views him as a Marxist revisionist possessing affinities with early Marx and sharply opposed to the economic determinism of orthodox Marxism. 65. Those with this attitude typically welcome Lukács' concerns with the subjective side of the social revolution, while being deeply distressed by Lukács' suggestion that the proletariat or, worse still, the Communist Party might be understood as the revolutionary subject. 66 A second attitude, more directly concerned with epistemological matters than the first, criticizes Lukács for his realism, which it understands as his theoretical commitment to the idea that one theory is more correct, more truly reflective of reality than alternatives. The target here is Lukács' supposed rationalism. 67. Such attitudes toward Lukács' work typically foreground those formulations in his work which encourage their judgments, both hostile and approving. However, there is a type of approach taken recently by two students of Lukács' work which strikes us as particularly illuminating in terms of Lukács' contributions to the specification of Marxist epistemology. This type of approach focuses on basic tensions or contradictions it finds in Lukács' work, on the particular way Lukács posed and struggled with these contradictions rather than occasionally one-sided expressions of one or another aspect of such contradictions. Istvan Mazaros understands Lukács as struggling in new and important ways to theorize the relation of subjectivity and objectivity in social history. 68 Frederick Jameson underscores Lukács' struggle to make the Marxist notion of reflection something much more and much richer than the passive, simply determinist notion of images imprinted on the mind by reality. 69. Like Mazaros and Jameson, we are interested in the particular way Lukács posed a basic question, in our case, the relation of thinking and being. Similarly, we are interested in how Lukács posed and struggled with the closely connected question of the relation between the social totality and any of its constituent parts. It is, in our view, Lukács' ultimately unsuccessful struggle to think these relationships through to some satisfactory resolution that produced, along the way, important contributions to a notion of Marxist epistemology. Hegel's importance for an understanding of Marx was summarized by Lukács as follows: Hegel's tremendous intellectual contribution consisted in the fact that he made theory and history dialectically relative to one another, grasped them in a dialectical reciprocal penetration. Ultimately, however, his attempt was a failure. He could never get as far as the genuine unity of theory and practice. 70 Theory and historical reality, in Lukács' terms, are aspects of a complex of processes. Between them lies the unbridgeable abyss between concept and reality, that is, neither aspect may be collapsed into or reduced to the expression or effect of the other. For the reflection theory this means that thought and consciousness are orientated towards reality but, at the same time, the criterion of truth is provided by relevance to reality. This reality is by no means identical with empirical existence. This reality is not, it becomes, and to become the participation of thought is needed. 71. In contending that reality shapes thinking while it is also shaped by thinking, Lukács breaks from the traditional epistemology of empiricists and rationalists striving to make their thoughts adequate to some essence of a separate reality. Lukács breaks from the post-Hegelian return to variants of traditional epistemology in Europe. He starts with the dialectical positions of Hegel and Marx in order to build from them. He recommences, within Marxism, the development of an epistemological standpoint which had been ignored by university philosophy during the entire second half of the 19th century. Man is not opposite the world which he tries to understand and upon which he acts, but within this world which he is a part of, and there is no radical break between the meaning he is trying to find or introduce into the universe and that which he is trying to find or introduce into his own existence. 72. In Lukács' own summation, the act of consciousness overthrows the objective form of its object. 73. Lukács often expresses himself in formulations emphasizing how subjectivity, especially the self-conscious subjectivity of a revolutionary proletariat, could and would transform objectivity. He understands his own attack on immediacy, the effort of bourgeois theory to equate itself with some given reality in terms of his contribution to the overthrow of bourgeois society. Lukács also often writes about all thought as shaped and limited by its particular social environment. 74. Lukács both champions subjectivity smashing reification and affirms that thinking reflects objectivity. Depending on which expressions touched a reader's concerns, Lukács might appear as some sort of humanist or revisionist Marxist, or, alternatively, as a sophisticated version of rather vulgar reflection theory. What matters are his efforts to specify a dialectic, a particular Marxist epistemological standpoint that combines or unifies both these one-sided alternatives. Hegel's affirmation that the truth is the whole is likewise fundamental for Lukács. Marx's dictum, the relations of production of every society form a whole, is the methodological point of departure and the key to the historical understanding of social relations. 75. The social whole comprises, for Lukács, not things but continually changing aspects of processes. 76. Thoughts are such aspects of the process of history, they are both shaped by and participate in shaping that process. Lukács' concept of the social whole thus serves to unify the one-sided standpoints of traditional epistemology, whether empiricist or rationalist, idealist or non-dialectical materialist. The concept of the social whole serves also as the touchstone of Lukács' struggle to unify the subjectivity and objectivity of the human being in history. He expresses this unity as an imperative directed to the proletariat. Man must become conscious of himself as a social being, as simultaneously the subject and object of the socio-historical process. 77. Lukács' concept of the social totality holds that all its processes are in an uninterrupted flow of mutual interaction. Moreover, Lukács is at pains to carry this specification in a particular direction. Mutual interaction is also mutual constitution. Each aspect of the social whole does not exist other than in and by these interactions. Thinking exists as a social process by virtue of its determination by the social whole, that is, all the other non-thinking processes. The thinking process, in turn, participates in the determination of every aspect of the social whole. But even the category of interaction requires inspection. If by interaction we mean just the reciprocal causal impact of two otherwise unchangeable objects on each other, we shall not have come an inch nearer to an understanding of society. This is the case with the vulgar materialists with their one-way causal sequences. The interaction we have in mind must be more than the interaction of otherwise unchanging objects. Every substantial change that is of concern to knowledge manifests itself as a change in relation to the whole and through this as a change in the form of objectivity itself. 78. Lukács carries the return to Hegel undertaken in Lenin's notebooks even further, building on Lenin's reaffirmation of society as an ensemble of relations, as a universe of reciprocity among all its elements, to produce a notion of the social whole as a moving process of mutually constitutive aspects. Like Lenin and, indeed, like Marx himself, Lukács strives to produce a materialist, historical reading of Hegel's dialectics. Lukács' achievement is to go somewhat further than they did and, above all, to make remarkably explicit a detailed statement of the particularly Marxian notion of dialectics, that is, the particularly Marxian epistemological standpoint and conception of the social whole. Lukács' advance is indispensable for subsequent elaboration and development of Marxian dialectics, of a Marxian epistemological standpoint. Certainly our formulations built around our notion of overdetermination, as well as Althusser's arguments, depend upon as well as differ from Lukács' work in many and complex ways. We may illustrate this point by considering Lukács' speech to an International Congress of Marxist Philosophers in 1947. The materialist dialectical conception of totality means first of all the concrete unity of interacting contradictions, secondly, the systematic relativity of all totality both upwards and downwards, and thirdly, the historical relativity of all totality is changing, disintegrating, confined to a determinate, concrete historical period. 79. This particular quotation of Lukács suggests that, anticipating Althusser, he was the first Marxist to appropriate Freud's notion of overdetermination for the purpose of developing the specification of Marxist theory. The concepts of the dialectical interaction of thinking and the social totality lead Lukács to echo Lenin's attitude toward the relativity of truths. Lukács' notion of the falseness of theories or ideologies other than his version of Marxian theory should not, we believe, be assimilated to an empiricist or rationalist framework, since Lukács rejected the latter. In other words, Lukács' notion of false theory is not a notion of such a theory's inadequacy to some separate reality. Rather, theories and their truths are limited, relative, and conditioned by their respective concrete, historical function and meaning, within a unique, concretist historical process. 80. If concepts are only the intellectual forms of historical realities, then these forms, one-sided, abstract and false as they are, belong to the true unity as genuine aspects of it. In so far as the false is an abstract of the true, it is both false and non-false. 81. In our language, such formulations approach a concept of the concrete real as constituted in part by the different thought concretes whose existences were overdetermined within and by that concrete real. In the language of one of Lukács' interpreters, the relation between the world, the significant universe in which men live, and the men who create it is inseparable, a relation in a double sense. The subject is part of the world and in fact introduces meaning there practically, but this world is part of the subject and constitutes it. This circle, a vicious circle for a static philosophy, is no problem for a dialectical study of history. 82. For Lukács, the Marxist positions on the dialectical interaction of being and thought and on the relation of economic to non-economic aspects of the social totality are very closely interwoven and interdependent. For Lukács, the basic Marxist conception of social being affirms it as a complexly overdetermined totality in which economic aspects are not more important than non-economic aspects. This specific, seldom understood and paradoxically dialectical method is related to the already mentioned insight of Marx's to the effect that economic and extra-economic phenomena in social life continuously transform themselves into one another, and stand in an insuperable relationship of interaction. This reciprocal mutual penetration of the economic and non-economic in social existence reaches deep into the doctrine of categories itself. 83. Yet Lukács also refers to what he terms the ontological priority accorded within Marxist theory to economic concepts of production relations. 84. He sees this priority as signifying that these concepts are selected, in Marxist theory, as points of departure for the discursive construction of social being. Lukács' comments on the practice of an artist may serve to clarify what we think he means by ontological priority. The intention of a work of art. An artist or a type of art cannot be oriented to the extensive totality of all social relations, but a choice has had to be made, from objective necessity, in so far as specific moments of the totality are of predominant importance for a specific artistic project. 85. For Lukács, Marxist theory has as its defining intention or project an analysis of overdetermined social being in which economic aspects are of predominant importance. Such predominant importance is not understood as an inherent quality of the economic aspects of social being. 86. It is rather a matter of which of the mutually overdetermined and overdetermining social aspects, for example, class, are selected as predominantly important for the particular project of Marxist theory. Lukács draws heavily on capital to illustrate Marx's dialectical method in constructing social being from the standpoint of economic concepts as points of departure. The very construction of capital shows that Marx is dealing with an abstraction, for all the evidence adduced from the real world. The composition of capital proceeds by way of successive integration of new ontological elements and tendencies into the world originally depicted on the basis of this abstraction, and the scientific investigation of the new categories, tendencies, and relationships that arise from this, until finally the entire economy as the primary dynamic center of social being is encompassed in thought before our eyes. 87. Lukács examines in detail the theoretical process involving this abstraction, that is, the dialectical process of progressively transforming initial abstract concepts into ever new thought concretes. However, Lukács also returns repeatedly to the key theoretical place of production relations within this developing, changing discourse, the transformation of surplus value into profit, and of the rate of surplus value into the profit rate, is of course a methodological consequence of the cancellation in the third volume, of the abstractions of the first. Even here, as we have seen in the case of all these abstractions of Marx and the concretizations that supersede them, surplus value remains the foundation. It simply leads to a further relationship that is equally real, and remains dependent on the original 188. Lukács is here seeking to articulate how Marxist points of departure concepts become both raw materials and means of production for the production of new concepts. Such new concepts are worked-up transformations of the initial abstract concepts and so retain a link, a dependence, upon them. This is what confers upon the latter the designation of ontological priority. Our reading of Lukács, like our understanding of Marxist theory, is thus quite different from alternative readings and theories within the Marxian tradition. We find in Lukács concepts of social totality, of the dialectic between thought and social being, and of the ontological priority characteristic of Marxist theory his most important contributions to Marxism generally and to the explicit formulation of a Marxian epistemological standpoint in particular. We find these contradictions notwithstanding his frequent formulations that conflict with or flatly contradict them, because we understand such formulations as extremities within his oscillating struggles to work through the concepts most basic to his theoretical and political labors. 89 Despite his remarks supporting economic determinist positions within the traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism, and despite the widespread reading of Lukács that renders him a theoretical humanist, in our view his basic formulation of dialectic and of a Marxian notion of the overdetermined social totality take him outside of that debate. It is no disrespect for Lukács' contributions to Marxian theory to insist that they raised as many problems as they solved. His key concepts of totality, mutual interaction of aspects, unity of subject and object in the process of knowing, and of history generally are begging for elaboration and specification. Moreover, they provoke basic questions for which Lukács provides little in the way of answers. Is there some particular way that Marxian theory approaches totality differently from other theories that recognize the centrality of such a concept? How is social change exactly specified within a totality from a Marxian standpoint? What exactly is class as a concept within the social totality? What exactly is the relationship in Lukács' thinking between the terms totality and overdetermination? These and many more such questions were placed on the agenda for Marxist theoreticians by the particular way Lukács struggled with the task of specifying the relation of Marxist theory, the Marxist epistemological standpoint, and Marxist revolutionary objectives. His achievement and contribution were to build on the reading of Hegel, Marx, and Lenin which has been argued here, and to oppose the theories within Marxism which conflict with that reading. Althusser. The essays that Althusser wrote in the 1960s present the most detailed and exhaustive examination of the epistemological foundations of Marx's work yet undertaken. They also represent direct critical encounters with tendencies within Marxism that Althusser opposes. Althusser's intense focus upon the philosophical underpinnings of Marxist theory is closely linked to his view of the crucial tasks of the communist movement in theory. To recognize and know the revolutionary theoretical scope of Marxist-Leninist science and philosophy, to struggle against the bourgeois and petty bourgeois world outlook which always threatens Marxist theory, and which deeply impregnates it today. The general form of this world outlook, economism, and its spiritual complement, ethical idealism. Economism and ethical idealism have constituted the basic opposition in the bourgeois world outlook since the origins of the bourgeoisie. The current philosophical form of this world outlook, neo-positivism, and its spiritual complement, existentialist phenomenological subjectivism. The variant peculiar to the human sciences, the ideology called structuralist 90. These words summarize Althusser's goals in his writings. Whatever his successes and failures in achieving these goals, Althusser has certainly contributed to re-establishing the centrality of the epistemological aspect of any specification of Marxist theory. He himself offers a particular specification of Marxist theory and makes explicit its epistemological aspect, by way of the two central concepts of overdetermination and contradiction. In Althusser's view, Marx did, and Marxist theory must, reject empiricism. Marxian theory affirms both definitions of and a relation between thinking and being, between thought concretes and the concrete real, that are radically different from the empiricist claim. Empiricists conceive of thinking as a realm separated or distanced from the realm of its given objects, the real. The gap separating these realms can be bridged, for empiricism, because the truth of reality is contained within the givens of experience contemplated by the mind. But what is given needs also to be adequately received. Empiricists understand thinking to aim at abstracting the truth of reality by means of a method adequate to the task. The empiricist's truth is, in the last analysis, singular, presumed to exist out there, in the real, and to be the identical goal of all theories, of all sciences, which are then properly ranked at any moment of history or over time according to their approximation to the singular goal they are all presumed to share. Such a reality serves to validate one knowledge against another by some notion of the correspondence or identity of the realm of concepts with objects existing in the other realm. Empiricists, for Althusser, close or bridge the gap between the two realms by the absolute declaration that all thinking, all sciences, all the various thought concretes, are finally unified in their aim to capture the singular truth of the given reality. Anyone questioning that unified aim is dismissed typically as perverse and or as anti-scientific, as someone absurdly proposing to cut thinking loose from its proper, singular goal and anchor. For empiricists, denial of the unified aim of all thought concretes amounts to advocacy of a chaos of disparate conceptions and to a relativist inability to choose or discriminate amongst them by an absolute standard. For empiricists, anyone espousing alternative epistemological standpoints is engaged in sacrifice of science and the facts to ideology and dogma. For empiricists, one index of the scientific progress of human history is the grounding of theory in science and facts and the refutation of ideology on that basis. Marxian theory's epistemological standpoint, in Althusser's view, is radically different from empiricism precisely in its rejection of the unified aim, that is, in its alternative, dialectical conception of thinking and being and their relation. Marxian theory holds that different conceptual frameworks share only one quality, namely they are all overdetermined by and participate in the overdetermination of all the economic, political, and cultural aspects of the social totality within which they occur. Their respective objects of analysis differ as do the respective conceptual apparatuses they elaborate in constructing their different knowledges of their different objects. Among the infinity of facts, each science's facts are always selected for scrutiny, gathered, and quite literally seen or observed in and through its conceptual framework. The facts per se can thus never provide any final criterion of truth between sciences, theories 91 etc. Each science's facts are thus selectively produced in and by the interaction between the conceptual framework defining that science and the social totality within which that framework occurs. Each science differentially conceptualizes its facts, its claim to truth and its history. The specification of an object of analysis as independent of its conceptual framework is, for Althusser, the sign of a non-Marxist approach to knowledge and society. The different conceptual frameworks also produce different understandings of one another, that is, of the existing set of thought concretes. For Althusser, Marxian theory has its concrete real and thus its conceptualization of the determinate differences among alternative sciences. Marxian theory knows, however, that its conception of being, of the social totality, is precisely its own. It declares no aim of unifying all the alternative conceptual frameworks. Point 92 For Althusser, the relation between thinking and being in Marxian theory is one of a mutual determination between part and whole, both equally real. The whole is primary, but the reciprocal lines of determination must also operate. The effort to specify the tension between whole and part that changes each works in the other, the dialectic of thought and being. This is Marxist theory's alternative to the empiricists striving to close the gap between thinking and reality by absolute declarations of unity in the aim to merge thought with the essence/truth of the given being. The discovery that a theory makes unacceptable epistemological, in this case empiricist, claims about the validity of its propositions does nothing for Marxist theory other than to underscore a basic difference between such an empiricist theory and Marxist theory. Since, for Marxist theory, each theory produces its own validity criteria along with its own testing procedures for its own propositions, it is no more possible for Marxist theory to dismiss an empiricist theory as false than it is possible to admit it as true. What Marxist theory can and must do, Althusser suggests, is simply to specify and affirm its difference in this case, as so far discussed, an epistemological difference from such an empiricist theory. Althusser argues that Marxist theory must investigate what consequences for the other propositions of such a theory may flow from its empiricist epistemological standpoint, in order for Marxist theory to specify further its difference from that theory. Althusser likewise rejects rationalist epistemology as fundamentally incompatible with Marxist theory. For Althusser, what is real is not identical with what is rational. Concepts are not and cannot be the essences of which reality is an expression, any more than concepts are or can be the phenomena of some essential reality. Like empiricism, rationalism involves the conception of a gap between the two realms of thinking and being needing to be closed or bridged. Rationalism performs this closure by conceiving that ideas are or express or capture the essence/truth of reality and that all theories are so many attempts to reach those ideas whose logic is that which governs reality. For the rationalist, in Althusser's view, since the independently existing object of thought is captured in thought, in its logic, then the truth of reality is found in this logic. Thus both rationalist and empiricist search for singular, independent truth. The former finds it in the internal logic of thought external to experience, the latter finds it in experience external and given to thought. Consequently, both share a common commitment to a singular truth, science and history. Also, both must eschew the notion of overdetermination, for the latter entails the refusal to evaluate differing claims to truth by some final criterion of logic or experience. Indeed, this very refusal appears to be dogmatic, if not dangerous, to those who are epistemologically committed to the different standpoint of a singular science and truth. For Althusser, what distinguishes Marx from the other sciences he contended with is in large part the epistemological break he made from them. As Althusser sees it, for Marx, concepts, theories, and the thought concretes are not connected to the concrete real as its essence or its truth. At the same time that concrete real and the various thought concretes cannot be conceived independently. In Althusser's formulations, the various thought concretes exist as both partial causes and effects of the Marxian theoretical notion of the concrete real. Neither thought concrete nor concrete real is conceived as the essence, origin, or determining subject vis-a-vis the other. Rather, each is an effect of the other in a particular way whose specification is the definition of Marxist epistemology or dialectical materialism. In one way, Althusser's rejection of empiricism and especially of rationalism contradicts charges that he adheres to what is widely called as structuralism, since he did not and indeed could not consistently hold that the structures of his theoretical formulation correspond to social reality. 93. Many of Althusser's critics fail to appreciate his rejection of both empiricism and rationalism, that is, his change of epistemological terrain, just as Althusser has charged them with failing to appreciate Marx's epistemological break. Such critics, when proceeding from an empiricist standpoint, can only read his attack upon empiricism as necessarily tantamount or equivalent to a rationalist position, to which they then counterpose their empiricism. E.P. Thompson's recent work proceeds in this way. 94 Ironically, and significantly, two other critics of Althusser, Barry Hindis and Paul Q. Hurst, while themselves outspokenly anti-empiricist and anti-rationalist, nonetheless can read Althusser's anti-empiricism as likewise equivalent to a rationalism, much as Thompson does. 95 All three of these critics have in common that they do not address the difference in epistemological terrain which Althusser occupies and believes Marxist theory to occupy. 96 Neither the empiricist nor the rationalist can tolerate a dialectical materialist position. Rationalists must reject any claim that, for example, political experience continually shapes and changes theory, because such experience is one determinant of the social process of producing theory. Specifically, the thesis of the social overdetermination of thinking, logic, and sciences is impossible for the rationalist. In the last analysis, rationalists conceive of logic and science as independent of experience in order to defend them as the ultimate source and standard of the truth of all experience. The empiricist joins in this holy defense of the truth, while simultaneously offering a different version of it. Empiricists must reject any claim that conceptual frameworks, say a Marxist standpoint, constitute experience. Rather, thinking aims to extract from the given experience, reality, its essential truth. Thought strives to conform to that inherent truth. In contrast, for Althusser's formulation of Marxism, no object experienced exists independent of thought, thought participates in the overdetermination of reality. Althusser states that knowledge is understood in Marxist theory as a process of production, in which concepts function as raw material, as means of production and as outputs. This process, thinking, is one among the many processes comprising the social totality. It is an effect of them all, the side of their interaction. It is constituted as a process by the particular interaction of all the other social processes. Those other processes observing, eating, working, voting, teaching, singing, etc. grouped for expository ease into economic, political, and cultural processes, are all participants in the constitution of the thinking process. In Althusser's version of Freud's initial usage, the thinking process is overdetermined by all the other social processes, as, indeed, is every other distinct social process in its turn. By the same token, the thinking process is itself one constituent of every other distinct social process. In exactly this sense, thinking and its conceptual elements always participate in the determination of each and every other social process. In this sense, then, concepts effect, are constituent processes of the social totality, that is, Marxist theory's concrete real. Moreover, it follows that neither that totality nor the particular process of knowledge can be collapsed into identities, for that would confuse the whole and its part. Similarly, making either the whole or its part the essence, and its contrary term a mere expression of that essence, would lose the interplay, the mutual affectivity, the overdetermination, that embodies, for Althusser, Marxist theory's most basic commitment to the universality of motion, process, and change. We may complete this overview of Althusser's specification of dialectical materialism as Marxist theory's epistemological standpoint by focusing upon his concept of contradiction. For him, it is the other side of overdetermination and hence equally as basic a component of Marxist theory's conceptual framework. Althusser's concept of contradiction emphasizes the necessary complexity of all contradictions as against notions which hold contradiction to be a matter of dualistic opposition. 97 Since each distinct social process is the site constituted by the interaction of all the other social processes, it contains within itself the very different and conflicting qualities, influences, moments, directions of all those other social processes that constitute it. In this sense, argues Althusser, Each social process is the site of the complex contradictoriness inseparable from its overdetermination. Each social process exists, for Althusser's Marxism, only as a particular, unique concentration of contradictions in its environment. As one of those social processes, thinking too contains its political, economic, and cultural contradictions which appear both as different, contradictory theories and as those inconsistencies which forever arise and provoke the knowledge process within each theory or conceptual framework. In Althusser's formulation, any object of analysis in Marxist theory is approached in terms of specifying its existence as the site of overdetermined contradictions and hence both its dynamic and its relations of complex mutual affectivity, with all other objects of Marxist theory. Althusser finds, then, that the thinking process is forever in motion, activated by the contradictions that define it. Thinking is thus forever changing as is every other social process, and for the same reasons. As each social process is changed, so its constituent role in all other processes changes. Changing thinking changes the social totality of which the thinking process is one part, a changed social totality in turn changes thinking, and so on. Dialectical materialism is this conception of the relation of thinking and the social totality, or being. Given his conception of dialectical materialism, Althusser understands each theory or science as a constituent part of the social totality, it is thus very real, a part of the concrete real. At the same time he understands each theory or science as constructing its own, particular, different knowledge of that concrete real. Its thought concrete is overdetermined by the social totality, in contradiction to other theories, and also exhibiting its own internal contradictions. This concept of dialectical materialism, Marxist theory's epistemological standpoint, is different from the terrain upon which empiricism and rationalism contend as epistemological standpoints. Marxist theory thus embodies, for Althusser, an epistemological break from the previous philosophic tradition in epistemology, and this break serves to provide one key differentiation of Marxist from non-Marxist theory. Marxist theory proceeds, for Althusser, from a revolutionary class theoretical position, or, alternatively phrased, with a class revolutionary project. 98 What this means is that Marxist theory has two basic objectives. The first is to produce a class knowledge of society, that is, to construct a kind of knowledge of the overdetermined and hence contradictory and changing social totality that focuses upon class. Thus, the attention of Marxist theory centers upon specifying the particular contradictions of class, how they are overdetermined by all the political, cultural, and economic aspects/processes of the social formation under analysis, and how in turn class contradictions affect all those other social aspects. The second objective is to change the class structure of its contemporary social formations. Marxist theory's particular truth and its particular objectives are mutually determining and distinguishing characteristics of that theory. Moreover, they set it in complex patterns of contention with various non-Marxist social theories. The latter are variously characterized by and affirm different objectives and truths. They must critically confront Marxist theory as it must critically confront them. Thus non-Marxist theorists whose epistemological standpoint affirms a unified aim of science to extract the truth of reality, seek to deny, on the most profound level, Marxist theory's claim to exist as one alternative theory among others. Such theorists can and do then differ over whether to dismiss Marxist theory altogether or to grant it a few scattered insights into one given reality. By contrast, Marxist theory sees such non-Marxist theories as serving socially to block, deflect, or alter its own class revolutionary project. Marxist theory's recognition of the variety of truths under theoretical construction in any social formation implies then no relativist indifference or inaction toward them. On the contrary, this recognition is Marxism's necessary precondition for an effective criticism of them and the achievement of theoretical hegemony over them. For Althusser, the theoretical hegemony of Marxist theory is a constituent aspect of the social hegemony of a changed class structure. Thus, what is perhaps Althusser's most important essay, The Object of Capital, is an attempt to show exactly how Marxist theory differs from classical economics and a variety of other theories in its basic conceptualization of its object, its knowledge construction. Point 99. Moreover, the essay is replete with arguments on the important social implications of this difference in object and in the associated concepts of time, causality, etc. Althusser's specification of dialectical materialism is summarized by him in the phrase process without a subject. Taken directly from Hegel, Althusser means this phrase to designate a mutually effective interplay between thinking and being in which neither is the subject, origin, or independent cause of the other. 100. Althusser also deploys the phrase process without a subject to define Marxist theory's concept of history. Using the same phrase pointedly underscores how Althusser seeks the linkage between Marxist theory's epistemological position and its concept of history. That concept begins from a notion not unlike Gramsci's concept of the ensemble of relations 101. Althusser develops it further to arrive at a definition of the social totality as a complex structure of entities variously referred to as processes, aspects, instances, levels, moments, and so forth. As we shall see, the vagueness that attends the absence of a clear and consistent choice among these terms of reference is an unacceptable but remediable absence. At this point, however, what matters is Althusser's understanding of this structure as one in which all the entities participate in the overdetermination of each, its contradictions and its dynamic. We read Althusser's very particular choice, definition, and development of the concept of overdetermination as the affirmation that non-economic instances or levels of society are just as determinant upon economic aspects as the latter participate in determining, or rather, overdetermining the former. Althusser rejects any essentialism within either dialectical or historical materialism. No one aspect or instance is the essence of any other. There is no subject of which the social totality is the predicate, no essence and no origin. History is rather seen as the ceaseless interplay or mutual affectivity of aspects or instances. It is a process without a subject. Althusser's notion of dialectical materialism rules out any essentialist concept of society as well as such a concept of knowledge. Althusser's usage of overdetermination, process without a subject, and so on has provoked a storm of controversy over his approach to human subjectivity and intersubjectivity. 102. He certainly does not and in fact cannot see them as passive, as merely socially determined without also being determining in their own right. Precisely because he conceptualizes them as aspects/processes of the social totality, they are both overdetermined by and participate in the overdetermination of all the economic, political, and cultural aspects of the social formation in which they occur. The relative autonomy of each human subject and of intersubjectivity refers in Althusser to their being understood as particular sites of the complex, contradictory interaction of social processes and as sites generating their own particular effects as well. This is consistent with the relative autonomy he accords to each constituent process of the social totality. We might paraphrase Althusser as follows: there are effective subjects and intersubjectivity generated in history but no subject of history. Althusser's formulation of Marxist theory around the key concepts of overdetermination and contradiction is also a criticism directed against theoretical humanism and economic determinism within the Marxian tradition. By humanism, Althusser means the view that human subjects are somehow, in some last instance, ultimate determinants or originators of social processes. We might restate Althusser's position by focusing upon the free will issue always closely linked to humanist formulations, namely, that humans have free will and the mental capacity to conceive and struggle with alternative courses of thought and action, that is, to make choices. The point of Althusser's argument is that the contradictions, constraints, and consequences shaping this mental capacity, this will and its reach are fully and endogenously overdetermined in and by the social formation in which they occur. For Althusser, economic determinism is simply an alternative essentialism to that of humanism. He sees the former as the view that economic instances or structures are the subject of history. 103. He rejects either essentialism as incompatible with Marxist theory just as he rejects the essentialism of empiricist and rationalist epistemologies. He sees a link between essentialist concepts of society and history, on the one hand, and essentialist epistemological standpoints, rationalism and empiricism, on the other. Having read Marxist theory as dialectical materialist and anti-essentialist in the manner here summarized, how does Althusser contribute to the traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism? At the level of epistemology, he unambiguously rejects the terrain of the debate. His specification of the unique difference of dialectical materialism, of Marxist theory's epistemological standpoint, implies the consequent rejection of any claims to validate the essentialism of the economic determinist tendency by appeals to the facts or to case histories. It implies as well the rejection of rationalist claims that Marx's theory captures the essence of social reality, an essence it then finds to be economic. Thus, Althusser's work shows a continuing strain of hostility toward economic determinist formulations, a hostility directed particularly toward the epistemological standpoints implicit in such formulations. However, despite Althusser's rejection of all forms of essentialism from his overdeterminationist position, a kind of last instance determinism appears often enough in his work to give sufficient fuel to some of his critics. His essays return repeatedly to the thorny issue of economic determinism in the last instance as a feature of specifically Marxist theory. In his 1962 essay on contradiction and overdetermination, his strong position on the anti-essentialism of Marxist theory leads him to the following important conclusion: from the first moment to the last, the lonely hour of the last instance never comes. 104. Here Althusser comes close to accompanying the epistemological basis of his rejection of the economic determinism debate with a direct attack upon economic determinism. Yet his 1974 essay, Is It Easy to Be a Marxist in Philosophy, despite his demonstration of the polemical purposes of Marx's statements, comes close to a reading which affirms a substantive commitment to last instance economic determinism. 105. We would argue, thus, that Althusser has at least not yet resolved the matter of economic determinism and its relation to the Marxist theoretical tradition. His contribution has been to show that the usual epistemological aspects of economic determinist positions, their empiricist or rationalist aspects, positions them outside Marxist theory, as do the parallel epistemological bases of the more or less anti-economic determinist tendencies within the traditional debate. However, freed of these epistemological aspects, a kind of economic determinist argument still survives, although faintly, in Althusser's formulation of Marxist theory. The clearest statement of this argument emerges in his conception of the overdetermined social totality as a structure of instances or aspects articulated in dominance, namely, the last instance dominance of the economic aspects over the non-economic. How such a formulation could possibly be reconciled with an anti-essentialist notion of Marxist theory remains an unanswered problem in Althusser's work. We shall return to and transform this problem in the concluding section of this chapter. It would be unfair to close this discussion of Althusser's work without noting the consistent hostility that characterizes his attitude toward economic determinist arguments as they are typically presented within the Marxian tradition. After all, overdetermination is a concept and a word aimed squarely against economic determinism and offered precisely as an alternative to it within Marxism. Notwithstanding Althusser's incomplete elaboration of the concept of overdetermination and evident uneasiness about it, it stands as an indispensable giant step away from economic determinism and other comparable essentialisms. Moreover, his specification of the unique epistemological standpoint of Marxist theory effectively pulls the rug from beneath the claims to validity of the overwhelming bulk of pro- and anti-economic determinist arguments comprising the economic determinist debate. Apparently Althusser cannot take that last step in extricating Marxist theory from that debate. He cannot see a way finally to let go of some sort of primacy for the economic in and for Marxist theory. So he both affirms that Marxist theory cannot and does not capture any economic or other essence of the concrete real, and yet also affirms that for Marxist theory the social totality is approached as a structure articulated in the dominance of the economic. However, more carefully and securely than any of his Marxist predecessors, upon whom he did depend, Althusser has provided the basis upon which to resolve the economic determinist debate. An initial resolution. Marxist theory is sharply distinguished from other theories or sciences by the combination of its dialectical materialist position and its concept of society. Marxist theory's specific difference cannot be reduced to either the matter of epistemological standpoint or the matter of the concept of society or to any subset of concepts. Since each theory, including Marxist theory, is a set of mutually constitutive, mutually overdetermined concepts, the differentiation between theories must finally concern the entirety of their respective knowledges. Thus, our focus upon epistemology and upon society, or rather, upon the concepts of knowledge and social totality, is to be understood as a focus upon two selected indices of the differences between Marxist and non-Marxist theories. The choice of these as opposed to other possible indices simply shows our indebtedness to the path-breaking work of Althusser in re-establishing the specific difference of Marxist theory around these two particular concepts. As we understand it, then, Marxist theory holds that all theories, including itself, are overdetermined discursive formations of concepts. Marxist theory holds further that all theories produce distinct knowledges of the social totality in which they exist and by which they are overdetermined. Some of these theories produce essentialist knowledges, assigning to some social aspect the role of origin, cause, or subject of the other aspects. Marxist theory is, by contrast, non-essentialist or anti-essentialist. It recognizes no aspect as the essence of another, no origin, no subject. Society is a process without a subject, an overdetermined totality of mutually effective, mutually constitutive social processes that are so many aspects of the totality. Marxist theory, while definitely anti-essentialist, does deploy a particular manner of constructing its knowledge of the social totality. It is motivated by, focused upon, and aims at, an ever deeper knowledge of a selected subset among the many aspects of the social totality. These are economic aspects and, in particular, the class processes and their interrelations within the social totality. The particular, unique concepts of class in Marxian theory operate as the entry point, guiding thread, and object of the knowledge produced in and by Marxist theory. This knowledge aims to specify both how the class relations it designates as its objects are overdetermined by the non-class aspects of the social totality and how those class relations participate in the overdetermination of those non-class aspects. This knowledge aims, by means of just this specification, to determine the contradictions in those class relations and the dynamic motion that those contradictions produce. Thus, Marxist theory embodies a particular way of thinking about society, history, and the process of thinking itself, dialectically materialist, anti-essentialist, and with class as its conceptual entry and goal point. Every aspect of a social totality, political and cultural no less than economic, is a proper object of Marxist theory, but an object conceived and thought through in a unique manner. This uniqueness is exemplified by its fundamental commitment to its concepts of overdetermination, contradiction, and class. Marxist theory asks of every non-class aspect of a social totality, how does that aspect participate in the overdetermination of the class aspect, to which contradictions within the class aspect does it contribute, what is its relation to the class dynamics of the social totality? This way of thinking the social totality is part of what sharply differentiates Marxist from non-Marxist theory. Our formulation of Marxist theory around some basic indices of its specific difference from non-Marxist theories leads us to certain conclusions regarding the long economic determinist debate within the Marxian tradition. First, that debate occurred upon a non-Marxist epistemological terrain which was already questioned by Marx, struggled over by leading Marxists, and finally critically displaced by Althusser. Second, the latter's specification and re-establishment of the centrality of dialectical materialism not only undermined the epistemological terrain of the debate, it also raised further questions about the essentialism practiced by its participants on both sides. And third, rejecting the essentialism and non-Marxist epistemological standpoints that have characterized the debate does not at all dissolve Marxist theory or its distinctive contributions. Our initial resolution to that debate begins, then, on the basis of the displacement of its epistemological terrain, that is, on the basis of a different concept of Marxian theory itself than that supported by most of the debaters. We have broken with the notion that Marxian theory either needs or can countenance any commitment to economic determination in the last instance. Marxian theory's emphasis on economics is, in our view, a matter of its particular focus in approaching the social totality, that is, in constructing its particular knowledge of that totality. That focus is the specification of the relationship between the structure and dynamic of the class process and all the other processes that comprise the overdetermined social totality. In Marxist theory, its concept of class becomes the conceptual tool to make sense of this infinity of social processes. Using the abstract concepts of class and overdetermination, a class knowledge is produced, a particular specification of the social totality. Building from these two concepts, Marxist theory produces a class knowledge of social being in which each human subject has one or more class positions. These positions, occupied by human beings, are constituted by all the non-class processes of the social totality. The goal is to specify exactly how and with what consequences the contradictions and dynamic of these class positions are overdetermined. The result of this theoretical production is then a picture of being that pinpoints the particular forms of mutually overdetermining class and non-class social processes that together constitute society. The initial resolution offered here distinguishes between that produced picture and the conceptual tools necessary to produce it. Class has a particular theoretical location of primacy in the latter, but not in the former. The traditional Marxist debate over economic determinism has confused the two. But to confuse the two is to embrace a non-Marxist epistemology and open the door once again to essentialism. However, if class has this unique role to play in the logic of the theory, then does it form some sort of essence? Has a form of essentialism slipped back in by making class a key concept from and with which a knowledge of society is produced? The answer must be no, because the commitment to overdetermination makes the attribution of essentiality impossible to any aspect of the social totality. Moreover, the centrality of class in the uniquely Marxian theoretical approach to social analysis is itself understood as overdetermined. Marxist theory's concept of class is itself undergoing the processes of change implied by its status as overdetermined by both other concepts and all the non-conceptual aspects of the social totality. Marxist theory as we understand it is a ceaseless process of posing and transforming its particular concepts in its particular way. Each and every Marxist elaboration of its abstract concepts of class and overdetermination toward more concrete, that is, more determinate, specifications of particular social formations, is understood to react back upon and change those abstract concepts themselves. Marxist theory recognizes no essence either in society or in itself. Class then is one process among the many different processes of life chosen by Marxists to be their position so as to make a particular sense of this life and a particular change in this life. This particular position, this choice, is understood to be overdetermined by both class and non-class aspects of social life. No choice is determined by only theoretical or only cultural, political, or economic aspects of social life. The initial resolution offered here provides the basis for a class analysis of this overdetermined choice itself. For us, then, Marxist theory rejects both the conventional pro- and anti-economic determinist positions in the traditional debate in favor of an altogether different formulation of both the object and the theory and its method of analyzing this object. Our resolution of the debate consists in showing that it poses a question of essential determination that has no place in what we understand as Marxist theory, although it may within alternative theories. Thus, our initial resolution implies that instead of continuing the unsettled and unsettling economic determinism debate, the task for Marxian theory is to disengage from it critically and to renew Marxist social analyses on a different theoretical basis. This chapter is intended to contribute toward that disengagement and renewal. 2. Rethinking complexity in economic theory. The challenge of overdetermination. Suppose the following kind of representation of complexity: any entity, for example, a human subject, a social institution, a body of knowledge, a particle in space, or a word in a sentence is understood to be the combined result, quite literally the site, of diverse effects emanating from all other entities. This notion of an entity's existence or causation, called overdetermination, is radically different from that which informs much of human knowledge inside and outside the tradition of economics. One, it carries profound epistemological implications for the status of our claims about the world as well as ontological consequences for how we conceive of change and development in the world. In many ways, overdetermination is an insidious idea, one that undermines the foundationalist theories of causation long dominant in philosophy, discourse theory, the natural sciences generally, biology, particle physics, Marxism, and non-Marxian economics, among other fields. Like other convention-disrupting ideas, overdetermination carries a cost that many otherwise willing adherents may not want to pay, once they see how far it extends, accepting relativism, uncertainty, chaos, and radicalism. The notion of overdetermination entails rejecting singular truth for multiple, irreducibly different truths, determination for determinations, certainty for uncertainty, necessity for contingency, order for disorder, and conservatism for deep change. It is a completely anti-essentialist theory. There are no essential causes or dimensions of being. There is no escape from this conclusion. Conceiving existence and causation. Because so much seems to follow from overdetermination, let us carefully set out this kind of representation, using as our illustrative example the causation of a human subject. This seems an appropriate choice because of the central importance placed on how one conceives of the human subject in social theory, including, of course, economic theory. Any particular human being is here understood to be the locus of qualitatively distinct influences produced by an immense array of other people and objects in that person's environment. These different influences quite literally constitute that individual as the site of their combined effects. The fusion of these effects creates something entirely new and different from each and every one of them, the unique complexity called a particular human subject, and that subject's social and natural behavior, that is, his or her particular evolutionary path. Indeed, overdetermination implies that every object, constituted as the site of endlessly diverse influences emanating from all other objects, is correspondingly pushed and pulled in endlessly diverse ways and directions and is therefore endlessly changing. Overdetermination thus means that all objects are conceived to exist in change. To underscore this point, we refer to all possible objects of an overdeterminist analysis as processes, rather than objects. The being is becoming notion is thus woven into the basic contours of overdeterminist economic analysis. Dividing, for analytical purposes, all processes in the world into four broad categories, we may say that any individual's existence and, hence, behavior, is produced by the influences upon her or him that emanate from economic processes, political processes, cultural processes, and natural processes. The three different sets of social processes and the set of natural processes combine to give birth to the human subject, to any I. They complexly constitute the behavior of that particular individual as a unique physical and mental body. It follows from such a conception that no subject could be considered a product only of his/her genes or of economic or political or cultural influences alone. Such a reductive search for an ultimately determining cause of life and its evolution is not sensible from an overdeterminist perspective. Point 2. Logically, what is true for any one subject is true for all. Point 3. In addition, overdetermination means that each and thus all of these determining processes are themselves the complex sites of overdeterminations. Hence, for any particular process to exist, for example, the process of commodity exchange, it too requires that all of its concrete social and natural conditions be in place, all of those other economic, political, cultural, and natural processes whose combined force creates the process of trade in produced wealth. Point 4. Taken together, human subjects and the processes in which they participate are caught in this swirl of interacting influences. It follows that no individual or process can exist alone, for each must exist in interactive, constitutive relationships with that which it is not, its Hegelian other, all the other processes in the socio-natural totality. Accordingly, Autonomous individuals or processes or those clusters of specific processes designated as institutions, whether the latter take the form of households, enterprises, or states, cannot exist. In contrast, autonomy for such entities can and does exist in and for those different theoretical perspectives that presume that autonomy. This rejection of independence among social and natural processes means that it is not possible to rank determinations in regard to their qualitative or quantitative importance. Put simply, one cannot affirm a notion of overdetermination and simultaneously hold on to some kind of last instance economic or non-economic determinism. 5 Logically, these are inconsistent positions. The ordering of influences, some ranked as more or less important than others, depends on an a priori assumption, the independence of entities to be ordered. Once independence is asserted, then one has the necessary basis to ascertain which entity comes first, which comes second, and so on, or, possibly, to see that they are equally important. In contrast, because overdetermination means that each of these considered entities, whether human subject, social or natural process, or institution, only exists in a constitutive relationship to that which is outside of it, there can be no independence of entities one from another. Thus, this different prior assumption, one of mutual constitution or dependence, rules out the basis for any kind of ranking of effectivities. What can be affirmed, however, is that process A produces its particular effectivity on all others, but that its effectivity is always relative to the constitution of process A itself, for it is that precise constitution that creates the unique effectivity of process A. This reasoning returns us to our initial premise: the influence of any entity on the others is irrevocably caught up in this web of interacting influences. In this sense of a complete and total mutual interaction among all entities, each becomes, via its constituent role on the others, a partial cause of its own being. Each entity is both a cause and an effect of every entity. 6. The concept of overdetermination thus negates and rejects the two classical ways of conceiving of social order, the two classical ontologies of social science. On the one hand, it stands as the alternative to humanism with its given or predetermined human agents, the historic and current basis of most microeconomic theorizing. On the other hand, overdetermination stands as well against structuralism with its given or predetermined laws, rules, and propensities, the basis of so much of macroeconomic theorizing. 7. From this standpoint, both Marxian and non-Marxian searches for ultimately determinant causes of economic life are as logically inappropriate as are physicists' searches for a final, determining particle, or literary theorists' searches for the ultimate meanings of texts, or philosophers' quests for a singular truth or analytical rule of falsification. 8. As standing against traditional Marxian theory, we cannot accept the special status assigned to some particular economic process, whether forces or relations of production, as the final, governing cause of societal behavior. Similarly, we cannot accept neoclassical theory's parallel assignation of such status to indifference curves or endowments. And the same applies to Keynesian theory's assignment of determinants to aggregate psychological propensities to consume or hold money. From an overdeterminist perspective, each of these designated determinants is a complexity, a side of distinctly different influences, and, as such, is determined in unique ways by each of all the other entities, at the same time as it partly constitutes each of them. Dialectics, change, and evolution. The term overdetermination embodies a particular interpretation of the concept of dialectics. This may be shown by returning briefly to the overdetermination of our human subject. Now, however, let us reverse the logic by stripping away, one by one, the various determinations that combine to produce the subject. In this manner, we eventually would be left with a sight that is lifeless and empty, for we have abstracted from the very conditions of its existence. Let us now proceed in the other direction. To the empty side of the human subject, we add successive determinations, starting, for example, with that emanating from an economic process of wealth production. We might then consider various other determinations stemming, for example, from a class process of surplus labor production, a political process of being relatively powerless on the job, a natural process of chemical and biological transformations, and a cultural process of making sense of all of these other processes. Making use of Hegelian imagery, we conclude that it is these diverse economic, political, natural, and cultural determinations that have transformed our individual from an autonomous entity into one that is now socialized. As each of these social and natural determinations adds its unique dimension, the subject successively becomes transformed, changed from what it was, to what it is, to what it shall be. 9 At any moment, the subject, as the site of the determinations, is propelled in different directions. For example, the momentum of the above political process may push the subject to perform the work ordered, while the impact of that cultural process may make that subject conscious of involvement in an exploitative class process, and thus not anxious to work at all. As their combined site, the individual is pushed in different directions at the same moment, to work and not to work. His or her behavior is deeply contradictory. The addition of all the other determinations from all the other processes of a socio-natural totality adds all the more to the multiple, diverse contradictions that comprise any human subject. Change in this subject, as we noted above, is the expression or result of these contradictions. Since each subject changes, its influence on all other entities changes, this changes them and their influences back upon the subject, and so on. Existing in contradiction or ceaseless change becomes an apt way to describe this condition, for it captures nicely how these different determinations propel any subject in contrary behavioral directions at any one moment. Evolution, the complex movement of behavior, becomes then a product of any subject's unique set of overdetermined contradictions. 10. To conclude, human subjects and, by logical extension, processes and institutions exist in contradiction, in change, for their origin as contradictory sites means that they always are becoming that which they are not. An overdetermined, contradictory existence implies that the resulting changes are never reducible to any subset of the constituent overdeterminants of that existence. It also implies an evolution that is inevitably jumpy, non-smooth, and generally deeply uneven in character. 11 From this overdeterminist perspective, then, it is never surprising to discover radically new entities emerging, for that is precisely the state in which all entities exist. Operationalizing overdetermination. As an ontological perspective, overdetermination poses an immediate problem. How is analysis to proceed when every possible object for it is constitutively connected to every other? How can anything be explained? How, in short, can we operationalize the notion of overdetermination in the sense of making it a workable ontological presupposition of theoretical and empirical investigations? The solution we have found to this problem is to extend the reach of overdetermination, to make it epistemological as well as ontological. That is, an overdeterminist concept of thought as a process yields a consistent and workable way to do social and economic analysis on the basis of an overdeterminist ontology. As we propose to show, it offers a way to do analyses of complexities without ignoring or reducing them to one simplicity or another. Since any subject's thinking can only exist in relation to that subject's sensory experience, neither can exist independent of the other. Parallel to all other entities, they constitute one another. Thus, different ways of thinking influence sensory experiences in correspondingly different ways. We all see, in part, what our theoretical commitments point us toward, while theorizing is also shaped, in part, by observations. But neither is the determinant, alone, of the other, both are overdetermined. Hence neither sensory datum nor thought can serve alone as an independent, final, absolute standard or foundation to determine the truth of its other. Yet the conventionally dominant epistemologies are all absolutist and determinist in just these ways: empiricism, rationalism, and positivism. They all presume thought and being to be independent and then argue over which determines the other and which provides the truth of the other. Their truth is always singular, the adequate or best possible explanation of how any object of thought actually exists. 12. An overdeterminist approach must reject these determinist epistemologies and the singular, absolute truth they all aim to establish. Quite parallel to the ontological conclusion of the relative, but never absolute, affectivity of a subject or process, this overdeterminist epistemology implies relative truths. Truth claims are irrevocably relative to the differing theories and sensory experiences that produce them. There can be no inter-theoretic truth, for without the prior assumption of a dichotomy between thought and reality, there is no way to establish it. All we ever can have are differing and contending truth claims within different theoretical representations of the world, each of which is bound up in a diverse array of social and natural affectivities that overdetermine it. Whatever entity exists in the world does so in part because we have, via our sense and our reason, posited it there. Facts are overdetermined in part by us, we are active constituents, not merely passive observers, of them. Point 13. We may now answer the question invariably put to epistemological positions such as ours, often labeled relativist or idealist, as if these were precise designations and or sufficient grounds for dismissal. First, the question, if one accepts this overdeterminist notion of causation and complexity, then how, at least on this earth, could any theorist make sense of anything at any time? To explain anything seems to require explaining everything, thus, the impossibility of the latter renders all particular explanatory efforts absurd in principle. Our answer is that any analyst picks one or more of the aforementioned processes out of the totality of all processes, and from that choice begins to unravel the totality, to construct thereby a meaning or understanding of that totality. We have called such choices conceptual entry points into analysis. Point 14. They represent any analyst's specifically focused theoretical intervention to bring a correspondingly specific kind of order to the infinity of complexly interacting processes comprising the totality of socio-natural life. Entry points imply ordering by impelling any theorist initially to divide that life into two sets of processes, the entry point and all others. Once accomplished, all other processes may be theorized from the perspective, the standpoint, of those chosen as entry points. This ordering of the complexity remains, however, a theoretical act performed by each analyst. Analysts differ not only in terms of which social and natural processes they single out as their respective entry point, but also in terms of how they connect their entry point processes to all the others that comprise the complex objects of their analyses. Overdetermination implies that the world of theory is a world of difference, differently socialized schools of analysis constructing different understandings that influence and contest with one another. No one theory says or captures it all, none analyzes best, none ever has. Theories are ways in which humans interact with their world, in that they are like different modes of dress, prayer, dancing, and speaking. We can be, and surely are, as passionately committed to some, and opposed to other, modes of thinking as we are to alternative modes of most other human activities. Theorizing in one particular way needs no more justification that it grasps the absolutely right way to do it than one way of dancing or praying or speaking does. An overdeterminist epistemology recognizes difference among theories in this sense. It accepts that each theory is one glimpse, unavoidably partial and open-ended, into the ceaselessly changing complexities that are its objects. Instead of reducing the complexities into simplicities by collapsing the complexity into the effect of one particular set of entry points, an overdeterminist epistemology enables the partiality of each theory to proceed and interact with alternative partialities via mutually critical comparisons and contrasts rather than by dismissals and condemnations premised upon absolutist criteria of some singular truth and protocols of falsification. Once chosen, the entry points tend to become more than merely a partial beginning to theorizing about the world. Psychologically, they become for many of us valued and special friends, personal guides to untangling that web of interconnectedness, difference, and alienation constituting and haunting our lives. We know who these friends are in economics, preferences, endowments, and the production function in neoclassical theory, aggregate psychological propensities, uncertainty, and the power of trade unions to bargain for money wages in Keynesian theory, the production and appropriation of surplus labor in Marxian theory, technology and the wage rate in neo-Ricardian theory, and corporate or state power in institutional theory. Moreover, composites of these, as well as new theories, continually appear, heralding the birth of still new economic theories. Yet, in contrast to overdeterminist epistemology, in conventional, determinist epistemologies, a bizarre and magical event often occurs in the use of a particular set of entry points to construct a social analysis. That which was merely a personal choice and bias, a friend or guide that momentarily transformed disorder into order for the analyst, becomes instead an absolute, a God. The chosen entry point no longer only points the way to one understanding of the world, it also becomes essentialized, transformed into the ultimate, final cause and truth of that world. The infinity of other processes now become merely effects caused by the chosen entry points, while the latter approximate ever more to the status of pure origins. Consequently, one forgets how socially contrived is the entry point choice of one subset out of an infinity of socio-natural processes. One forgets that this particular choice, just like all choices, is itself an overdetermined site, constituted by a diverse totality of social and natural determinations. One forgets how different groups within societies make different entry point choices and thereby construct different theories, meanings, or understandings of social life. This lapse of memory is expressed by absolutist assertions that one's entry points are valid for everyone, that they are the only way to understand what is really happening. The corollary is that other people's overdetermined entry points and analyses are absolutely wrong rather than relatively different. However, invariably something quite discomforting challenges those who have essentialized their entry points in this way. Critics appear who argue that what some affirm to be the ultimate causes of behavior are not that at all. In economics, for example, there have been the critical claims that preferences are constituted by prices and incomes, that the value of capital is constituted by the income distribution, that class exploitation is constituted by consciousness, that value is constituted by price, that power is constituted by class exploitation, and so forth, in an endless questioning and critique of those entry point processes that essentialists have endowed with the status of being absolute origins. In reaction to such criticisms, the essentialists may take a defensive step backward, giving fulsome lip service to the idea of endogeneity. Of course, they say, their entry point is not an essence, obviously the effects of other processes constitute it. Yet, more often than not, these turn out to be empty words used to defend an impossible position. For example, in economics, the essentialist role of the entry point may well be dropped, when the prose half of the story is told, but when the modeling begins, the essence looms every bit as causally powerful as ever. Point 15. To fully embrace endogeneity, the complexities of the evolving socio-natural totality, means precisely the ontological and epistemological commitment to overdetermination argued above. We will attempt to demonstrate this vis-a-vis economic theories below. Overdetermination and economics. Any event in economics, chosen for analytical scrutiny, presents an age-old analytical problem. Even cursory examination reveals an immense diversity of occurrences preceding the event in question, a different but comparably immense diversity of succeeding events, and finally an immense array of other events occurring at about the same time in the surrounding social and natural totality. Depending upon how each analyst connects the chosen event to the others that precede, coexist with, or follow it, distinctive notions of the evolution of events emerge. Each analyst, in constructing his or her particular evolution, is deciding, implicitly or explicitly, self-consciously or otherwise, how to cope with these immense diversities, this overwhelming and daunting complexity. The prevalent mode of coping in economics has long been determinist reasoning. This amounts to procedures for dissolving complexity into simplicity, for excavating some basic simplicity presumed to underlie and hence determine the apparent complexity. In the various forms of determinist reasoning, certain key factors are argued to be self-evident or logically necessary or empirically found via some presumably reliable investigatory protocol. Research and exposition then focus on tracing out the lines and mechanisms of determination flowing from the key factors to determined effects. The twin results of such procedures are, in economic theory, abstract models of the relationships among the key factors, and, in economic analysis, empirically elaborated refinements and demonstrations of the predictive powers of the models. The maximum simplicity and explanatory power of the models and demonstrations are presumed to be the twin goals of all analysts' research into complexity. The greater the simplicity and predictive power, the closer economics has approximated the truth of the actual economic evolution in which the event participates. In contrast, our alternative mode of coping with complexity begins by refusing to reduce it to any simplicity. The results of proceeding in an overdeterminist manner are the following: a radically different analytical accommodation to complexity, different economic theories with different policy implications, and a different concept of economic evolution. What follows is a brief sketch of some of these differences. Point 16. In neoclassical theories, determinist reasoning has been exhaustively elaborated across the 20th century. The causative essences have been condensed down to individual preferences and rationality, endowments, and technologies. All economic events at the micro and macro levels have been reduced to effects of those essences. Point 17. Models display the mechanisms of determination. Applied work endlessly refines the models and displays their predictive powers. Point 18. The entire enterprise is justified and legitimate as building the discipline of economics on its proper political and moral foundations, a humanism in which the sovereignty and liberty of the individual govern all else in society. Economic evolution is then the grand narrative of the human discovery of how the trinity of free markets, private property, and capitalist enterprises maximize economic well-being for all. Yet, some neoclassical economists have known and expressed reservations about constructing too complete and closed a determinist theoretical edifice on this individualist foundation. Thus, the Walrasian auctioneer, while indispensable to the neoclassical edifice, cannot quite be reduced to preferences, endowments, and technology. Point 19. Is the auctioneer then a necessary and irreducible social structure or institution? Then there are those more or less neoclassical economists who stress questions such as the following: do bounded rationality and uncertainty guarantee that institutions such as particular kinds of firms, markets, and trade unions exist more or less independently alongside individuals? 20. Do such institutions explain and determine structural propensities to consume and invest? Do institutions and structural propensities then become co-determinants alongside individuals of all economic events, or may they be determinants of the individuals themselves? And what then determines the institutions? Is it back to determination in the last instance by the individual agents, as seems to be the prevalent trend in the new institutional economics? 21. Or may institutions as well as individual agents shape institutions? Where and why do we stop in this reduction of the tracing out of determinants of determinants of determinants? In short, how should economics cope with the full extent of endogeneity? Institutional economists, Keynesians, Neo-Ricardians, and Marxists, the others of modern economics, have variously and continuously plagued neoclassicals by insisting upon the economic effectivities of social structures and institutions separate from and/or determinant of individuals. Economic evolution here becomes the grand narrative of institutions arising, changing, and dying, and thereby periodizing human history by their distinguishing characteristics. Yet some structuralists have also recognized the limits upon their structuralisms. How are they to explain the existence and changes in the structures whose economic effectivities they stress? How are they to take account of the effectivities of individuals upon structures? Among both humanists and structuralists of all stripes, some reacted to the limits they recognized in their positions by espousing some sort of endogeneity assumptions connecting individuals and structures or institutions. That is, they affirmed some causal effectivity upon the economy of both individuals and institutions and some mutual effectivity upon one another. Individuals shape institutions while, and as well as, being shaped by them. In playing by the rules of the game, players and games change each other, each is a function of the other. Yet those relative few among the humanist neoclassicals and structuralist others who did recognize the limitations of their respective determinism still lacked any theoretical strategy to synthesize and go beyond the two perspectives in a way that might overcome the one-sidedness of each. They did not deploy the notions of dialectic inherited from Hegel and Marx to outgrow determinist reasoning as such. They either do not know or cannot utilize the fruits of the last 50 years of discussions, debates, and developments in dialectical reasoning, one of whose products is the notion of overdetermination, sketched above. Point 22. Some of its other products are the new dialectical biology, the psychological decentering of the subject, dialectical discourse theory, deconstructive literary and philosophic theory, and the various tendencies of the diffuse movement known as postmodernism. In this light, we may consider the economists Bowles and Gintis the latest to proclaim a new synthesis of neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marxian economics that they believe surpasses them all. Distancing their post-Walrasian synthesis from both the structuralists and the humanists, they aim to jointly deploy both perspectives rather than opt for one by methodological fiat. However, what they do is to oscillate from one determinism to the other, now privileging structure, now individuals. They justify their deterministic privileging of individuals on two grounds: it is merely a descriptive statement about virtually all economic systems, and it is a normative commitment guiding democratic theory. Whatever else one might say about this approach, it does not overcome the determinism of both humanism and structuralism. It recognizes, but cannot overcome, their one-sidedness. Instead, Bowles and Gintis simply combine humanism and structuralism additively and according to their particular, idiosyncratic definitions of democracy and their equally particular descriptions of something they see as common to all economic systems. Thus Gintis has most recently denounced structuralism because individuals are autonomous and act strategically. He concludes that a game-theoretic model is perfectly constructed to handle this insight and draw out its macro-social implications. Game theory has been rediscovered and refitted by a sizable group of economists of very diverse persuasions to enable analyst and analysis to oscillate from individualism to structuralism as the mood suits. Notwithstanding lip service paid to the notion that individuals and rules change one another, the actual analysis of Bowles and Gintis remains trapped within the oscillating either/or of humanism and structuralism. That the rules of the economics game entail taking one or the other position or combinations of both is not a rule that these autonomous individuals recognize or challenge or change in their work. Their post-Walrasian political economy pastes the humanist determinism of the first term together with the structuralism associated with political economy. It does not surpass either of them. Instead, common to both radical and non-radical endeavors to overcome the determinism presented by one or the other logics, there is a tendency to combine both within the same discourse. Point 23. In simplest terms, Bowles and Gintis and others who theorize that neither structures nor individuals should be reduced to mere effects of the other, nonetheless recoil at the immense vista of interactions and transformations that such theorizing opens up. They hesitate and turn away from the Pandora's box of possibilities when determinisms per se are rejected, when economic complexities cannot be reduced to individuals, structures, or games. Thus, they neither inquire about nor theoretically accommodate the possibility that individuals transform one another in continuous, countless ways in and by market exchanges as well as in and by the myriad other processes of interaction in which they engage. They do not acknowledge, let alone integrate, the comparable transformations among interacting structures and institutions. Most importantly, they remain unaware of the progress in dialectical reasoning that suggests the need to disaggregate analysis below the macro levels of both individual and structure to a micro foundation they never imagined: processes. They could not or would not question the theoretical rules of the game that limit play to oscillations between individualism and structuralism. Thus their individuals are all-centered selves, theorized as though there had not been 50 years of Freud, Lacan, and a multidisciplinary postmodernist deconstruction of such simplistic aggregates into their overdetermined, contradictory, and ever-changing constituent processes. Likewise, their institutions are comparably centered, aggregates that act as singular entities rather than unstable clusters of very different and contradictory social processes. Overdetermination and consumer sovereignty. Let us consider consumer sovereignty, an idea central to neoclassical thought. Recall how this theory structures its discourse: For any given resource endowment and technology, the economic behavior of each individual, and, a fortiori, the aggregation of them all, is constructed on the basis of certain axioms of choice, typically represented by a set of indifference curves. These contours of human choice are taken to be rooted in human nature. Hence, given the technical side of the economy, society's production and distribution of wealth become the phenomenal expression of this underlying human essence. In this context, sovereignty means that this foundational characteristic of human nature rules production and distribution, while it remains forever immune from the impact of that which it determines. Suppose we begin to deconstruct this predetermined human nature with its gene or God-given axioms of choice. Instead, we replace it with our overdetermined notion of a human being. What would this change imply for this key notion of consumer sovereignty? It disappears. Each individual agent and each socially contrived institution become active participants in the determination of the nature of all agents and institutions. In this regard, the very existence of each individual's indifference map, including the shape of the involved contours, becomes constituted by diverse effects stemming from all social and natural processes. In other words, each individual map is overdetermined by the clusters of such processes that comprise the different institutional forms: individual, corporation, state, church, household, etc. in society. There are profoundly unsettling consequences for neoclassical theory in admitting that the economic processes of exchange and production, occurring respectively between and within such institutions, participate in determining the preferences of each individual in society. For example, the value and quantity of wealth in a society can then no longer be conceived as merely the epiphenomena of such preferences. Hence human nature, and its inherent characteristic of choice, is no longer sovereign over, and thus immune from, these and still other economic and social processes occurring in society. Consider briefly a concrete illustration of this overdeterminist view. For savers and workers, their preferences, respectively, for present and future consumption and for leisure and real income would depend upon, among other things, their own and others' received income, wealth, class position, power wielded, conscious and unconscious thoughts. Further, each one of these overdeterminants of preferences is itself understood to be a site of influences emanating from all the others and also from the set of preferences themselves. From this perspective, it becomes impossible to discover an ultimate origin for the determination of prices and individuals' incomes, for the real costs of labor, power and capital, partly shaped by these preferences, themselves help to determine such determining preferences. This recognition of human preferences as a complex side of social forces actually has had a long tradition in the history of economic thought. At the turn of the 19th century, Veblen offered a notion of a socialized individual, one whose preferences were interconnected to those of his or her neighbors at home and partners at work. Almost 4 decades later, Dobb argued that individuals' preferences were shaped by the production relations into which they entered. More recently, Galbraith analyzed the citizens of a modern industrial society as molded by the culture of advertising, produced in and by giant corporations and financed by their distributions from profits. Their writings enable an understanding of how types and prices of commodities help to create who we are in society, including our own and others' conceptions of our relative status and standing in life, and, hence, our preferences for wealth, work, and capital to help secure our relative standing in society. These writings recognize how class positions help to determine what we think consciously and unconsciously of ourselves, both as individuals and as social beings, what level and kind of consumption we perceive to be necessary for our social survival, which trade-offs we can conceive and how willing we are to trade off one thing for another. We confront a relationship. Individual preferences variously create, transform, and destroy the institutions of modern society, even as those institutions exert parallel influences over our preferences for one particular kind of good or resource over another. This notion of overdetermined agents presents a major problem for those social theorists who at one and the same time want to claim a kind of postmodern notion of decentrate agents, while holding on to the different and contending modernist assumption of autonomously determined indifference curves in mathematical models supposed to represent agent behaviors. A rejection of consumer sovereignty seems to be the rule in such theorists' prose, but its acceptance is the rule in their mathematical models. To explore this inconsistency for a moment, consider the existence of any individual set of indifference curves, if indeed one has abstracted from their constituent overdeterminants in posing any kind of behavior model. What remains is a set of preferences totally empty of content, for one would have abstracted from their very conditions of existence, from the diverse determinants of whatever they are. And without the latter, they have no content or meaning whatsoever. Such theorists are faced with a conundrum: either such conditions do matter to the human condition, in which case no model can be specified that treats preferences as autonomously determined, or such conditions do not matter, in which case the entire edifice of microeconomic theory, as it currently exists, rests on an empty idea, that is, one that is without content from the perspective of overdetermination. If the latter proves to be as persuasive an idea in economics as it has in other fields, then the theoretical research agenda would be set: the specification of a new kind of complexity for the human agent in economic reasoning. Conclusion: the evolutionary paths of economic change resulting from humanist, structuralist, or combinatory determinisms display a coherency of which their authors are proud. 24 This coherency consists of an ordering that is, a stark simplification of the manifold complexity of economic events accomplished by organizing them around the particular determinist schemes the theorists variously champion. The alternative, an overdeterminist notion of complexity and evolution, refuses the coherency of reducing, via determinism, the complex to the simple. Instead, evolution is seen as the utterly open-ended, endless play of contradiction and change among social processes generating and generated by individuals, groups, structures, and institutions. 25 No ordering exists within all this. Ordering is rather a theoretical act performed upon a complexity as an intervention designed to add yet another determination to that complexity, hopefully to move it this way instead of that. Theorists can never be anything but partial in their orderings. All they can do, all that they ever have done, is to focus their minds upon tiny portions of complex realities and construct partial glimpses into a few of the interconnections within those portions, connections changing during and partly because of their constructions. No megalomania need or should attach to these glimpses; they are not godlike truths about what is really going on out there. Yet they are noble, powerful human acts in their own right. Theories are one of the ways in which human beings act in and upon their worlds, changing them, which has always been their purpose, their achievement, and all the justification they need. Overdetermination implies that economic evolution is an agonistic field, one arena of theory alongside all the others. Economic complexity or evolution is above all a site about whose every dimension there are alternative, contesting theories that struggle for attention and adherence. The contesting theories counterpose their partial glimpses at fleeting aspects of social change. The theories are simply forms in which thinking people appropriate and transform the world in directions they deem desirable. Thus, determinists advance their goals and values by locating a reductive order in economic evolution. This order proceeds from what they take to be an ultimate cause of economic life. That cause is their focal point, their particular object of thought and action as players within the world they seek to change. We, of course, are no different in this regard. Our rejection of reductive, determinist theories of economic complexity and evolution reflects our own goals and values, which are inimical to monotheoreticism. We prefer to acknowledge the unavoidably partial perspectives of any theory of economic evolution. Let's put all the cards on the table. Whether we order and how we order economic evolution is an active, partisan, current intervention in social life. Appendix: the overdetermination of economic theories. The history of economic thought records differing and contending entry points overdetermined by one another and by the economic, political, cultural, and natural circumstances unique to each. Any particular point of entry is anything but an inevitable result of such events. Instead, its birth always is understood as contingent, reflecting those peculiar interactions of personal, societal, and natural forces that occur in specific times and spaces. Focusing on but a few of these forces, we may begin to sketch such a history for the three entry points that have dominated economic reasoning for the last 200 years. The years of classical and neoclassical economic thought coincided with the development of capitalism and the economic questions it produced. That developing capitalism and those questions helped to provoke in Adam Smith a new idea that formed the discursive entry point of classical and neoclassical economic thought for the next 200 years. The essence of society and its evolution lies in each of us, in our own inherited human nature. Classical thought ordered its societal vision from the standpoint of an inherent self-interested struggle of each individual to produce and accumulate wealth. Neoclassical thought added to that vision each individual's inherent ability and tendency to make rational choices as to means as well as ends. Hence a new economic theory's entry point of rational self-interest was born, partly out of the very capitalism that it would soon help to alter. By the 1890s a maturing capitalism required a new idea to explain how its intense competition among producers and the resulting inequalities of income and consumption among its citizens would produce harmony in society rather than political turmoil and socialist revolution. The economic and intellectual stage beckoned Pareto to demonstrate how a combination of Smith's and Mill's entry points, the two selfish sides of our human nature, could be dialectically combined to form the opposite of selfishness, a perfect capitalist harmony of mutual interests. The capitalist utopia of Pareto optimality had arrived, an idea fostered in part by capitalism's own, deeply contradictory development. The birth of a humanist entry point in Smith and its further development and refinement in the writings of Jevons, Walras, and then Pareto bore the imprint not only of the newly emerging and then rapidly changing and threatening capitalist order but of an intellectual tradition that had its complex origins centuries before in the Renaissance. The emergence out of feudalism in Western Europe signaled an intellectual transition to an entirely new way to order society, the placing of the human agent at the center of explanation. This idea of individualism and the liberation of the self was molded further in the Scottish Enlightenment, methodologically sharpened under the impact of Cartesian thought, and given concrete form by Bentham. Whether or not writers in this tradition are conscious of this particular cultural history, its philosophic legacy nonetheless shapes their choice to center their analysis of economic society on the foundation of a predetermined human subject. Partly influenced by, as well as reacting against, this humanism and how it had evolved in the hands of Smith, Malthus, and Ricardo, Marx strove to produce a new way to understand society. Forged in the emergence of what he saw as class exploitation in the rapidly developing capitalism of his day, Marx's entry point of the production and appropriation of surplus labor answered different questions, those asked by critics disillusioned by capitalism and individualism alike. How can we begin to explain capitalism's macro inefficiencies, the economic unfreedom of workers, and the crippling alienation of each from all? His answer, class exploitation. The difference between labor and labor power was thus a response to the set of economic conditions of his day, but these were conditions that he saw very differently from the images of the followers of Smith, Ricardo, and Malthus. His newly conceived entry point also bore the imprint of an intellectual tradition, but in his case, it was shaped far more by the notion of Hegelian dialectics than by Cartesian deductive reasoning. It was indebted far more to French socialist theory rather than to the Scottish Enlightenment. This product of German dialectical philosophy and French radical political theory helped to displace the autonomous and determining human agent of classical/neoclassical economic thought. The newly conceived individual was now to be set adrift, his or her behavior deeply contradictory, buffeted here and there by social relationships. An opening was created to the future's postmodernist view of a decente or human agent. A radically different kind of utopian view also emerged to contest that soon to be presented by the neoclassicist Pareto. For Marx, it was a communism, presented as a society in which class exploitation had been eliminated. His entry point thus helped to shape a new societal objective, one that soon would be taken up concretely and then modified again by the Bolsheviks. Less than 50 years after Marx's death, the third major entry point of economic reasoning emerged. Parallel to the others, its birth too cannot be separated from the concrete economic environment of its time. Keynes's choice of a still new way to organize economic theory was provoked in part by what he saw as the changing capitalist order of his day, from its international troubles after the First World War, through the boom of the 1920s, to its collapse in the Great Depression. In these circumstances, the chaos of capitalism was traced partly to a basic human limitation, our inability to foresee the future. Hence economic events helped to produce that part of Keynes's entry point that focused on the complete uncertainty of each and all agents' economic decisions. Its implication was that the economy, like the individual, always was at risk. The Keynesian choice of a new way to organize economic thought also responded to, and reacted against, neoclassical humanism and, for Keynes, the dangerously feeble policy alternatives it suggested for a troubled capitalism. Rejecting the neoclassical vision of individualist utility calculations by consumers and workers, Keynes offered instead new causal determinants, mass psychology, his marginal propensity to consume, for the consumer group, and the power of trade unions to set money wages for the workers. Shaped both by capitalist crises and also by what he perceived as the blindness of the then dominant neoclassical thought, Keynes's discourse ordered its societal vision from the standpoint of these combined, essential characteristics of capitalist society: human uncertainty, mass psychology, and institutional power. A structuralist vision of society emerged, one that likely owed a heavier debt to French structuralist thought than to the British individualist tradition. The well-known result of such an approach was to place hope for economic salvation in the collective hands of the state rather than in those of each private, individual decision-maker. Keynes's position marked a break from the classical/neoclassical entry point and its vision of a Peirtian utopia. These three contending entry points demarcate the broad contours of economic thought. They also created within it the conflicts and compromises of generations of economists. Periodically, attempts emerged to reconcile any two, or even all three, by offering up grand economic syntheses of them. At still other times, first one and then another entry point is championed over all others, typically accompanied by righteous claims of the other's death because of their inherent illogic and/or obvious empirical foolishness. As the history of economic thought attests, however, such choices and claims always are relative to the cultural, economic, political, and personal circumstances that help to overdetermine them. 3. Althusser's liberation of Marxian theory. Today Marxists question the Althusserian project. Ideas only recently taken to be of extraordinary importance have been widely relegated to secondary intellectual status or dismissed altogether. It is often said that while Althusserian notions of overdetermination and contradiction were compelling abstractly, they proved impossible to apply to concrete political and theoretical activity. Indeed, first Althusser's work and then Marxism more generally have had to face a common complaint from former devotees: neither seemed to go anywhere after the promises and hopes of 1968. Althusser's work, much like that of Marx, seems to have been superseded by events. In reading Capital, Althusser suggested that there are many ways to read Marx. There are as well many ways to read Althusser. The Althusser that we read has presented us with a very different legacy, namely, that of some powerful new concepts enabling new departures in social theory generally and in economic analysis in particular. We wish to sketch these departures here. For us, Althusser's work is one of the greatest contributions in the Marxian tradition. His legacy is a profound critique of all determinisms enabled by means of the concepts of overdetermination and contradiction. His critique sweeps away the staunch determinisms that hitherto haunted Marxism, the structuralism and humanism in its social theory, and the rationalism and empiricism in its epistemology. It thus permits a rethinking of Marxism. Marxism may finally be liberated from the conservatism bred by these determinist forms of thought. Evidence that others have also noted something of our reading of Althusser exists in certain contemporary trends among Marxian theorists. It has become de rigueur for many Marxists to affirm, in one way or another, the Althusserian rejection of determinism in all its guises, economic determinism, humanism, historicism, empiricism, rationalism, positivism, and foundationalism. On the other hand, despite such affirmations, these thinkers typically return in their works to the identical forms of determinist thinking that elsewhere they seem to reject. How can we account for this paradox? Part of the explanation lies in the repudiation by Marxists of what they understand, consciously or unconsciously, to be the logical implications of the Althusserian critique of determinism. They fear breaking finally with the security offered by some determinate essence, whether it be that posed in either humanist or structuralist theorizing about society or that offered in either empiricist or rationalist thinking about knowledge. This loss of security is simultaneously for them a terrifying glimpse into an abyss that has always confronted those who lose their gods. In this sense, Althusser's contribution was too radical even for those committed to radicalism. Moreover, in a world of ideas and actions now cast adrift from any guaranteeing anchors, all theories and political movements become merely different from one another. For traditional Marxists, such a conclusion confirms their worst fears, for it admits a theoretical and political pluralism in which struggle over any non-class part of life makes as much sense as struggle over class. A rejection of determinism, whether in the first or the last instance, carries with it, then, the worrisome implication that class contradictions are no longer determinant. Marx's class struggle between capitalists and workers over the means of production or the labor process or the appropriation of surplus value seems to lose its privileged historical and theoretical place. It becomes at best merely one among equally worthy struggles, including those over the rights of women, racial minorities, gays, the poor, the homeless, and animals. For the determinist Marxist, this is a pluralism that has run amok. The Althusserian critique also implies that Marxism can no longer be held up as science and non-Marxism as ideology. Consequently, no longer can historical facticity reveal the truth of Marxism, as empiricists so fervently wish to believe. No longer can the texts of Marx provide the singular theory that allows the appropriation of history in thought, as rationalists so intensely affirm. All we have are merely different forms of thinking, different theories with their correspondingly different truth criteria. No intertheoretical standards of truth are admitted. For epistemological determinists, who believe that truth is singular rather than plural, this is a nightmare. It not only demotes Marxism as a privileged theory, it also opens a door to irrationality posing as merely another theory. First an unwanted political and then an equally intolerable theoretical pluralism seems to have been unleashed by the Althusserian critique of determinist thinking. Althusser's work itself was hardly immune from this paradox. His lapse into the ideology and science dichotomy, on the one hand, and his affirmation of determination in the last instance by the economy, on the other, suggest to us an unwillingness to free his own texts from determinist thinking. Like many others who affirm the importance of the critique of determinism, he too seems to have shied away from the consequences of its logic for his own work. His contradictory attempt to hold on to determinism, while simultaneously casting it out, parallels the tendencies of so many other Marxists to readmit into their own work the very determinisms they claim to reject. Point 1. It is no great surprise, then, to discover in the work of many current Marxists the return of the determinisms of Jeremy Bentham and Max Weber to fill Althusser's lonely hour of the last instance. The calculus of pleasure in the formal guise of a given human agency returns as the ultimate determinant of the economy in the recent school of analytical Marxism. The calculus of ownership rights and authority in both structuralist and humanist forms returns in the work of many current Marxist and radical theorists who make power the essential determinant of economic and social change. We think that a radically different alternative than these is possible for Marxists. It is one that accepts the Althusserian critique of determinism but also extends it beyond his boundaries. It embraces rather than fears the systematic rejection of determinism because it sees in all determinisms a common goal of conserving from change some form of experience, thought, or part of society. In this precise sense, what Althusser accomplished was of extraordinary importance, for he provided the tools to recognize and, it is hoped, to challenge this conservative objective. Our task now is to justify this thesis. Althusser clearly recognized and defined a basic philosophical problem within the Marxian tradition that he inherited and valued highly. The problem concerns the way social entities are thought to stand in relation to one another. Traditional Marxism views given objects and events in society as interacting, but also as either ultimately dependent or independent, as either fundamentally determining or determined. It aims to identify those aspects of society that are determining essences, the economic base, the mode of production, class struggle, etc., and then to demonstrate the mechanisms whereby they determine all the other aspects of society, the political and cultural superstructure. In short, traditional Marxism operates within the framework of a clearly determinist social theory. As Althusser often reiterated, this Marxian commitment to determinist social theory matched and thus did not break from an equally prevalent determinism among non-Marxian social theories. Traditional Marxism also operates within a clearly essentialist epistemology, which presented a parallel problem to Althusser. It presumes a fundamental dichotomy or gap between thought and being, such that the goal of all human thought is to bridge that presumed gap. Human thought strives to mirror accurately the real world of being to which thought is directed. The key to a successful bridging, a true representation of how the real world actually is, lies in following one or both of the two classic protocols of determinist epistemology, empiricism or rationalism. In posing the problem of knowledge, how to establish truth and distinguish it from falsehood in this way, traditional Marxism defines epistemological issues exactly as does the traditional bourgeois philosophy it opposes. Not surprisingly, Marxism has found its way to the same two sorts of answers, empiricism or rationalism. Empiricism presumes that true ideas are those verified by reference to sensory facts of experience. The essence of truth is empirical factuality. The Marxian form of such empiricism stresses the notion that practice proves or disproves the truth of all possible theories of social structure and change. The sign of Marxian empiricism is argument by reference to what history shows. Rationalism presumes that reality is actually governed, and further presumed to be knowable by, human reason, which is thus oriented to represent the underlying orderliness of the real. The essence of truth is not concrete factuality, but rather the reasonable logic that underlies and governs that factuality. The Marxian form of such rationalism is the notion that Marx and the subsequent great thinkers within the tradition had finally grasped the true underlying rationality of social life, dialectical and historical materialism, which had eluded all the pre-Marxists and still eludes the non-Marxists. Marxism's mirroring of the true underlying rationality of the concrete real enables current-day Marxists simply to apply it to truly know and change the world. The sign of Marxian rationalism is argument by quotation. For Althusser, both kinds of essentialism in social theory and in epistemology were more than problems for Marxist theory. They had been imported into Marxism without criticism and transformation from the bourgeois philosophical tradition. They were fetters preventing Marxism from completing its break with the bourgeois tradition and thus from fulfilling its revolutionizing mission of establishing a philosophy and social theory for communism. Althusser set about to renew that mission by attacking essentialisms in epistemology and social theory as incompatible with Marxism. The two key concepts for Althusser in his critical attack were overdetermination counterposed to determination and complex contradictions counterposed to simple contradictions. He borrowed and adapted overdetermination from Freud precisely to define an alternative to determinist analyses of all sorts in social theory and in epistemology. Whereas those analyses presumed a notion of causation in which some entities determine others, Althusser insisted that no social entity was ever determined by one or a subset of other social entities. Rather, each and every entity within society was always presumed to be determined by the effects of all the other entities at once. Stated otherwise, each entity was the product of the interaction of all the others. It was overdetermined by all those others, rather than being determined by any one or a subset of them. Further, each social entity bears within itself the traces of all the other social entities that, together, comprise its overdeterminants. Indeed, Each entity's existence is nothing other than the combined effects of all the others in the social totality. Point 2. As such, each entity is the site of the different effectivities of all other social entities. An individual is the site, for example, of the effects of class, parents, jobs, religions, politics, literature, biology, etc. So, too, is an enterprise, a literary text, or a political party. As such sites, each entity contains different effects that push and pull it in all directions with varying force. Point 3. In this precise sense, Althusser refers to the contradictions within every entity as complex. They emanate from the influences exerted by all other entities. Instead of the dualistic notion of contradiction inherited from previous philosophy, the metaphor of positive and negative, Althusser counterposes the notion of overdetermined and hence infinitely complex contradictions constituting every social entity. If every social entity is overdetermined by every other, it follows that Althusser is here posing a new and different notion of causation in society and across history. Each social entity is necessarily always both a determining as well as a determined entity. It is overdetermined by all other entities and participates in overdetermining every other entity. Every entity in society exists as the site of the effects from all others. It is overdetermined and hence complexly contradictory. Those influenced by Althusser have taken this argument another step. From the overdetermination and contradictions of each social entity, they have derived the notion that all entities are in ceaseless change, since a change in any social entity alters the influence it exerts on all others. The image of Althusserian theory, then, is one of the ceaseless play of change in all entities. Everything exists in change. To signal this as a basic presumption of analysis, we drop the word entity and replace it by the word process. Point 4. The social totality is conceived then as the set of all social processes. These are grouped, for expository ease, under 4 headings: natural, economic, political, and cultural processes. Natural processes refer to all the changes in the realms of physical, chemical, and biological matter. Economic processes refer to all the changes occurring in the production and distribution of goods and services. Political processes refer to all the changes occurring in the ordering of individuals' interpersonal behaviors. Cultural processes refer to all the changes occurring in the production and dissemination of meanings in the society. The process, the social entity existing in change, has become the basic element of social analysis. Each process changes in particular ways and at a specific pace according to its unique overdetermination and contradictions. Moreover, these processes do not occur alone or by themselves in society. They occur in clumps or groups which comprise particular sites in society, such as a person, a relationship, an activity, etc. It follows that every site in society is approached as precisely a grouping of distinct, constitutive processes. Moreover, since processes are understood as uniquely overdetermined and contradictory, it follows that all social sites, being composed of multiple social processes, must experience uneven development. Since each of the distinct social processes comprising any site has its own overdetermined form and rhythm of change, the site itself displays the uneven, differential movements of its components. It develops unevenly. For Althusser as for Marx, the uneven development of all social entities was a basic premise of social analysis. The Althusserian concepts of overdetermination and complex contradiction, however, enable us to clarify and justify that premise more carefully and thoroughly than had been possible without those concepts. The concept of overdetermination implies a Marxian understanding of the existence of all social entities that breaks fully from the prevalent, determinist notions that had characterized both Marxian and non-Marxian social theories. It also implies, as Althusser insisted, a Marxian epistemology that breaks decisively with both empiricism and rationalism. This may be shown by noting that a theoretical commitment to overdetermination clearly poses an immediate analytical problem. How can we explain any social entity, a political movement, an enterprise, an individual, a morality, if by explanation we mean an account of how all other social entities interact to overdetermine the entity in question? Such an exhaustive account exceeds human capability and would require so much time that the object of explanation would have changed beyond recognition and perhaps beyond any interest for us by the time the explanation was complete. The answer to this problem is that one implication of the notion of overdetermination lies in the recognition that all explanations are inherently and unavoidably incomplete. All theories of society forms of explanation are partial, each takes up only some of the factors influencing the object of its theorizing. With those factors it fashions an explanation, a necessarily partial explanation reflecting the particular subset of overdetermining factors that it favors. There are thus always alternative explanations or theories of why and how events occur. The multiple theories may be distinguished precisely by the particular subset of determining factors upon which they focus as they enter into the task of social analysis. As we have argued elsewhere, different theories have different entry points. 5 Alternative theories vary according to which subset of aspects of any question they stress in producing their particular, partial explanations. It follows that we must move away from any notion of truth as singular to a notion rather of truths as plural. Each theory not only makes statements about what it takes to be social reality, it also erects criteria by which practitioners of the theory can decide which subsequent statements will be accepted into the growing knowledge generated by the theory and which will be rejected as incompatible. The criteria erected by each theory comprise its standard and definition of truth. Truths, then, vary with the theories in and by which they are produced. There is no inter-theoretic standard of truth. The notion of overdetermination also explains how and why alternative theories differ. Which particular entry points came to define any theory, that is, which particular subset of determinants of any object attracted its focal attention, is itself overdetermined. Thus, for example, the specifics of the radical movements in the early 19th century, the legacy of German philosophy culminating in Hegel at that time, the effects of the industrial capitalist revolutions, the cultural changes sweeping Europe and many other factors combined to overdetermine in Karl Marx and others the idea of fashioning a new social theory built around the entry point of a new concept of class as surplus labor production and distribution, dialectics, materialism, and so on. Similarly, the transformed economic, political, cultural, and natural processes of late 19th century Europe combined to overdetermine in Sigmund Freud and others the idea of fashioning a new social theory around the entry point of an altogether newly defined process, the unconscious. Thinking, like all other social processes, is overdetermined by all the other social processes. It is thus replete with the complex contradictions that overdetermination entails. One form that these contradictions can and typically do take is the coexistence of different theories, since differently overdetermined thinkers find different entry points into social analysis persuasive. They make their theoretical commitments accordingly. If and when social conditions overdetermine many individuals to find a theory convincing, it can become a socially consequential truth. If and when social conditions change, such a theory will change and its truth criteria will change. Under certain conditions, its persuasiveness may vanish, it will then perhaps disappear. Theories, like all other social entities, are overdetermined, contradictory and ceaselessly changing. This conceptualization of theory, of thinking, and of its results knowledges amounts to a distinctive epistemology that is clearly neither empiricism nor rationalism. There are no essences here. Factual observations and theoretical reasonings are distinct social processes that participate in each other's overdetermination. The truth criteria generated in each theory are overdetermined by observations and by reason just as reason influences observation and vice versa. No single criterion of truth, applicable across all theories, is allowed. No factual reality is thinkable without taking account of the influence of one's theory in overdetermining that reality. Althusser's critique of the conventional epistemologies, empiricist and rationalist, that characterized both the Marxian and non-Marxian traditions, also offered an alternative epistemological position. He believed that alternative to be a uniquely Marxian epistemological position. The actual presence and prevalence within the Marxian tradition of empiricist and rationalist epistemologies resulted from their being imported uncritically from the non-Marxian tradition. Thus he viewed his alternative epistemology as faithful to the epistemological break he understood Marx to have made vis-a-vis pre-Marxian philosophy. Is Althusser's claim to have formulated explicitly a distinctive Marxian epistemology and social theory acceptable? The answer must be of the frustrating yes and no variety. Let us examine the epistemological claim first. Theoretical developments, especially in France among philosophers of science and discourse, literary theorists and psychoanalysts, but also elsewhere, had been moving steadily toward an epistemological position that more or less systematically rejected empiricism and rationalism. Bachelard, Canguilhem, Lacan, Foucault, Derrida, and Lyotard, post-structuralism and postmodernism, Dewey, the later Wittgenstein, Heidegger, Adorno, and Horkheimer, and Rorty. Such figures and movements were all discarding the received traditions of various protocols, guarantees of what a singular truth might be. They too championed difference as embodied in the multiplicity of truths, meanings, and realities. On the one hand, Althusser might be thought to have brought the implications of their work, with adjustments, into Marxism. Then his claim to have rediscovered Marx's unique epistemology would have to be questioned. On the other hand, Althusser did make a profound adjustment to the epistemological break associated with some of the names and figures identified above. Moreover, that adjustment is surely of Marxian provenance. It concerns the political partisanship of all theory. The political struggles of any society necessarily participate in overdetermining the existence of the theories, their entry points, truth criteria, etc. operating in that society. In turn, the different theories of any time and place play their role in overdetermining its political dynamics. Thus it is possible and, from an Althusserian standpoint, necessary to interrogate every theory in terms of its social conditions and its social consequences. Indeed, what a Marxian epistemology does is to erect those conditions and consequences as its criteria of the acceptability of all existing theories, that is, its partisan attitude toward them. Although influenced deeply by the non-Marxian intellectual currents swirling around him, Althusser did nonetheless begin to fashion a distinctively Marxian epistemology. It broke radically from the essentialist epistemologies of traditional social theory, Marxian and non-Marxian. It deployed the concepts of overdetermination and complex contradiction to champion truths instead of truth, differences among a multiplicity of theories rather than dogmatic adherence to an absolute standard. Finally, it avoided the theoretical relativism that might otherwise attend such an epistemological position by articulating a basis for theoretical partisanship among the alternative truths developed in and by alternative social theories. From such an epistemological standpoint, the statements made within any theoretical project are interrogated in terms of their social conditions and consequences. Based on that interrogation, the statements will be accepted, rejected, or transformed for insertion into Marxian social theory. Marxian social theorists will take positions toward and make alliances with proponents of other theories based precisely on its assessment of the social conditions and consequences of those theories. All truths and all theories are not equally valid or acceptable from this standpoint. They are not accepted or rejected on the grounds of some absolute standard of a singular truth. Such a protocol is exactly what Althusser's epistemological position rules out. They are all treated as theories with their truths, no epistemological basis exists for their rejection or acceptance. Rather, such a basis exists on the different level of an analysis of each theory's social conditions of existence and its social consequences. This is why Althusser's distinctive Marxian epistemology is neither a relativism nor a postmodernism in the manner of Foucault or Lyotard. A similar answer must be given to the question of Althusser's inauguration of a distinctive social theory. Marxists such as Lenin, Gramsci, and Lukács had been struggling to produce a Marxian theory freed from the last instance determinism that had haunted it ever since Engels tried to settle the issue. 6 Althusser's notions of overdetermination and contradiction provide an answer to this long struggle. Despite traces of economic determinism in his work, These notions permit Marxists to produce an entirely new understanding of the causal role of the economy in society. From an Althusserian standpoint, the economic base of society can no longer be assigned some ultimate causal primacy, as was claimed by the proponents of economic determinism. Nor does this rejection of causal privilege for the economy open a door to a kind of reverse determinism in which economic development is reduced to an effect of the political or cultural superstructure. Instead, overdetermination offers a notion of base and superstructure as conditions of each other's existence. Each is understood to play an active role in constituting the existence of the other. Neither can be conceived to exist independently of the other. Thus both orthodox economic determinism and the now fashionable non-economic determinist theories are rejected. Althusser had found a way to liberate Marxian social theory from the determinist prison in which it had languished for almost 100 years. A distinctive way to understand society and history was now possible. By freeing Marxian social theory from the essentialisms of humanist and structuralist forms of thought, Althusser's work created a new way to view human agency, class, capital, and the laws of social motion. It permitted the construction of a theory of society in which no process economic, political, cultural, or natural and no side of processes human agency, enterprise, state, or household could be conceived to exist as a cause without being itself caused. All, whether human agent or social structure, became defined within a web of mutual overdeterminations. This formulation of a non-essentialist social theory meant that the development of processes and sites of processes was always uneven and contingent. Historic Marxian guarantees such as the inevitability of class struggle, or of transition from one mode to another, and of a declining profit rate had to be jettisoned. Althusser's ontology had no space in it for advancing any form of teleological development. The last step in our argument that Althusser's interventions mark an epochal step in the development of Marxian theories involves demonstrating the wholly new kind of class analysis his work makes possible. If all entities are to be conceived in Marxism as processes, then that must apply to the entity called class. How may we read capital to locate within it a concept of class as process? How would such a reading enable and provoke a new kind of Marxian class analysis? Utilizing Althusser's work, we reread capital with these questions in mind. The results may be summarized as follows. Point 7 Class for Marx refers to two particular social processes. The first kind of class process is the production and appropriation of surplus labor. In all human societies some individuals perform labor, transforming certain natural objects into use values to be consumed. Such individuals perform a quantity of labor expenditure of muscle and brain over time sufficient to produce the goods and services necessary for their historically overdetermined standard of living. Marx calls this necessary labor. However, such individuals always also perform more labor than the necessary quantity, they do surplus labor. This surplus labor is not only produced but is always produced for someone. The question is, who? In Marx's language, the issue is who appropriates the surplus labor being produced in every possible society. The process of producing surplus labor is also the process of appropriating it. We call this class process the fundamental class process to distinguish it from the second kind of class process defined by Marx. The surplus labor or its product may be appropriated by the same individuals who perform that surplus labor, or the surplus may be appropriated by other individuals who do not perform it. Marx also distinguishes different forms that the fundamental class process has taken across human history. Depending on social conditions, the forms may vary from arrangements in which individuals who collectively produce surplus also collectively appropriate their own surplus to arrangements where some individuals privately appropriate the surplus produced by others. While Marx theorized still other forms of the fundamental class process, he focused his work overwhelmingly on the contemporarily prevalent form, capitalism. Once Marx theorized where and how this fundamental class process existed within a capitalist society, the object of capital, Volume 1, he went on to analyze the second kind of class process, the object of capital, Volume 3. He reasoned quite simply that the production/appropriation of surplus labor implied a logical next question: namely, what was done with the appropriated surplus labor. Marx's complex answer held that the products of surplus labor were distributed by its appropriators to other people in society. This distribution of already appropriated surplus is the second kind of class process. We have called it the subsumed class process to distinguish it from the fundamental class process. As the fundamental class process encompasses the performers and appropriators of surplus labor, the subsumed class process encompasses the distributors and the recipients of appropriated surplus. The recipients of distributed shares of the appropriated surplus labor are thereby enabled to live and work, even though they do not participate necessarily in producing or appropriating surplus labor. The different groups of people who obtain distributed shares of appropriated surplus play a specific role in Marx's conception of a society's class structure. They are understood to perform specific non-class processes that provide conditions of existence for the fundamental class process. In return for so doing, they obtain distributions of the surplus. For example, modern state functionaries educate present and future performers of surplus labor, thereby securing a condition of existence of the fundamental class process, namely a supply of capable workers. In return for so doing, capitalists take a portion of the surplus they appropriate from their productive laborers and distribute it to these state functionaries to enable them to perform the non-class process of education. Such state functionaries are then understood to participate in, among many others, the following two different social processes: the non-class process of education and the subsumed class process. Other modern examples of individuals who can obtain subsumed class distributions of appropriated surplus include bankers who lend money to industrial capitalists, lawyers who handle legal problems for industrial capitalists, managers who run industrial enterprises including their possible expansion through capital accumulation, merchants who handle the selling of output for industrial capitalists, owners of wealth who provide capitalists with access to the means of production, and a host of others. Using Althusser's notions of overdetermination and contradiction to think of class in terms of process rather than as distinct groups of people has far-reaching consequences for the entire corpus of Marxian social theory. Consider, for example, that a process approach suggests that individuals may participate in various fundamental and subsumed class processes during the course of a day or a lifetime. Similarly, there may be different forms of the fundamental class process at different sites in society at the same time. For example, there may be capitalist production of surplus going on in large enterprises, while the feudal fundamental class process reigns inside households, and while individual producers appropriating their own individual surpluses function in small enterprises. These considerations suggest that class analyses of societies must presume and explore far greater complexities of class structures than has often been the case in Marxism. Stated otherwise, the old dualistic model of two great classes, capitalists and proletarians, has to give way to the presumption that individuals can and do participate in multiple and different kinds of class processes at different sites in society across their lifetimes. This presumption carries heavy implications, problematizing the linkages between any individual's or group's political interests and its complex, multiple participation in diverse class processes. Similarly, the notion of class as process problematizes another old simplicity of Marxists and other radicals. The Althusserian approach to social theory, qua set of processes, differentiates between processes of power and class. That is, power processes refer to ways in which individuals order one another's behavior in society. Class processes refer instead to whether and how individuals participate in the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Thus, for example, the phrase ruling classes is a problem. If it means a concept of grouping individuals according to the power they wield in society, that is different from using class as a concept of how individuals participate in producing, appropriating and distributing surplus labor. At the very least, Althusser's approach requires rethinking the indiscriminate use of the term class in the Marxian tradition, when its users do not all mean the same thing. Indeed, while some Marxists use class to refer to the power individuals wield and others to refer to their participations in the class process, Still others use the term to refer to the property individuals do or do not own. The mixing of different and often incompatible usages of so central a term within the Marxian tradition is a sign of theoretical confusion which Althusser's reformulation enables us to recognize, analyze, and so at least begin to resolve. We have elsewhere undertaken to elaborate the many other far-reaching implications of the new concept of class as process which is implied by Althusser's contributions. In epistemology, in social theory, and in the conceptualization of class, Althusser's break with the determinism endemic to the Marxian tradition has had and continues to have epochal ramifications. His notions of overdetermination and contradiction and his preliminary elaboration of their implications have set in motion a broad reconceptualization of Marxism. The inevitable fits and starts and forward and backward oscillations of any theoretical revolution attend Althusser's project too. Yet, if Marxism needs periodic renewal and transformation to enable it to meet the changing historical conditions facing those committed to move beyond capitalism, then Althusser's contributions deserve the closest attention as precisely the means for such a renewal and transformation. 4. Althusser and Hegel. Making Marxist explanations anti-essentialist and dialectical. The commitment to anti-essentialist ways of thought, now significant and growing across many domains of knowledge, owes considerable debts to Althusser's Marxist reading of Hegel. At the same time, a certain self-questioning about that commitment has recently arisen among those who share it. Is consistently anti-essentialist explanation of social phenomena always possible or always desirable? Such questioning represents a maturation of anti-essentialist thinking. It has moved beyond its first phase of critically exposing the absolutism of all efforts to formulate the foundations or essences or ultimate causes of the objects of human thought and to guarantee truth. Now, as it explores the new worlds that it has opened up, anti-essentialism encounters and engages its own contradictions and so raises new questions and doubts. Rethinking the Hegel-Althusser connection as proposed here enables an answer to the questions and perhaps, thereby, a further contribution to anti-essentialism. Secondarily, such a rethinking may, by its appreciation of Althusser's positive attitude toward and use of Hegel's dialectics, offset what I believe are the one-sided exaggerations of opposition between Althusser and Hegel. 1. The questions and doubts may be grouped around two concerns. First, is it possible consistently to think in anti-essentialist ways, or is some essentialist or reductionist argument inevitably reached in any constructed knowledge? In other words, notwithstanding anti-essentialist disclaimers, are not all explanations of events ultimately essentialist? Second, may essentialist modes of thought be preferred, at certain times and places, because of their specific, conjunctural effects in changing the world in particular ways? To my response to these concerns, developed on the basis of reworking Althusser's Marxist engagement with Hegel, reinforces the principled commitment to anti-essentialism. However, it does so by reaffirming its other, the essentialist moment, as always interwoven dialectically with anti-essentialist analysis. Althusser's theoretical work on Freud's notion of overdetermination provoked the development of various kinds of anti-essentialist theory from Marxian basis. 3 In this way, it interacted productively with other currents of thought that approached and developed anti-essentialism from other starting points. Many of the contributors to anti-essentialism, including Althusser, rejected the sorts of essentialist thinking that they associated with existing social conditions to which they were deeply opposed. Anti-essentialist theorists have also argued that essentialist modes of thought supported the reproduction of unacceptable social institutions. Thus, institutions such as the patriarchal family or the capitalist enterprise were often justified and thereby strengthened by their claims, for example, that they alone corresponded to essential human nature or that they alone were essential means to achieve some social good. 4 The essentialist arguments within these justifications seemed appropriate and necessary objects of criticism. Anti-essentialist theorists could thus join the resistance to such institutions and advance the desired social transformations by attacking, deconstructing, and critically denigrating essentialist theories per se as well as the apologetic justifications they inform. Althusser attacked essentialism along two fronts, in epistemology and in social theory. On the one hand, with his debts to Hegel clearly evident, he offered a powerful critique of empiricist, positivist, and rationalist epistemologies as founded on an essentialist separation of being and thought and on an absolutist notion of truth as their singular reconnection. 5. On the other hand, from his earliest writings he attacked the kinds of explanations for social events that presumed, then searched for, and so invariably found their essential cause or causes, from the first moment to the last. The lonely hour of the last instance never comes. 6. However, Althusser also took some crucial initial steps in constructing a positive alternative to essentialist modes of thought, namely, his particular formulation of overdetermination. Here the debt to Hegel as the source of certain generalities upon which a Marxist transformation had to be worked was again substantial and acknowledged, especially in relation to Althusser's famous concept of history as a dense network of overdeterminations, a process without a subject. That concept holds that every aspect of history, an individual, an event, a social movement, and so on, is constituted by all the other aspects of the social and natural totality within which it occurs. It has its existence only insofar as it is overdetermined in and through the relations that bind it to them all. The logic of overdetermined constitutivity displaces that of causes and their effects. 7. As has been argued elsewhere, overdetermination implies that whatever exists does so in process of change. This universality of change is simply another way of stating that overdetermination entails contradiction. Any existent, being overdetermined, is the site of an infinity of determinations from all its overdeterminants. It is contradictory in the precise sense of its being pushed and pulled in an endless array of different directions by all its overdeterminants. This contradictoriness of any existent impels it to change, which thereby alters how it overdetermines all other existence. The contradictions characteristic of these other existents are thus altered as well, provoking new changes via endless ramifications in all directions. This, in any case, is the radical sense we make of Althusser's breakthrough usage of overdetermination. Now, such a concept of overdetermination may be understood to imply that explanations of social and natural events must demonstrate the constitution of those events by all the relations, spatial and temporal, in which they exist. 8. However, this is clearly impossible. The number of such relations is infinite, and they are ceaselessly changing. What, then, can explanation, especially overdeterminist explanation, possibly mean? The history of human efforts at explanation displays two broad sorts of presumptions about what explanation can be. Confronting the dauntingly infinite and fleeting factors that might possibly be conceived to constitute or cause the existence of any object of explanation, most people have responded with essentialisms. That is, they have structured their explanatory strategies around the following idea: one or a few essential causes lie within, at the bottom, beneath, or behind what is viewed as a merely apparent multiplicity of conceivable causes. 9. With such surface versus depth or appearance versus reality metaphors as their premises, they have proceeded to search for and then proclaim the correct essential causes that they have found. Beyond rank ordering the effectivities of causes, essentialist explanation also included justifying the privileged rank accorded to the essential causes by showing the scientific procedure used to find them and demonstrating the precise mechanisms whereby they were effective. Such procedures of thought entail an epistemological problem: how can their proponents be sure that they have found or pinpointed the correct essential cause and described accurately how it caused the events thereby explained? 10. Empiricism, positivism, and rationalism have long contested for pride of place as the solution to this epistemological problem. 11. Each of these epistemological approaches presumes that a singular essential truth lies within, at the bottom, beneath, or behind a merely apparent multiplicity of contesting truth claims. In short, essentialist explanations of the causes of their objects have usually been accompanied by essentialist epistemological claims about the truth of their explanations. Marxists have been as resourceful as non-Marxists in fashioning, elaborating, and using such essentialist protocols to establish as absolute the different truths they have championed. While the overwhelmingly prevalent definitions and strategies of explanation have been essentialist, a growing minority has been anti-essentialist. Its very different explanatory presumption has held that the causes of any possible object of thought are irreducibly multiple, to infinity, and cannot be comparatively rank-ordered as to their effectivities. Thus, no explanation can come close to grasping the infinity of causal relations constituting any object. The essentialist belief that its explanations can grasp the infinity, because it is governed by a finite essential subset of causal relations at its core, is rejected. For anti-essentialists, explanation refers to an exercise in which a very few of the infinite causes of any object are connected to it as contributory factors. It follows that the number of possible explanations is thus also infinite and that each particular explanation is unavoidably partial. Truth, in the sense of a singular comprehensive explanation, is a concept that can exist only within an essentialist framework. For anti-essentialists, there are instead truths plural alternative explanations, each of which grasps parts of the infinitely complex linkages among possible objects of thought. From such anti-essentialist positions, Althusser and others have criticized essentialist explanations as actually quite partial and relative despite their claims to the contrary. They have deconstructed all rank orderings of the effectivities of causes to expose how they omit and render invisible certain dimensions and factors. They have delighted in demonstrating why and how those factors' pertinencies are reasonable to suppose, highly problematic to deny, and provocative of all sorts of promising research programs. Nor has anti-essentialism shied away from the next step, to infer from the exposed partiality of essentialist explanations what additional motives other than the search for essential truth may shape their particular rank orderings. Marxists could thus stress the stunning absence of class processes as factors in essentialist explanations, feminists could do likewise for gender, and others for racism, homophobia, and so on. Anti-essentialism made visible the essentialism and particularity of all traditional cause and effect arguments. In this way, their claims to be the truth, to objectivity or universality, were undercut. However, when the focus shifted to trying to fashion anti-essentialist explanations, in place of the discredited essentialist alternatives, the questions and doubts arose. To counterpose an anti-essentialist to an essentialist explanation brings forward again the basic impossibility of doing so. Will not any anti-essentialist have to focus on but some of the aspects pertinent to the explanation of any event? And will not that focus amount to a kind of explanatory essentializing of those aspects? Does the self-qualification of such anti-essentialist analyses as making no claim to full explanation do anything very significant to distinguish them from the essentialist analyses they so sharply criticize because they make no such self-qualification? Reworking Althusser's formulation of overdetermination by means of Hegel's notions of being and contradiction offers, I believe, a satisfactory response to these questions. However, it does so by refusing or at least radically recasting the concept of explanation itself. As we shall see, explanation gives way to the differently directed notions of alternative interventions or taking positions or, more simply, telling stories. Hegel's famous opening paragraphs on determinate being in his Logic can set the tone for a Hegelian rethinking and extension of the Althusserian breakthrough to overdetermination. Overdetermination can thus be reformulated as containing, initially, its own negation, namely, an essentialism. To begin an overdeterminist explanation immediately involves its own negation in the form of an essentialist argument. One has to begin someplace and somehow to connect any object of explanation to its context or environment. That, after all, is what it means to explain that object. No other way to begin explanation is possible. But this beginning moment, the particular initial someplace and somehow of explanation, is a kind of precisely momentary essentialization. It is a momentary affirmation of a priority within the web of interacting aspects of any totality. Point 12. To set out to construct overdeterminist analysis entails, then, immediately and unavoidably, its own annulment by an initial essentialist moment. The form of that moment is the formulation of an argument specifically connecting some social aspects that condition an object's existence to that existence. Since such connecting necessarily excludes the infinite mediating factors that impinge on the connection, an essentialist moment of explanation is in play. Yet this essentialist moment, insofar as it figures within an overdeterminist explanation, is a determinate negation of that perspective and thus dependent on it. Moreover, the essentialist moment will, in turn, be negated or annulled by overdetermination in a rather classic Hegelian rhythm. To sketch such an overdeterminist explanation briefly, consider an initial momentary essentialism followed by these sequential steps. First, the caveat is articulated that the momentary essentialism is just that, an initial approach to the object of explanation that relates it to a subset of its overdeterminants. Next, a second subset of its overdeterminants is explored both in terms of its connection to the object of explanation and also in terms of how its inclusion in the explanation changes the relation posed in the initial essentialism. In other words, each essentialist moment is understood to be true. It illuminates a connection, and false it obscures other connections that, if and when considered, will show all previously elaborated connections to have been true and false in this sense. There is no completion or closure to this process of explanation. Each essentialist moment, necessary for any overdeterminist explanation, is also necessarily negated by the self-same overdeterminist quality of such explanation. Overdeterminist explanation is the sequence of moments. A certain Hegelian quality of this reading of Althusser's notion of overdetermination may be indicated by reference to the logic. There Hegel insists that it is not, so to speak, a blemish, an imperfection or a defect in something if a contradiction can be pointed out in it. Attempts to avoid contradictions within explanation are thus what Hegel here rejects as ordinary thinking 13. Instead, overdeterminist explanation exemplifies Hegel's idea of a unity of distinguished and distinguishable moments, which pass over into contradictory moments. Such explanation can thus be seen as inherently self-contradictory, but it is no less the contradiction resolved. Indeed, it is this kind of contradictory quality of the essentialist moment that distinguishes it from essentialist arguments not situated within overdeterminist perspectives. The essentialist stories are not moments generated by, standing in contradiction to, and in turn generating an overdeterminist problematic. They are not moments presented and justified in some self-conscious dialectic of affirmation and negation. They are not presented as true and false, but true or false. They are not presented as partisan yet open processes of change, but rather as non-partisan, closed fixities resisting change. 14. Consider, for example, essentialist explanations such as women have certain qualities different from men, and these differences are determined by biology/nature, or national balance of payments deficits are caused chiefly by internationally different interest rates. Both essentialist explanations aim to bring closure to the questions to which they respond. Whatever aspects of society are absent from or relatively marginalized within these explanations are deemed irrelevant or relatively inconsequential to answering the questions. The absences and marginalizations are not recognized as problems, as signs of the particularity, partiality, and partisanship of the explanation. In essentialist explanation, there is no necessary component of justifying the exclusion of dimensions other than those essentialized on the grounds, say, of the social and political contexts and goals of the explainer and the explanation. Rather, the absences and marginalizations are rendered as absolutes, valid universally for all, rankings in the nature of objective reality rather than in the particular approach to reality of the theorist. What essentialists exclude in their explanations is not a problem posed for them to justify from a partisan position, it is rather a solution, beyond all partisanship, that they have found. 15. In contrast, consider an anti-essentialist explanation that begins with an initial essentialist moment, for example, formulating a causal connection between the class structures of households and the concept of female. This initial essentialist connection, admittedly particular, must be justified vis-a-vis what is excluded from it. Thus, for example, a Marxist overdeterminist might argue that because explanations of the social construction of the concept of female have omitted the role of household class structures in the construction, a Marxist contribution properly begins with an explanation of that causal connection. The overdeterminist Marxist explanation thus acknowledges and justifies its particularity, indeed, its incompleteness as part of the explanation itself. It is thus radically open to an engagement with alternatively particular theories. Its own mode of explanation drives it to find a way to process, that is, integrate into its own explanations the arguments of particular others. Point 16. To turn the logic of overdetermination reflexively back on itself, explanation, from this perspective, is overdetermined and thus contradictory. Its contradictory presences and absences impel it forward. Explanation is an endless process of change. Each formulated explanation is a contradictory moment in that process. Explanations are thus all rather fragile and evanescent. The fragility of explanation, to bring Hegel in again and now Marx, Lenin, and Althusser, too, is also a kind of strength. Just because overdeterminist explanation admits that it excludes at every step, it must offer a justification for doing so. Why are the excluded aspects left out of the essentialist connections ventured as sequential steps in anti-essentialist theorizing? It is not possible to answer this question, as essentialists do, by reference to an absolute standard of causal effectiveness, one that legitimates across all theories the excluding of the non-essential from explanations. Instead, for overdeterminists, the answer to this question is to acknowledge and defend a partisan position taken toward the process and object of explanation themselves. Point 17. The answer is that any and all explanations advanced are interventions in particular conjunctures, in particular sets of social and natural conditions. They are interventions with particular purposes, political, cultural, and economic changes in their conjunctures. Within overdeterminist explanation, these purposes are part of the self-conscious, explicit justification of the essentialist moment, of that particular aspect of a complex totality that is given momentary priority. Indeed, from the perspective of overdetermination, there is an insistence that all explanations ever offered, both essentialist and overdeterminist, display essentialist moments that were shaped, in part, by particular interventionist purposes, whether or not these were conscious, understood, or admitted. For overdeterminist Marxism, such purposes are intrinsic to all explanations, constitutive overdeterminants of them all. Thus, the overdeterminist critique of essentialism holds, first, that the latter's explanations presume that they can and do censor out most or all of such purposiveness, which overdetermination believes to be impossible. 18. Second, since essentialists do not recognize their purposiveness and the partisan positions they take when they essentialize certain aspects of the totalities they seek to explain, they see no need to offer justifications in terms of purposes and partisanship. Indeed, they denounce such justifications as opposed or irrelevant to true explanation. Theirs is instead the search for truth in all its purity, objectivity, and absoluteness. If they admit any purpose or any partisanship, it, too, must be absolute, for the truth, above all other lower purposes and partisanships. 19. Overdeterminist theories display essentialist moments, but precisely because those moments arise and vanish within an overdeterminist perspective, they must acknowledge and thereby make present that which is absent, the excluded overdeterminants. In so doing, overdeterminist theories must as well justify the particular present/absent configuration of their interventions. Marxist overdeterminists, for example, must construct within their interventions a political component that justifies their particular intervention and criticizes the contesting interventions. The anti-essentialist critique of essentialist interventions proceeds on two levels, the first enabling the second. First, it is a critique of the essentialist story on the grounds, as noted above, that it is partial yet claims to be complete and is usually closed, that it is precisely essentialist and as such contributes to specific social effects depending on its conjunctural context. The second critique holds that the essentialist story is partial in a particular way, that it has a particular configuration of what is present/absent among the factors or aspects that it ventures to connect to its object of explanation. This second critique specifies how the essentialist story's particular partiality likewise contributes to specific social effects depending on the conjunctural context. Here, then, lies the difference between the essentialist moment of an overdeterminist argument and essentialist arguments not located within an overdeterminist perspective. Overdeterminist theory recognizes, engages, and justifies its own contradiction, whereas essentialist theory does not. The former copes with this contradiction by articulating a hope and intent that its explicit anti-essentialism and its particular configuration of present/absent relations will contribute to different and preferred social consequences as compared to those of the theories it opposes. This, as Althusser puts it in his interpretation of Lenin, is a matter of theory acknowledging its partisan politics. Marxist overdeterminist explanations entail a necessary political justification that draws its audiences into discourse about the social overdeterminations and effects of explanations. For many Marxist overdeterminists, this means that their interventions not only must exemplify overdetermination but also must stress or at least include class processes. The intended social effects include stimulating the awareness of what is at stake in the determinism versus overdetermination alternative, the relevance to all social issues of alternative class structures, and why either overdetermination or class or both are absent from other interventions. Because essentialists are not committed to and do not reason within overdeterminist problematics, their essentialist interventions do not share such agendas and are therefore different interventions. Having worked certain Hegelian generalities on Althusser's idea of overdetermination, we must confront its resulting fragility and openness. The very notion of explanation seems to dissolve. For every aspect of explanation seems to become unhooked from every other. Why does someone with an overdeterminist perspective/commitment venture to connect the set of factors with an object of explanation rather than some other set within the infinity of possible sets? The only answer, the only explanation of any specific connection, is to set out to explain all of its overdeterminants. Here lies an endless regress. Or consider why one essentialist moment of an overdeterminist explanation has this as opposed to that effect on subsequent moments of that explanation. Again, the only answer is another layer of overdetermined explanation and the abyss of infinite regress. The ceaselessly changing extra-theoretical and extra-discursive overdeterminants of each moment in the process of explanation, as well as the contradictory interactions among the moments, render the very notion of explanation no longer tenable. The word explain is just too implicated in essentialist thought. It connotes fullness, completeness, fixity, closure, and the image of a statement about an object of interest that is not itself contradictory, particular, and evanescent. It should be displaced in favor of intervention, position, or story. Human beings intervene in social life in many ways. One way is by telling stories. These stories connect some aspects of social life with others. How these aspects arise as matters of interest and stimulate the stories that venture connections among them is overdetermined in ceaselessly changing ways across human history. The claim that any such story is more than a local intervention, that it is, rather, a global or universal truth about how the world is, qualifies the story as essentialist rather than anti-essentialist. Such claims are themselves positions, interventions, and stories intended to achieve specific conjunctural effects. The point is that such essentialist stories have different effects upon the societies in which they occur, including different effects upon all subsequent storytelling from those of anti-essentialist stories. Point 20 Given that the 20th century's prevalent forms of Marxism have been essentialist and given my sense that often disastrous policies have been influenced or at least justified by them, I oppose essentialism and prefer overdetermination. The appeal of many strands within the tendencies grouped under the heading of postmodernism also plays a role. Given Marxism's critical revelation of the existence and social consequences of class, I have found Althusser's efforts to combine overdetermination and Marxism a crucial beginning of theoretical tasks now to be achieved. No doubt I take this position for still other reasons, including many unknown to me. Demystifying explanations into storytelling hopes and aims for and is itself part of that rethinking and reconstruction of Marxian theories for which Althusser worked. Moreover, the commitment to overdetermination entails a notion of ubiquitous contradiction that requires one always to recognize that a story told will affect, as will any social event, all other events, which in turn will affect all others in a ramifying profusion of interactions. Hence, no certainty is possible as to how all this will eventuate in terms of its social effects. Rather, it is probable that the social consequences of telling a particular story, including any overdeterminist one, will have contradictory effects, some positive and some negative from the perspective of the teller. It makes no sense, from the overdeterminist perspective, to seek guarantees of the results of telling any particular story. You make your partial analysis of an event and its context. You try to anticipate how different stories will, if told, affect society. Out of these raw materials, you tell your story and hope that it will ramify in positive ways that are more gratifying than the negative ways are distressing. Thus, from an overdeterminist perspective, no claim can be made that essentialist stories will always have negative rather than positive social effects. Such a claim would establish an essentialist connection independent of context, just what the commitment to overdetermination resists. The concern is thus expressed among overdeterminists that there may well be circumstances in which they prefer the social effects they anticipate from essentialist stories over those they anticipate from anti-essentialist stories. The concept of overdetermination, as I have argued it, certainly implies such a possibility. In such circumstances, different stories will be told. For example, the story told in this essay would likely not have been written. This raises problems neither for the concept of overdetermination nor for a commitment to use it in explanation, if overdetermination is understood via the Hegelian reworking of Althusser's Marxism attempted here. My conclusion holds overdeterminist analysis to be that particular kind of storytelling that advances and annuls successive essentialist moments in ways systematically different from what is done by essentialist storytellers. In the flux of ever-changing social contexts, a commitment to overdetermination enables different explanations with different social consequences from the currently prevalent array of essentialist explanations. The essentialist moments within overdeterminist explanations, constructed as such by the interventions of Hegel, Marx, and Althusser, exemplify those differences. They also, I believe, offer an answer to the self-questioning and doubts raised among those pursuing the Marxian project of overdeterminist explanation. Acknowledgement. The author would like to thank both editors, Antonio Colleri and David Ruxio, for their acute and very helpful comments, criticisms, and suggestions on earlier drafts. Also, George DiMartino and Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak raised and defined several of the central problems to which this chapter offers a response. Part 2. Class Analysis. 5. Classes in Marxian Theory. The theory of class. Concepts of class are central to Marxist theory and hence to Marxist analyses of concrete social situations. Within the Marxist tradition there have been quite different readings of Marx's own notions of class as well as different interpretations and elaborations of these notions. While one general orientation has prevailed in that tradition, recently some influential formulations have advanced a basic criticism of it as well as of Marx's own notions of class. They also offer alternatives. We sympathize with the view that traditional Marxist notions of class are generally vague and inadequate. As for Marx's own work, however, it does develop a complex, carefully specified concept of classes. Marx's conceptualization stands, we believe, as a critique both of the traditional Marxist theory of class and of the recent efforts to remedy its vagueness and inadequacies. Most Marxists have traditionally attributed to Marx a dichotomous theory of class, that is, a theory that societies are predominantly characterized by two opposing classes. 1 Most non-Marxists make much the same attribution. 2 There are some minor variations on the theme that Marx works with a two-class model. Many Marxist writers have acknowledged that groups designated as peasants or as a petty bourgeoisie of craftspeople or other self-employed producers of commodities exist as classes outside of the basic two in capitalism, namely, workers and capitalists. But their existence is traditionally dismissed or de-emphasized on the grounds of an intrinsic polarization of society and social change around the two primary classes, workers and capitalists. The Marxist tradition, and Marx himself, are thus widely understood to mean by the term class analysis an approach characterized by this basic focus on two classes. Recent Marxist critics of the traditional two-class focus share a concern to specify additional classes in capitalism beyond the workers and capitalists. Despite some differences among them, their common goal is to elaborate a Marxist social theory built upon a complex conceptualization of several classes. Nicholas Poulantzas works with a complex concept of class places as distinguished from class positions 3. His places exist at each of the three levels of society: economic, political, and ideological. At each level there is a dichotomy between the dominating and the dominated. In the case of capitalism, the capitalists are dominant at each level, the proletarians are dominated at each. For Poulantzas, these two classes present no analytical problem. However, they strike him as insufficient to carry out an adequate class analysis of capitalism. Other groupings exist who are not similarly placed at each level, that is, they are dominant in some while dominated in others. Poulantzas conceptualizes these as the old and new petty bourgeoisie, classes beyond the basic two of that predominant Marxist tradition he criticizes. Poulantzas emphasizes the importance of these extra classes in terms of Marxist theory and practical politics. The thrust of Poulantzas' work is to produce a Marxist analysis of contemporary capitalism by means of his concepts of several class places whose occupants varyingly take the opposed class positions in actual social struggles. From an appreciative critique of Poulantzas, Eric Olin Wright derives his three basic classes: bourgeoisie, proletariat, and petty bourgeoisie. However, he adds three more situated structurally among the first three. He also specifies several class locations of positions which are not directly defined by the social relations of production. These include housewives, students, and others. 4 Barbara and John Ehrenreich theorize in terms of four basic classes: workers, capitalists, petty bourgeoisie, and the professional managerial class whose importance their work underscores. Common to all these authors is a focus upon the power or dominance relations among persons. They redefine class in terms of those relations, but not only at the economic level, which they criticize as the unacceptably exclusive concern of the Marxist tradition. For these critics, class relations exist also at the political and ideological levels where social dominance occurs. Marx and Marxism are seen as focused too narrowly, merely upon the economic aspects of dominance relations and therefore upon two simple classes. The critics reconceptualize classes to include dominance relations at the other social levels. This permits them to theorize multiple classes incorporating the contradictions among the several levels. Our purpose here is not to examine such critiques of traditional Marxist class theory. Rather, the brief mention of them is intended to set the basis for our demonstration of how very differently Marx conceptualized the multiplicity of classes in capitalism. In our view, Marx's concepts provide the basis for a complex class analysis that is different from the dichotomous theory of traditional Marxism and from the kind of alternative theory exemplified by the authors mentioned above. In any case, Marx's concepts of classes merit far more careful and detailed discussion than any of these critics devoted to them. Not surprisingly, Marx's complex class analysis is far more consistently grounded in Marx's value theory than the alternative formulations of the critics. After sketching Marx's analysis, we propose to indicate some of its distinctive analytical capacities as compared to those alternative formulations. Class process and conditions of existence. As we read Marx's work, class is one distinct process among the many that constitute life. The class process is that in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers. It is different from all the other distinct processes comprising social life. These include both natural processes such as breathing, photosynthesis, eating and rainfall, and social processes such as thinking, speaking, voting and working. Processes never exist alone, they do not occur by themselves. Rather, the concept of process is an analytical device to pinpoint the constituent aspects of relationships in society. Particular relationships are understood, defined as particular sets of processes. Aspect and process are conceptualized as synonyms. To take the example of the class process, it invariably occurs together with distinct processes of transforming nature, with distinct processes of exerting and obeying authority among people, and with distinct processes of language, to take just a few cases. On the other hand, any particular relationship between persons may, but need not always, include the class process. Two people going fishing are involved in a relationship, a set of processes that may or may not include a class process. If it is a case of two friends sharing leisure time, no class process is involved. If surplus labor is extracted, a class process is involved. Each process existing within any particular society is both influenced by and influences all the other processes comprising that society. As Althusser suggests in his use of the term overdetermination, Marx affirms the notion that each process has no existence other than as the site of the converging influences exerted by all the other social processes. Point 5 of each process, it can be said that all the other processes that combine to overdetermine it are its conditions of existence. 6. Thus, the conditions of existence of the class process in society are all the other, non-class processes, without whose particular characteristics and interaction the class process could not and would not exist. In turn, the class process is a condition of existence of each and every other social process. Fundamental and subsumed classes. Marx's theory of the class process of extracting surplus labor involves the conceptual division of individuals in society into paired groupings occupying the positions of performers of such surplus labor, on the one hand, and extractors, on the other. These paired groupings we designate, following Marx, as fundamental classes. Marx distinguishes different forms of the fundamental class process: primitive communist, slave, feudal, capitalist, ancient, and others. Societies will likely exhibit more than one form at any time and hence more than one set of the corresponding pairs of fundamental classes. Marx makes reference to surplus, as opposed to necessary, labor. The latter is the time-measured expenditure of human brain and muscle required to reproduce the performers of surplus labor. What expenditures of brain and muscle these performers can be variously induced to perform over and above this necessary amount is defined as surplus labor. Nothing is fixed or exogenously determined in this Marxian concept of the distinction between necessary and surplus. What is necessary labor presupposes historically variable social standards for the reproduction of the performers of surplus labor, hence for the reproduction of each form of the fundamental class process. The adjective fundamental is ascribed to those sets of performers and extractors of surplus labor to underscore Marx's differentiation of them from the second type of class which he begins to formulate in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital. The second type, which we shall call subsumed classes, refers to persons who neither perform nor extract surplus labor. Rather, they carry out certain specific social functions and sustain themselves by means of shares of extracted surplus labor distributed to them by one or another fundamental extracting class. The social functions performed by subsumed classes, as elaborately specified by Marx, are understood as constitutive of, as well as dependent upon, the fundamental class relations between performers and extractors of surplus labor. They are constitutive in the sense of providing certain of the conditions of existence non-economic as well as economic of the fundamental class process. Without their cut of the extracted surplus labor, subsumed classes cannot reproduce themselves and their social activities. In turn, without the reproduction of certain of its conditions of existence by subsumed classes, no fundamental class process can be reproduced over time. Fundamental and subsumed classes determine and depend upon one another. Their relationship is complex, contradictory, and on a terrain of class struggles which are different from, although interactive with, the class struggles between performers and extractors of surplus labor. The distinction between fundamental and subsumed classes is the distinction between the production and distribution of surplus value. To underscore the importance of this distinction, we will henceforth refer to the extraction of surplus labor as the fundamental class process and to the distribution of surplus labor as the subsumed class process. It follows that all other natural and social processes may be referred to as non-class processes. Although Marx focused overwhelmingly upon the capitalist fundamental and subsumed classes, his basic conceptual approach to class analysis had a broader scope. Any particular form of the fundamental class process has its natural and social conditions of existence. The latter include the economic, political, and cultural processes which overdetermine that particular form of the fundamental class process. Each non-class process must occur socially in one of two ways. It can occur within a particular relationship whose constituent processes include neither a fundamental nor a subsumed class process. Alternatively, it can occur within a particular relationship whose constituent processes do include either one or the other class process. For example, educating children is a distinct, non-class process, but it is also one condition of existence of any form of the fundamental class process. This educational process may occur within particular relationships that do not involve a class process, either fundamental or subsumed. Thus, education of children may be accomplished within the personal relationships of childhood playing. Alternatively, such education may be performed by specially selected persons sustained in that function by a share of already extracted surplus labor. In this case, the process of educating children occurs in a particular relationship that includes as well the subsumed class process. Finally, the process of educating children may occur in a relationship that also includes a fundamental class process, as when, say, a capitalist enterprise sells education as a commodity. The process of educating children might occur in more than one such relationship simultaneously. Society, for Marxian theory, is always a complex formation of interacting fundamental and subsumed classes. It is a social formation. Social analysis involves the specification of the relations among those classes comprising a particular social formation. Thus, Marxian theory can periodize history in terms of which form of the fundamental class process may have been prevalent in terms of how most of the surplus labor was extracted vis-a-vis other forms existing within a particular social formation. We give the name of the prevalent form to the social formation as a whole. For example, a capitalist social formation denotes one in which the capitalist form of the fundamental class process prevails over other forms existing within it. Different transitional periods in a social formation may then be specified in terms of a prevailing fundamental class process giving way to the prevalence of a different fundamental class process, or in terms of particular forms of the fundamental class process passing out of existence altogether or newly emerging. Indeed, one major task of Marxian theory must be to specify whether and how both sorts of transition are occurring within any particular social formation under scrutiny. Marx repeatedly noted that individuals within a social formation usually occupy multiple, different class positions, both fundamental and subsumed. Thus, Marxian class analysis is doubly complex. First, it must distinguish the various fundamental and subsumed class positions comprising any social formation it proposes to examine. Second, it must specify the pattern of occupation of these different positions by the population of the formation. It follows that Marxist specifications of actual class struggles must presuppose just such complex class analyses of their participants. In Volume 2, and especially in Volume 3, of Capital, Marx discussed several different subsumed classes. In this case all are subsumed to the capitalist fundamental class process. Three of these are analyzed in great detail: merchants, moneylenders, and landlords. Two receive relatively brief treatment: money dealers and supervisory managers of joint stock companies. All of these subsumed classes are treated as directors of social processes which are conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. As directors, they may employ or direct laborers to perform these processes. Laborers performing these processes may also be employed by capitalists, for example as salespeople and financial clerks. Such employees, regardless of immediate employer, comprise another subsumed class defined by Marx. Marx explained how merchants and their employees, whom he defined narrowly and exclusively as commodity buyers and sellers, produce neither value nor surplus value, and how they obtain their shares of the surplus value extracted by the fundamental class of capitalists. In varying detail he showed much the same for the other directing and directed subsumed classes. We shall refer, then, to two basic types of subsumed classes. Type 1 comprises the directors of social processes which are conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process, and Type 2 the directed performers of such processes. 7. Merchanting was defined by Marx as strictly the buying and selling of capitalistically produced commodities. He implicitly abstracted from the many non-economic processes included in the relationships among and between merchants and other human beings within capitalist social formations. He explicitly abstracted from the processes other than buying/selling, such as storage, transport, etc., usually attached to actual functioning merchants as a social group. Marx designated these other economic processes as connected to commodity production. If merchants undertook commodity production, they would then also occupy a fundamental class position. For theoretical reasons which we seek here to identify, Marx explicitly reduced his concept of the merchant process to doing nothing other than buying and selling commodities in the market. What we believe Marx wanted to emphasize is that competitive accumulation by capitalists necessitated their ability to sell commodities as fast as they were produced. Delays caused by efforts to locate final purchasers interrupted or slowed the production process, reduced the turnover rate of capital, reduced the annualized rate of profit, and thereby worsened the competitive position of any capitalist afflicted by such delays. The evolved solution was the merchant who, as the possessor of a quantum of the money commodity, served the capitalists by immediately buying their outputs. Conceived in this way, Marx's merchants direct the circulation of commodities, the process of realizing the surplus value from the capitalist fundamental class process. Realization is a condition of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process. Marx's merchants represent one possible form of the realization process, of that specific condition of existence. The realization process may be performed, of course, by alternative subsumed classes, some of which Marx mentions, such as salesmen employed directly by capitalists. Merchants, strictly defined as pure buyers and sellers of commodities, deploy a quantum of value in money form in a manner that produces no surplus value. The profit which they earn is, Marx explained, simply a transfer from capitalists of a portion of the surplus value which they extract from productive laborers. 8 Merchants produce no commodities, no value. Any development rendering merchants unable or unwilling to accomplish the merchanting process will likely block or threaten the reproduction of the capitalist class process. Merchants occupy a Type 1 subsumed class position. Insofar as merchants are organized as independent, private entrepreneurships, their buying and selling activity must involve a distribution to them of surplus value such that their merchant's capital earns about what it would have if invested in commodity production rather than in merchanting. By contrast, a smaller distribution would suffice if merchanting were accomplished as a non-profit state function. In the latter case, the responsible state administrators would occupy the Type 1 subsumed class position of directors. Marx analyzed money dealers and money lenders as subsumed classes in terms comparable to those used for merchants, although the mechanisms whereby they obtain cuts of surplus value do differ significantly. 9. Marx's approach to landlords and mine owners as subsumed to the capitalist fundamental class process was somewhat different. The particular social process that they direct, by virtue of their land ownership, is that of access to the presumed limited land surface of the globe. Marx argued that exclusive private ownership of land effectively denies to proletarians the access which would give them the option to cease being proletarians, and secondly, that exclusive ownership also limits capitalists' access to land. In this sense, the landowner's control of access provides certain conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. To gain access, that is, to induce this subsumed class to control access in particular ways, capitalists distribute a portion of their extracted surplus value to landlords in the form of capitalist rent payments. Such capitalists may be engaged in agricultural or industrial or service commodity production or any combination of these. Competition among these capitalists and between them and the landlords determines the size distribution of rental payments. At the same time, Competition among capitalists determines the average rate of profit. Together, rental payments and the average rate of profit determine the price distribution of land, as rent flows capitalized at the average rate of profit. Landlords produce no commodities, no values, and no surplus values. If they employ laborers, that is, a type 2 subsumed class, such as rent collectors, they do not extract any surplus value from them. Logically, we can broaden Marx's notion of landlords to include similar subsumed classes who function analogously, proprietors of patents, copyrights, trademarks, etc. The broadened notion of landlords as a subsumed class raises the general problem of monopoly and its relation to the capitalist class process. In the sense of exclusive ownership, monopoly conveys directorship over the rental of access to the monopolized item. Monopoly always obtains a share of surplus value extracted elsewhere to the degree that such access is a condition of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. When such a monopoly is achieved, however temporarily, by any individual or group, we understand the latter to occupy a particular subsumed class position. Such a group may concurrently occupy other fundamental and/or subsumed class positions. For example, capitalists may seek and gain a monopoly of some capital good, thereby adding to the surplus labor they extract directly a transferred portion of other capitalists' extract ions. They obtain such transfers by virtue of their monopoly, that is, of the subsumed class position they occupy in relation to those other capitalists. When Marx discussed briefly the supervisory managers of joint stock companies, he extended his notions of classes in two important ways. First, he identified what amounts to another type 1 subsumed class, namely, shareholders. When surplus value is extracted in joint stock companies by means of capital owned by shareholders, then provision of such capital, such means of production, to such companies, has itself become a condition of existence of the capitalistic fundamental class process. As a subsumed class, shareholders' dividends represent their payment out of extracted surplus value for the condition of existence they direct. The process of providing capital for production. Point 10. This point is developed further below. The second extension of Marx's class analysis entailed in his discussion of joint stock companies concerns subsumed classes who provide other than economic conditions of existence. Supervision, as distinguished from technical coordination, of productive laborers is a process of providing political conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. Supervision is a process providing certain kinds of social behavior among productive workers without which the extraction of surplus value is jeopardized. Supervisory managers are a subsumed class. Point 11. Our approach implies that a typical capitalist corporation will itself display a complex class structure. Besides the fundamental capitalist class, there will be various type 1 subsumed classes, for example, shareholders and the directors of merchanting, personnel, supervision, advertising, bookkeeping, security, legal services, lobbying, etc., and their respective type 2 subordinates. The same individuals might occupy the fundamental class position of capitalist extractor as well as one or more type 1 subsumed class positions. In any case, whatever tensions and struggles come to characterize relations between these two class positions would emerge as internal corporate disagreements and conflicts. The capitalist corporation is an institutional site of subsumed as well as fundamental class tensions, alliances, and struggles. The class analysis of such institutions from a Marxian theoretical standpoint presupposes the categories of fundamental and subsumed classes to which this paper is devoted. Other directors of political processes comprising conditions of existence of the capitalist class process include, for example, the decision-making top levels of state-run police, military, administrative, legislative, and judicial organizations. The political effects in terms of ordered social behavior of their various activities secure private property and contracts. Certainly, innumerable commentators on capitalism have long understood the critical implications for the reproduction of capitalism of any inability to reproduce the security, these political conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. We may further extend Marx's theorization of what we term subsumed classes to encompass social processes providing ideological or, more broadly, cultural conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process. The Type 1 subsumed class of directors of cultural or ideological processes includes, for example, the administrators of state-run free education, of religious education conducted within the various denominations, of state-run free cultural programs, and of corporate counseling programs for employees. At stake here are concepts of justice, society, work, individuality, suffering, etc., functioning in people's minds to determine how individuals construct and construe their experiences. Belief in and thinking by means of specific conceptual frameworks are cultural conditions of existence for the capitalist class process. Cultural processes comprising conditions of existence for the capitalist class process are as important as its economic and political conditions of existence. Only the combined interaction of them all over determines the capitalist fundamental class process. The Type 1 subsumed classes of directors of the economic, political, and cultural processes comprising conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process are financed by the distribution of the surplus value extracted by capitalists from productive workers. However, the mechanism and the sizes of such distributions vary according to the organizational connections between the subsumed directors and the capitalists. Some Type 1 subsumed classes are organized as privately owned enterprises requiring private capital investment. Merchants and bankers, for example, must in general receive a sufficient portion of the capitalist surplus value so that what Marx termed the unproductive capital of the former receives the same average rate of profit as the productive capital of the latter. 12 Such unproductive capital outlays must earn the average rate of profit, or, failing to do so, they will cease to be made. Unless corrected by the appropriate capital flow, that eventuality might well endanger realization and thereby the capitalist fundamental class process. Those Type 1 subsumed classes that are not organized in privately owned enterprises subject to the competitive flows of investable funds fare differently. They dispose of no unproductive capital, they earn no rate of profit. Rather, church, public education, police, military, and other similar administrations receive in general portions of surplus value just sufficient to cover the wage, salary, and materials cost associated with their particular processes. 13 The mechanisms for transferring surplus value to these Type 1 subsumed classes include chiefly taxation and direct contributions. Finally, those Type 1 subsumed classes directly employed by capitalists, managers of sales, advertising, personnel, etc. require outlays for their salaries and associated materials costs. These are distributions from their employing capitalists extracted surplus values, conceptually similar to the taxes and contributions mentioned above. The processes directed by different Type 1 subsumed classes produce no commodities, no values, and they involve no extraction of surplus value from their direct performers. Indeed, such direct performers comprise our Type 2 subsumed class. As this typology implies, the Type 2 subsumed class occupies a position within the complex class structure of capitalism that is different from both the fundamental classes and the Type 1 subsumed classes. Members of the Type 2 subsumed class are the actual directed performers of processes economic, political, and cultural which interact to overdetermine the capitalist fundamental class process. The wage and commodity costs necessary to their performance are paid for out of surplus value produced in and distributed from the capitalist fundamental class process. They may function as employees of the capitalist class itself or of the Type 1 subsumed class. What determines their subsumed class position is not who their employer is but rather the relation between the social process they perform and the capitalist class process of extracting surplus value. The following examples of the Type 2 subsumed class derive directly from Marx or from the discussion in this chapter. Salesperson employed by capitalist. Secretary to advertising manager employed by a capitalist. Bookkeeper employed by merchant. Bank teller employed by bank owner. Rent collector employed by landowner. Maintenance worker employed by a church. Public primary or secondary school teacher. Local firefighter. Cashier at retail store. Office/clerical worker employed by public welfare agency. Foot soldier. Productive and unproductive labor. Our interpretation of Marx's theory of classes implies a distinct perspective on the continuing discussion clash of conceptions of productive and unproductive labor. Within the Marxist tradition, that discussion has usually been linked closely to contesting specifications of what is meant by the working class. Our perspective on classes and on productive and unproductive labor also involves a particular understanding of Marx's concept of working class. Marx devoted considerable attention to the matter of productive and unproductive labor. Point 14. He distinguished between them according to whether they were employed to produce surplus value or were not. His formal definition of productive labor is quite clear. Productive labor is therefore in the system of capitalist production labor which produces surplus value for its employer. The result of the capitalist production process is neither a mere product nor a commodity, that is, a use value which has a certain exchange value. Its result, its product, is the creation of surplus value for capital. What is less clear and has provoked most of the debate within the Marxist tradition is rather the substantive definition of unproductive labor and the specification of its place in the social class structure. Yet, despite some ambiguous and contrary usages, there is, we believe, a definite notion of unproductive labor developed in Capital, Volumes 2 and 3. Simply, unproductive labor is that which produces neither value nor surplus value. Its wages are defrayed by the transfer to it of a portion of surplus value extracted by capitalists from productive laborers. In Volumes 2 and 3, Marx devoted considerable attention to what he termed unproductive capital, chiefly merchants' and money-lenders' capital. In our terms, he analyzed two Type 1 subsumed classes who provide certain economic conditions of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process. The employees of these merchants and money-lenders are Type 2 subsumed classes were shown by Marx explicitly to be unproductive laborers. Point 15. We generalize Marx's line of argument as follows: unproductive laborers are all Type 2 subsumed classes. Such a general definition encompasses Marx's treatment of unproductive laborers hired by merchants and money-lenders, but it also permits us to include the hired laborers providing all the other economic, political, and cultural conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. Now, Marx himself noted the complexly interwoven acceptable and unacceptable definitions of productive and unproductive labor in Adam Smith and many other writers. In Marx, too, there are ambiguities occasioned by certain of his own departures from his own strict definitions. One of these concerns the applicability of the productive/unproductive distinction to performers of surplus labor in non-capitalist versus capitalist fundamental class processes. He insisted that the former, while possibly producing feudal, slave, etc., commodities, have nothing to do with the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. They therefore belong neither to the category of productive nor of unproductive labor, although they are producers of commodities. But their production does not fall under the capitalist mode of production. Marx here wanted to limit the categories of productive/unproductive labor to capitalist fundamental and subsumed classes. It is a limitation he imposed repeatedly. Yet he made some well-known contrary statements also. A singer who sells her song for her own account is an unproductive laborer. A jobbing tailor who comes to the capitalist's house and patches his trousers for him, produces a mere use value for him, is an unproductive laborer. Such singers and tailors are performing surplus labor within non-capitalist fundamental class processes. While they happen in these examples to be selling commodities, they are not commodities produced in and by a capitalist fundamental class process. By Marx's definition, such singers and tailors could not be termed either productive or unproductive. Yet in his statements he did just that, as have other Marxists after him. As we read Marx, such statements represent steps in his struggles with the many and varied formulations of the productive/unproductive labor distinction argued by his predecessors. They are steps which do not square with his own definitions. Marx apparently recognized this problem in noting that for his predecessors from Smith through Richard Jones, the productive/unproductive labor distinction expresses the whole difference between capitalist and non-capitalist modes of production. He immediately contrasted his own narrow-sense standpoint. On the other hand, the terms productive and unproductive laborers in the narrow sense, labor which enters into the production of commodities, and labor which does not enter into, and whose aim and purpose is not, the production of commodities. The commodities Marx here refers to are capitalist commodities, products of the capitalist fundamental class process. Our interpretation resolves the contradiction between Marx's strict definition and his on the one hand, on the other ambiguity. We adhere to the strict definition and restrict the term unproductive to Marx's narrow sense above, that is, to our type 2 subsumed classes. Laborers performing surplus labor in non-capitalist fundamental class processes and laborers subsumed to such processes are then sharply distinguished from the unproductive laborers subsumed to the capitalist fundamental class process. Beyond resolving the ambiguities in Marx's text, we are concerned to make this distinction to aid in the analysis of different actual and potential alliances within the working class. Different specifications of unproductive labor imply different specifications of possible alliances within the working class, as developed further below. There is a second ambiguity in Marx's formulation which needs to be resolved. It concerns whether productive labor is to be understood from the standpoint of the capitalist employer or from the standpoint of the use made by the purchaser of the capitalist commodity produced by the laborer. For example, the cooks and waiters in a public hotel are productive laborers, insofar as their labor is transformed into capital for the proprietors of the hotel. These same persons are unproductive laborers as menial servants, inasmuch as I do not make capital out of their services, but spend revenue on them. In fact, however, these same persons are also for me, the consumer, unproductive laborers in the hotel. In our view, Marx here was mingling two different senses of the word, productive, and thereby inadvertently introducing some understandable confusion. As noted earlier, Marx defines productive labor from the standpoint of its production of surplus value for its employer, regardless of the use made by those who purchase the commodities embodying that surplus value. 16 It is thus a different question, and not immediately germane, whether particular commodities are purchased as elements of constant or variable capital or not. If they are purchased for such a purpose, Marx speaks of productive consumption in the sense of involvement in the future production of further surplus value. The alternative commodities purchased for all other purposes, that is, goods and services exchanged against revenue, is deemed unproductive consumption. Now it is clear and fully consistent for Marx to distinguish productive from unproductive consumptions in this way. However, he would have violated his own concepts if he had deduced the unproductiveness of labor from the unproductive consumption of the commodities embodying that labor. Unproductive labor and unproductive consumption are two different concepts. We deny that the one can be deduced from the other. Our notion of type 2 subsumed classes as unproductive laborers rectifies certain ambiguities and generalizes certain of Marx's basic definitions. Moreover, our inclusive concept of subsumed classes permits a direct, explicit integration of the non-economic conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process under capitalism with the economic conditions upon which Marx focused. Finally, our specification of unproductive laborers as type 2 subsumed classes highlights their contributing role as well as their cost to the extraction of surplus value, capital accumulation, and, indeed, to the development of the capitalist social formation as a whole. 17. Our connection of productive and unproductive labor to the capitalist fundamental and type 2 subsumed classes carries an implication of two different classes, as do certain of Marx's remarks. Yet, the question posed by this usage is the relation of such classes to the general and singular notion of a working class. Our approach suggests that the working class has to be conceived of as a variable alliance of distinct classes changing continuously through history. Within capitalist social formations, such alliances might involve the fundamental class of productive laborers together with the type 2 subsumed classes of unproductive laborers. They might also involve the performers of surplus labor within the non-capitalist fundamental class processes present in the capitalist social formation. To analyze a construct such as the working class at any moment of a capitalist social formation amounts to an analysis of whether and what alliances existed then among the various fundamental and subsumed classes. This would be a Marxist class analysis of the structure, contradictions, and dynamic of the working class. Our reading and development of Marx's work on productive and unproductive labor differs sharply from other recent Marxist treatments of this issue. There are some important implications to be drawn. One major issue in recent Marxist discussions of productive and unproductive labor concerns the connection between that distinction and some notion of the membership of the working class. Thus Wright affirms a unity of the working class on the grounds that no fundamentally different class interests at the economic level exist between productive and unproductive labor. For Wright, both share a structurally determined interest in constructing socialism or a different mode of production from capitalism. Despite the differences between productive and unproductive labor, their common fundamental interest necessarily and always places them both in the working class. Braverman also arrives at a notion that productive and unproductive laborers form a continuous mass of employment which, at present and unlike the situation in Marx's day, has everything in common. In contrast to Wright, Braverman, and others, Palantzes does make the productive/unproductive labor distinction serve as a determinant of a class boundary. Palantzes insists that only productive workers form part of the working class, and that to include in the working class all wage earners is theoretically impermissible and politically dangerous. 18. The debate over the membership of the working class has actually been the context for Marxist discussions of productive and unproductive labor for some time. Sweezy argued that unproductive laborers comprised the so-called new middle class. He found that there existed an objective bond linking their fortunes with those of the ruling class. Recent formulations among British Marxists renew the debate with minor variations on the theme. John Harrison, Ian Goff, and Harrison, Goff, Bob Rothorn, and Alan Hunt argue that finally all labor in the capitalist mode of production is productive because it all contributes to surplus value production, albeit in different ways, direct and indirect. These different ways are deemed not to disclose a class boundary between the working class and some other and opposed class. Goff and Harrison admit that such a notion of productive labor is a departure necessary, in their view, from the differentiation between productive and unproductive labor given by Marx. 19. Very few of the authors prominent in the Marxist debates mentioned here devote much substantive attention to the logic and structure of the productive/unproductive distinction per se. Some, such as Sweezy and Palantzes, adhere more or less to Marx's definition of productive labor in order to derive from it a rather exclusive notion of the working class. Others, such as Goff and Harrison, tend to depart more or less from Marx's definition in order to derive a relatively inclusive notion of the working class. The theoretical objective common to most Marxist writers is one sort of derivation or the other. There is no great concern to detail and explore the complex and changing relationships between productive and unproductive labor. Our formulation of the productive/unproductive labor distinction builds from a particular reading of Marx's texts in terms of fundamental and subsumed classes. We differ from the authors and the debate discussed above by virtue of our focus upon the distinction in detail, upon the need constantly to reassess the changing relationships between productive and unproductive laborers. More importantly, we differ in refusing to conceptualize the working class as either inclusive or exclusive of unproductive laborers. We do not derive a notion of the working class from the categories of productive/unproductive labor, nor do we read Marx as proposing to do so. 20 Rather, to specify the working class means, to us, to specify a particular social situation in a capitalist social formation. It means to analyze the historically unique relationships among and between productive and unproductive laborers in that particular social situation. The goal of such an analysis is to determine both the actualities of and potentialities for alliances among fundamental and subsumed classes, alliances always overdetermined by the whole range of natural and social processes. Our approach does not presume that an actual historical working class comprising both productive and unproductive laborers is either necessary or impossible at any level. That would amount to assuming the analysis instead of producing it. It is the virtue of Marx's distinctions between productive and unproductive labor that they provide important conceptual means for the analysis of the complex class alliances comprising all working class movements. A second major theme in Marxist discussions of productive and unproductive labor concerns the relation of this distinction to some criterion of social usefulness of the goods and services embodying such labor. It is thus often affirmed that insofar as certain produced goods and services are judged to be unproductive or, more generally, socially wasteful, then the labor they embody is unproductive. Such affirmations probably stem from Marx's references to unproductive consumption cited above. Where we read Marx as generally maintaining, despite lapses, a conceptual separation between the productiveness of labor and that of consumption, many Marxists have resolved the matter rather differently. They either use, side by side, two different concepts of productive/unproductive labor, or they go so far as to make a concept of social usefulness into the final determinant of the distinction. Ernest Mondale is perhaps most explicit in his insistence that Marx's two standpoints on the concepts of productive and unproductive labor must not be confused. He states that one standpoint refers to whether there is production of new value and the other refers to whether consumption of the product of such labor serves the general interests of society. Mondale uses the latter to distinguish productive from unproductive labor. On this particular point, we read Mondale as inconsistent with Marx's argument. Similarly, Paul Baran has argued that notions of productive labor must be based on independent, rational judgments about what is socially useful. Other Marxists define such social interests more narrowly as capitalist interests in maximum capital accumulation. Then labor is productive when it produces goods and services which are productively consumed. Michael Kidron concludes that productive labor today must be defined as labor whose final output is or can be an input into further production. Goff, Harrison, and Paul Bullock favor jettisoning Marx's strict definitions. They redefine productive labor as that which produces the elements of constant and variable capital. For these writers, labor engaged in luxury and armaments production, for example, is unproductive because they deduce unproductiveness from the final use of the commodities. The tendency to move away from Marx's basic definition of productive labor as that which produces surplus value for its employer is frequently the consequence of a particular approach to Marxist theory. That approach is essentialist. Its proponents search for and usually find one aspect of capitalist society which then functions for them as an essence, that is, the determinant of the other social aspects. For example, those for whom capital accumulation functions in this essentialist manner want to derive the productiveness of labor in terms of its relation to accumulation. The relation to accumulation determines the productiveness or not of labor. Similar forms of Marxist essentialism were encountered above. For example, Wright sought to derive the working class from what he terms fundamental objective interests, while Poulantzas tended to derive the working class from the productiveness of labor at the economic level. Essentialist modes of reasoning within the Marxist tradition have complex consequences. One of these is worth attention to underscore our difference from such reasoning generally and from its conclusions about the productive/unproductive labor distinction in particular. The overwhelming majority of the Marxist writers who have touched upon the productive/unproductive labor issue have determined that unproductive laborers in their varying definitions all exert a drag upon capitalist society's real interests. That is, while necessary to capitalism they slow accumulation and represent the costliness of capitalism's irrational necessities. Exposing this irrationality and calculating its waste of resources have been mainstays of Marxist critiques of capitalism for some time, as creatively exemplified in the work of Baran and Sweezy. While we fully agree with the appropriateness of attacking capitalist deployment of resources from a Marxist critical standpoint, we think it is unacceptably one-sided to see unproductive labor as only a negative influence on surplus value extraction and capital accumulation. As emphasized in our formulation of fundamental and subsumed classes, unproductive laborers perform processes indispensable to the extraction of surplus value and, hence, to the accumulation of capital. Such performance is, after all, the condition for their existence as unproductive laborers, as recipients of a share of the surplus value extracted elsewhere from productive laborers. By the same token, the unproductive labor performed is a condition of the capitalist class process of extracting surplus value in the first place. Each kind of labor, each class position is necessary for the existence of the other, they are mutually constitutive and, hence, mutually determinant. Thus, for example, the unproductive labor of a merchant's clerk requires the distribution of a share of capitalist surplus value to merchants. However, the unproductive labor also makes possible an increased turnover rate for productive capital, that is, an increased capacity for productive capital to extract surplus value per unit of time. Similarly, the unproductive labor of municipal employees, say, teachers and firefighters, involves distribution of surplus value via taxation. Yet, these unproductive laborers provide certain conditions of existence for surplus value extraction. Their contributions to productive laborers' use value productivity and to the diminution of productive capital losses from fire both condition the extraction of surplus value. Finally, we may consider briefly the controversial issue of luxury commodity production. Such production involves productive labor if carried on in capitalist enterprises. At the same time, the consumption of such commodities is unproductive. They do not participate as elements of constant or variable capital in the production of surplus value elsewhere in the system. However, the unproductive consumption of the luxury commodity is but one important aspect of its existence alongside another, the productive labor embodied in it. Neither aspect can or should be reduced to the other. Both aspects will participate in shaping, for example, these laborers' consciousness and political activities, quite possibly in different or even contradictory ways. Our formulation of the productive/unproductive labor distinction in terms of fundamental and subsumed classes avoids essentialism. It provides a particular way of understanding the mutually constitutive relationship between both types of labor. Finally, it provides an approach that captures both the positive and negative aspects of the relationship or, in other words, its contradictory aspects. Marxist class analyses. In this section we offer some brief examples of how we would use our concepts of fundamental and subsumed classes to produce Marxist class analyses. We begin with a brief discussion of the production and distribution of surplus value, showing how each of these processes is a mutually constitutive moment of capital's existence. Next, we sketch analyses of certain topics chosen to illustrate our approach: state taxes, child rearing, credit, and monopoly. Finally, we demonstrate how one of surplus value's conditions of existence, the accumulation of capital, is the site of particular complex contradictions because of the assumed existence of state taxes, child rearers, credit, and monopolists. The origin of surplus value resides in the capitalist consumption of the purchased commodity, labor power. The process of the consumption of labor power is at the same time the production process of commodities and of surplus value. Clearly, the conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process include the purchase of labor power, the purchase of means of production socially necessary to set the labor power in motion, the sale of the produced commodities, as well as other economic and non-economic conditions. An explanation of the capitalist fundamental class process presumes that the continuing extraction of surplus value requires the reproduction of its conditions of existence. To accomplish this, the produced surplus value must be distributed to the subsumed classes who provide these conditions. We may then summarize the relationship between the production and distribution of surplus value, the fundamental and subsumed classes, as S equals ESC, where ESC refers to the total distribution of surplus value to various type 1 and 2 subsumed classes. To specify the existence of surplus value for the capitalist is to specify its class distribution. Thus, surplus value finds its way to capitalists insofar as they occupy subsumed class positions. Now, the left-hand side of the above equation refers to the fact that the capitalist receives surplus value for doing neither any form of necessary or surplus labor nor any kind of process involved with managing, owning, expanding, lending to, or purchasing for the production process. That is precisely Marx's definition of and revolutionary insight into capitalist exploitation, that is, the capitalist fundamental class process. By definition, surplus value is a reward to the capitalist for performing no labor or condition of labor of any kind whatsoever. The moment of exploitation is that of distribution of surplus to a variety of different subsumed classes that make possible the existence of exploitation. This formulation states that the capitalist fundamental class process is different from, but dependent upon, the processes of owning, supervising, and purchasing of capital. Thus the capitalist fundamental class process can exist even if the individuals appropriating surplus value do not themselves own, supervise, or purchase capital. Other individuals, for example, capital lenders and managers, may occupy the subsumed class positions performing these processes in a variety of forms. Alternatively, one individual may occupy all these different class positions including the fundamental one. Early capitalists typically owned their capital, lent it to themselves, personally supervised and managed the production process, and did the actual purchasing of constant and variable capital. Each of these non-class processes is a condition of existence for the capitalist fundamental class process. In our example, a share of surplus value was paid by the capitalist to himself for performing each of them. Further, our capitalist may even have performed productive labor, hence receiving the value of the labor power he sold to himself. By contrast, as Marx noted, the modern joint stock corporation increasingly delegates all of these non-class processes to the subsumed class of managers. We may emphasize the mutual importance of both fundamental and subsumed classes by combining some subsumed class payments into the composite category of profits while leaving others to stand by themselves. Where S equals the produced surplus value equals profits. R equals payments to landlords. I equals payments to providers of different forms of capital. Capitalist profits may be further subdivided into the various type 1 and 2 subsumed class allocations, salaries of managers for supervising, taxes paid the state for providing various economic and non-economic processes, board of directors fees for directing corporate enterprises, fees to merchants for various circulation processes, payments to monopolists for access to monopolized necessary inputs, payments to capitalists and others for providing or displaying personal conspicuous consumption. 21 Payments to child rearers for nurturing future productive and unproductive laborers, and payments to managers or others for purchasing labor power and means of production for both simple and expanded reproduction. Any one individual may occupy several of these subsumed class positions, thereby receiving an income composed of different payments. In the following examples we will hold R constant in the above value equation and focus only on the constituent parts of N on I. In particular, will be further divided simply into subsumed class payments for purchasing means of production and labor power and those for providing a number of other economic and non-economic processes of the sort listed above. To summarize, let where is the share of profits distributed to, say, managers, that is, those who purchase new means of production and labor power, and the share distributed to performers of child rearing, of state services, and so forth. The subsumed class receiving may utilize a portion of it for accumulating capital, equals C plus V plus YB, where C plus V refers to the accumulation of capital, and YB to the salaries of this subsumed class of managers. No social process is more important than any other. Accumulation is no more or less important than, say, the supervision of capital. All are conditions of existence of the extraction of surplus value. But each process is different, and in this difference resides its unique effectivity. Only the subsumed class payment to managers for purchasing means of production and labor power makes available to the capitalist the commodities needed to extract surplus value. In any capitalist enterprise, the fundamental class of capitalists may also manage this purchasing. If so, they also occupy a subsumed class position and receive a share of the surplus they extracted to purchase constant and variable capital and their own means of consumption. In any case, the purchase of C and V is an exchange process, not a fundamental class process. The self-expansion of capital resides in the consumption of labor power, the unique and defining function of the fundamental capitalist class. In what follows we propose to focus on the particular non-class process of capital accumulation, but not because we think it any more essential for the existence of surplus value than other processes. On the contrary, we want to show how the state, child rearing, etc., are as crucial, although in different ways, for the extraction of surplus value. This can best be shown by specifying clearly how these other conditions of existence of the extraction of surplus value also overdetermine the accumulation of capital, which is itself one such condition of existence. Any rise in other subsumed class payments at the expense of the process of accumulating capital constrains capitalist development in certain ways. Similarly, any rise in accumulation of capital at the expense of taxes to the state, of payments to child rearers, etc., constrains capitalist development in different ways. Contradictions between capital, state, and household. In any capitalist social formation, the state is an institution that provides certain economic, political, and cultural processes which are conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. State functionaries, comprising type 1 and 2 subsumed classes, administer and carry out particular economic processes and cultural and political. Point 22. These subsumed classes, and various social processes which they perform, exist on the basis of tax payments which are distributions from surplus values. In turn, these tax revenues give rise to state demands for commodities, thereby affecting the markets for both labor power and materials. Let SC1 be total payments to the state derived from three different class sources. SC1A refers to direct taxes paid to the state out of by the fundamental capitalist class. SC1B refers to direct taxes on wages of productive laborers. SC1C refers to direct taxes on subsumed class income. Consider a rise in SC1. If taxes fall on capitalists directly, then surplus value must directly be distributed to the state. If, however, taxes fall on subsumed classes, then a portion of the surplus value initially transferred to them is now retransferred to the state. If taxes fall on productive laborers, matters are more complex. We divide productive workers' wages, W, into two components, the value of labor power, V, and a portion of surplus value, SC1B, that passes to such workers but is then transferred by them to the state in the form of taxes. Simply put, W equals V plus SC1B. Here we have changed the working assumption of W equals V made by Marx in the Discourse of Capital, Volume 1. This assumption, appropriate to a two-class specification, must be changed once subsumed classes comprising the state are introduced and the transfer position of productive workers is designated. To summarize the consequences of a rise in SC1B, we must allow for the divergence of the realized price from the value of labor power. Let be the ratio of the price of labor power to its value. We then must amend the above equation for wages as follows: W equals V plus SC1B, where 1 IFF P1 PV. Define. P1P equals the price of labor power. S/V equals the value rate of exploitation. SR/P1P equals the realized rate of exploitation. Using this new value equation and the above notation, a rise in SC1B has the following consequences. 1. Assuming V and W have not changed, the price of labor power, P1P, falls initially below its value, thus raising the realized rate of exploitation, SR/P1P, above the unchanged value rate, S/V. 2 reactions to may stimulate workers to try to raise W, thereby raising P1P back up to at least V. 3. If W does not rise sufficiently, then there is the possibility that V falls to the lower P1P and consequently S/V rises to the somewhat higher realized exploitation rate. Now, result deserves further attention. We have shown that, assuming no other changes in the rate of exploitation or organic composition of capital, the accumulation of capital would not be reduced by as much as might be expected following the assumed rise in taxes. Indeed, if the pre- and post-tax wage were the same, and if V fell eventually to the implied lower P1P, then the accumulation of capital would not be reduced at all. Higher taxes would then have been defrayed by increased surplus value extraction. This approach to a tax change seeks to make class sense of the different fundamental and subsumed class reactions to the implied deviations of prices from values. There is no one inevitable sequence from changes in taxes to changes in the rate of exploitation. Productive workers would only bear the burden of higher subsumed class payments to the degree that SR/P1P rises to offset the higher SC1B. To be very clear on this important point, we mean by burden that a higher subsumed class payment out of capitalist extracted surplus value is at least partially defrayed by realizing more surplus in the post-tax situation by means of the reduced P1P. Capitals are thus realizing sufficient extra surplus value at the lower price of labor power to pay the higher taxes without a major lowering of the accumulation of capital. In turn, only if the value of labor power falls to the lower price of labor power can one argue that capitals have been successful in altering V in a basic, structural sense. Assuming unchanged commodity exchange values, this reduction of V must be the result of a fall in the real wage, that is, a changed historical and moral element reducing the real wage bundle of use values, thus favoring capital. Only in this sense, that is, under these particular class reactions, can capital pass on a subsumed class payment in a basic manner. A rise in SC1A will have none of the above effects directly. Instead, the lowered realized profit rate may lead to capitalist pressure to alter W and thus produce a reaction by productive workers. In contrast, using productive workers as transfer agents for conveying surplus value to subsumed classes seems to be a more effective way to change the rate of exploitation and thus to a degree at least postpone, if not avoid, reduced capital accumulation consequent upon a tax increase. For each such transfer position the wage equation must be so changed, W equals V plus ESC, where ESC refers to various transfers of surplus value by productive laborers to state functionaries, to child rearers, etc. Child rearers provide economic, political, and cultural processes needed to make available future sellers of labor power. Let us assume a type 1 subsumed class of child-rearing spouses of productive laborers. Such spouses provide the various processes of nurturing, teaching, feeding, and doctoring children within households. 23 If costs of child-rearing rise, and if W is unchanged, then capital has once again used productive labor's role as transfer agent to offset the higher claim on surplus value. The logic here parallels our example of taxes levied on productive workers' wages. These two examples of state and household exemplify the ceaseless contradictions that comprise the relationships between and within fundamental and subsumed classes. The utilization of more surplus value to support any one of the conditions of existence of the fundamental class process jeopardizes the support of the remaining ones. This, in turn, jeopardizes the reproduction of the fundamental classes. To reproduce state functionaries and household child rearers requires distributed shares of surplus value not then available for capital accumulation. Yet, state and household involve social processes which are conditions of existence for the extraction of surplus value upon which capital accumulation is premised. Our analysis thus shows how each social process both encourages and discourages the reproduction of capitalist exploitation. Other contradictions between capital and subsumed classes. In recent United States history, higher subsumed class payments associated with rising taxes, higher costs of raising children, rising interest rates on loans to capital and increasing monopoly prices on means of production purchased by capital seem to be especially relevant. Let us now elaborate our approach by turning to a class analysis of the latter two. A subsumed class that lends money to a capitalist for the purchase of means of production and labor power provides a particular economic condition of existence for surplus value extraction. A rising interest rate for providing such a service to capital acts to distribute surplus value away from all other subsumed classes to these money lenders. The effect upon any one of them, say, managers whose function is to purchase new capital, depends upon particular assumptions made about the different subsumed classes' reactions to a cut in their respective payments. For example, there is no presumption that a rise in finance charges to capital must inevitably reduce accumulation of capital. Currently, a likely strategy for capital may well be the attempted shift of higher subsumed class demands onto productive laborers by raising the rate of exploitation. Suppose higher costs of child rearing exceed any rise in wages. In response to workers' demands for rising wages to meet, at least partially, the increased child rearing costs, capitalists argue that such an increase is not possible because of the impact of higher costs of borrowing money upon capital accumulation. To meet the demands of increased wages and interest rates, they claim, would necessarily reduce capital accumulation, thereby threatening the jobs of the workers. If this strategy is successful, then capital has used one subsumed class demand to lessen the impact of another upon itself. Assuming as a consequence that V does in fact fall to the lower P1P, then capital has raised the rate of exploitation, a higher S/V providing extra surplus value available for distribution to all subsumed classes. Finally, let one or more individuals hold exclusive control over the access to a particular necessary means of production. For example, let the price of the th means of production deviate from its exchange value because of this type 1 subsumed class having a degree of monopoly power. Payments to acquire this monopolized commodity must then include a portion of surplus value, equal to the difference between the th commodity's monopoly price and its exchange value, which will be transferred to the monopolist in return for access to the th commodity. If such a subsumed class raises its monopoly price differential over exchange value, then there is a distribution of surplus value from all capitals purchasing the th commodity to this subsumed class. The direct effect of this will likely be to reduce accumulation. However, the mass of surplus value has not been altered, hence, the indirect effect of this changed distribution of surplus value upon the accumulation of capital depends upon how the different recipients utilize their shares. Without further assumptions, there is no unambiguous answer. Rising monopoly prices in consumer goods industries would have different consequences. For example, rising prices on wage goods when one or more individuals hold exclusive control over the access to a particular socially necessary means of subsistence do not involve fundamental or subsumed class processes. The logic here is similar to the case of money lenders providing productive laborers with consumer loans. That rising consumer prices and interest charges have complex effects upon all social processes is not the issue, all processes have such effects. The processes of consumer lending and wage good monopolization are not themselves processes of extraction or distribution of surplus value. Rising monopoly prices on wage commodities generate incomes to those having the monopoly power. Such received incomes are neither subsumed nor fundamental class payments. The state, child rearers, money lenders to capitalists, and monopolists controlling access to means of production demonstrate the complex class tensions, compromises, and struggles involved in the distribution of value within a capitalist social formation. Indeed, a full class analysis of these four subsumed classes would have to account for the struggles among them and show how they are cause and effect of the struggles among and between fundamental and subsumed classes. An analysis of class conflict between capital and productive labor must be completed by the analysis of conflicts among, for example, the state, household, money lender, and monopolist to discover the complex different effects upon, that is, the overdetermination of, the accumulation of capital. Currently, the rise in taxes, costs of rearing children, interest charges to capitalists, and monopoly prices on means of production and wage commodities have set off a number of conflicts between and among the different subsumed and fundamental classes. Suppose, for example, that productive laborers have bargained effectively for higher wages in response to rising monopoly prices in consumer goods industries, higher taxes to the state, and increased costs of raising children. 24 Suppose, further, that the higher W is not sufficient to cover both the latter two new subsumed class demands and the increased monopoly price differential. Thus, P1P falls below V and pressures develop within the household over the domestic distribution of the paychecks as well as over tax payments to the state and payments to monopoly capitalists for needed means of subsistence. If V does indeed fall to the lowered P1P, then these two increased subsumed class demands would be defrayed in part by lowering the productive workers' share out of wages. Labor may then be provoked into using its transfer agent position against capital by actually diminishing the amount paid to child rearers. Labor may also clamor for lower taxes and lower monopoly prices on consumer goods. One possible, although by no means necessary, result might be the emergence of a complex class alliance of certain capitalists, money lenders, monopolists, child-rearing spouses, and productive laborers against the state. Such an alliance might argue for a cut in taxes with the same state services or even, if necessary, a cut in services as well. Different fundamental and subsumed classes have allied against one subsumed class, state functionaries, to make them the scapegoat. Capital joins the alliance to protect its surplus value, the wage-good monopolist joins to protect its privileged, unequal exchange position, and the other subsumed classes join to protect their cuts out of surplus value at the expense of the scapegoated subsumed class. Were this alliance to force state functionaries to provide the same processes at lower costs, then capitalists would benefit most if wages fell by the amount of the associated tax reduction. Or both capitalists and productive labor could share in what was no longer paid out of surplus value to the state. If, however, in response to a cut in taxes state services were cut, then one of capital's conditions of existence might be threatened. New forms of conflict, compromise, and even commodities might arise. Perhaps capital might begin to provide certain of the former state services in capitalist commodity form. Our illustrative class analysis underscores the complexity of any category such as the working class. To make our point, if one conceives of the capitalist working class as being a complicated alliance of productive workers and type 2 subsumed classes, then what we have shown as a conflict over taxes could easily form a barrier to the formation of such a working class. Indeed, the object working class is as much a source of conflict, struggle, and compromise as is a scheme of taxes or any other object in the social formation. Class struggle. What is class struggle? Perhaps no other question in Marxism has been as theoretically and politically important. Indeed, different answers often define the broad boundaries of different Marxist approaches. This is not surprising since the Marxist tradition has been the site of debate and struggle over dissimilar notions of class and class struggle. Moreover, different political objectives and strategies are usually involved in the debates. Thus, we conclude our interpretation of the Marxist theory of class with our particular understanding of class struggles. For us, Marxist theory begins with the notions of the fundamental class process and contradiction. It aims to deploy and build upon these two concepts toward an elaborated conceptualization of the contradictoriness of fundamental and subsumed classes. The elaboration, in turn, seeks to pinpoint exactly the possible class alliances and struggles that may emerge in the social formation being theorized. Such alliances and struggles are understood to be mechanisms of any possible revolutionary transition to a different social formation. We therefore use the words class process and contradiction as key concepts in producing both a Marxist theory of, and interventions in, class struggles. We conceive each and every class and non-class process of the social formation to be in a process of contradictory change. The word overdetermination means precisely this, that each social process only exists, only is, as the locus of effects of all other social processes similarly constituted. Any particular social process, then, is the overdetermined result of all these influences. Further, each constituent influence propels the social process in different directions. Thus, to specify any process in this way is to specify the complex contradictions that constitute its very existence and, by logical extension, its complex influences upon all other processes. The fundamental and subsumed class processes in any social formation define the different class positions occupied by individuals. These class processes and positions are conceived to exist as the combined effect of all other social processes. Overdetermined in this way, each class position is constituted to be in tension, movement, and change. The tension and change are produced by these interacting effects constituting the complex contradictions of both the fundamental and subsumed class positions. As a result, any individual occupying one or more class positions is understood to be subject to, partly constituted by, the contradictions and changes characterizing such positions. Point 25. Our discussion of Marxist value equations above demonstrated the contradictory relation of the appropriation and distribution of surplus value. To appropriate surplus value is to distribute it to subsumed classes. It follows that fundamental and subsumed classes condition each other's existence and the behavior of each toward the other. Surplus value extraction is then conceived as the site of particular contradictions resulting from its overdetermination by the subsumed class process and all other non-class processes in the social formation. The subsumed class process is comparably understood as the site of its particular contradictions. Struggle emerges out of the changes in any social process as a moment of that process. We use the notion of struggle or conflict to refer to a particular moment or conjuncture in which the overdetermined contradictions embedded in social processes have fused to motivate intense collective effort to change the process in question. Class struggle is struggle over the class process. The adjective class refers to the object of the struggle, namely, the fundamental and/or subsumed class processes. The goal of class struggles may involve quantitative and/or qualitative changes in the extraction and/or distribution of surplus labor. For example, capitalist fundamental class struggles may focus on a quantitative change in the extraction of surplus value, say, by altering the length of the working day and/or the wage rate. Alternatively, such a struggle may focus on a qualitative change in the form of extracting surplus labor, say, a change from the capitalist to a different fundamental class process. Point 26. Conceived in this way, struggle between and among individuals holding various fundamental and subsumed class positions is always a possibility, but never an inevitability. For example, to specify the capitalist fundamental class process is to specify a tension and contradictory relation between the capitalists and productive laborers over the length of the working day, etc. The conflicting aims and behaviors of the different class occupants may or may not result in a class struggle. Indeed, it is a continuing objective of Marxism to assess the continually changing social formation to see whether such a possibility exists and to show its particular features in order to draw strategic conclusions. We reserve the notion of class struggles, then, to specify struggles over either the processes of surplus labor extraction or surplus labor distribution. Non-class struggles refer to objects of struggle within all social processes other than the fundamental or subsumed class processes. These non-class processes also define non-class positions which individuals occupy in varying patterns. In summary, struggles in and over any social process will, in any case, involve individuals who occupy a variety of class and non-class positions. It follows that the object of any struggle cannot serve as a sufficient condition to determine the class positions of the individuals struggling. A person's class position is defined by his/her participation in class processes, not by the attitude of such individuals towards struggles within the class or non-class processes occurring within the social formation. By the same logic, a person's attitude toward class struggle is overdetermined and thus not reducible to his/her class position. For example, one side of a religious struggle may be individuals occupying a fundamental class position of extractors of surplus labor, while on the other side are other individuals who occupy this fundamental class position but have a conflicting religious position. In this example, those who share a common class position do not share a common religious position. This split in the ranks of surplus labor extractors may well be matched by splits in the ranks of performers of surplus labor, subsumed classes, etc. Various splits will typically characterize struggles in and over any social process, including the fundamental and subsumed class processes themselves. It is, of course, possible that all individuals holding a common class position may also hold a common non-class position, say, within a religious process as in the example above. However, this is but one of an infinity of possible alignments. We wish to emphasize that struggles over conditions of existence of surplus labor extraction are not equivalent to or necessarily productive of struggle over that extraction. For example, the struggle over processes of schooling among administrators, teachers, and students, and the struggle over the distribution of surplus value between capitalists and their bankers have differential effectivities on the fundamental class process. In different ways both struggles change the fundamental class process. But such struggles and their respective effects may or may not contribute to a fundamental class struggle, no necessity is involved. Whether such a contributing or causal relation occurs depends on all the other social processes which together overdetermine the fundamental class process. Finally, our approach serves to underscore the central point that Marxist notions of class struggle refer to struggle in and over two different class processes, fundamental and subsumed. Even if there were no struggle over the extraction of surplus labor, there still might be subsumed class struggles which might contribute to the condition necessary to set in motion fundamental class struggles. In any capitalist social formation at any moment of its development, the absence of any struggle over extraction of surplus labor may coincide with the presence of significant subsumed class struggles. To ignore subsumed class struggles, theoretically and/or politically, is to miss this opportunity for social change. 6. Power, property, and class. Among Marxists and non-Marxists alike, the term class appears often within their analyses of society. By itself or with adjectives such as working, ruling, under dash, or capitalist, the term is clearly central to most Marxist and not a few non-Marxist arguments about social structure and social change. Yet reviewing those arguments yields a curious problem. The meanings assigned to the term are definitely not the same. Moreover, debates over many topics other than class per se can be seen to stem largely from disagreements infrequently acknowledged as such over what class is. We share with many a central focus upon class as an indispensable concept for analyzing society. Thus the multiplicity of concepts of class inside and outside the Marxist tradition poses problems. Are there some concepts of class that prevail over others within Marxist literature? Are there criteria for preferring theoretically one against another of such concepts? We think that these questions demand answers. Otherwise, class analyses will continue to display inconsistent and often confused usages of one of their most central terms. We intend to show that there are some basically different concepts of class at play in Marxist writings. We believe that a writer's choice, whether conscious or not, of one such concept rather than another will lead him or her to correspondingly different theoretical and political conclusions. In other words, it matters which concept of class is used to make sense of social structures and strategies for social change. We will cite examples where largely unexamined commitments to particular concepts of class have played major roles in shaping key theoretical and political struggles waged by and also within the Marxist tradition. We intend an intervention in that tradition which will clarify its usages of class and also re-establish the importance of one particular conception, the surplus labor theory of class. An analyst can group persons within a community or society according to any one of a literally infinite number of possible characteristics. A group, or class in this abstract sense, could be conceptualized as all persons sharing a common muscular build, bone structure, vocal tone, athletic prowess, skill at various functions, degree of religious or secular education, level of prestige or wealth, or any other possible characteristic. Grouping people in such ways has been a hallmark of most sorts of social analysis, including those called class analyses. Often other terms for similar kinds of grouping, strata, elites, fractions, sections, are woven into analyses also utilizing class. Class in particular has long been a term narrowed by actual usage to designate a few specific kinds of groupings. Point 1. Especially since the 18th century, there have been three rather distinct groupings meant by the term class. Class is sometimes used to designate groups of persons in society according to the property they do or do not own. Varying qualities and/or quantities of property are used to categorize persons into classes. A second and different usage holds class to mean a group of persons who share the fact that they either do or do not wield power or authority in society. 2 Different kinds and amounts of social authority are here understood to define class boundaries. Third, there is a notion of class as concerning the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Classes are then defined as groups of persons who share the common social position of performing surplus labor or of appropriating it from the performers or of obtaining distributed shares of surplus from the appropriators. 3. A fourth kind of approach amounts to composite conceptualizations of class, various mixtures of the basic three notions. These involve defining class in terms of power and property or surplus labor production and property or all three together. For example, one such composite approach conceives of the capitalist class structure as a system rooted in a dichotomy between possessing masters and subject dispossessed for. Writings in the Marxist tradition often signal composite conceptualizations by defining classes as persons who share common positions in or connections to the relations of production or mode of production. Upon inspection, classes defined in terms of relations of production usually turn out to be composites whose authors variously emphasize the power, property, or surplus labor components of such relations of production. In singular or composite definitions, the three distinct concepts of class qua property, power, and / or surplus labor prevail both within and without the Marxian tradition. However, they are irreducibly different and not to be conflated. Persons with property may or may not also wield power and vice versa. To own property in a particular society need not empower the owner to employ another human being or to participate in state decisions, that would depend, for example, on ideological and political conditions in that society. To be propertyless need not require a person to sell labor power, that would depend, for example, on whether propertyless persons had socially recognized access to income from other sources. To wield state powers of all sorts need not require ownership of property, that would depend on the social rules whereby power is granted to individuals. In sum, the ownership of property is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition for the wielding of power and vice versa. Class analyses using one definition will yield different results from analyses using another. No little political importance attaches to this conundrum. Moreover, as we shall show, class designations according to surplus labor production / distribution will not necessarily correspond to the class designations drawn according to either the property or the power concepts. Usages of class that do not recognize and address these differences invite all manner of misunderstandings. In our view, distributions of property and power have long been social conditions used to define class. Radicals and conservatives among the ancient Greeks classified persons according to the property they owned and attributed great analytical significance to such classes. Conceptualizations of class in terms of property ownership have recurred periodically ever since. Similarly, concepts of class defined by the qualities and quantities of power wielded by social groupings are endemic through the literature for centuries. However, the concept of class as surplus labor has a special relation to Marx. Marx conceived of class in a unique manner as the production and distribution of surplus labor. Of course, Marx was aware of and deeply impressed with the early class analytical literature. His work is filled with allusions to classes in terms of property and power. However, he was also sharply critical of his predecessor class analysts' concepts on the grounds that they had missed something crucial to the success of their and his goals for a more just and free society. They had underestimated or missed altogether the economic process of surplus labor production and distribution. By missed, Marx meant that their analyses of contemporary society overlooked the structural position of the surplus labor process. Thus, in his view, their projections of strategies for social change inadequately addressed the changes in the surplus labor process needed to sustain the anticipated socialist or communist society. Marx's goal was never to deny or displace the importance of property and power in the structure of contemporary society or in the plans for the sort of socialist society he longed for. Rather, he sought to add something to the understanding of his fellow revolutionists and radicals, namely a worked-through grasp of the surplus labor process and the ways in which it both supported and depended upon the processes of property and power. Point 5. A few examples may clarify the important implications of these different concepts of class. Consider the debates over the class structure of the Soviet Union. On one side, the argument is advanced that it represents a classless society because private property was abolished there. Defenders of this view operate with the property concept of class. Opponents often do likewise with the more subtle argument that what was abolished was merely de jure private property while de facto it still persists in the USSR and hence so do classes. Similarly, social democrats around the world frequently equate socialism or the transition from capitalism to socialism, with the socialization of property in the means of production. Again, concepts of class qua patterns of property ownership figure significantly. More prevalent in recent debates over the Soviet Union's class structure has been argumentation deploying power rather than property concepts of class. Such formulations often attack the property theorists of class by claims that notwithstanding the socialization of private property, a ruling class still exists in the USSR. These are then demonstrated by reference to patterns of power and authority there. The term class is ascribed to groupings found to possess and wield more or fewer quanta of power regardless of who owns or is separated from property. The debates over the USSR's class structure teach that not only are different concepts of class at play but also that the same argument often contains confused and confusing mixtures of these concepts. Further, the debate's focus on property and power leads those on all sides to play down or ignore what we understand as class, the processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor in the USSR. Our interest here is not to deny the importance of property and power to any assessment of the USSR, but rather to correct a defect typical of most assessments, namely their neglect of the surplus labor type of class analytics. Which alternative conceptualization of class is used affects an individual's political practices in regard to the USSR, a potent political issue since 1917. As a second example, consider the attraction of Marxists to the social analysis of what are usually called the middle classes in capitalist societies. Do they really exist between the two main classes? Are they friends or foes of the working class, or might they go either way depending upon circumstances? How do we properly allocate those who do not fall neatly into either main class into the various possible categorizations of middle class? To answer such questions, Marxists and others have deployed class analytics, which again demonstrate their prevalent commitment to discussions limited to matters of property and power. In general, most Marxist treatments start from a dissatisfaction with the typical dichotomous class model ascribed to Marxism. They decry efforts to collapse a complex class structure into a bipolar confrontation. Often taking a cue from Marx's distinction between bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, notably a quantitative distinction, they seek to show how gradations beyond a mere two can admit of middle classes. Does the notion of a petite bourgeoisie refer to the smallness of the quantity of means of production owned? Are middle classes then persons situated somewhere between propertylessness and some large quantum of means of production whose owner is considered to be a bourgeois? Much debate based on such conceptions of middle classes has drawn sharply opposed conclusions regarding whether and how working classes can approach such middle classes in terms of class struggle alliances. On the other hand, class as power theorists frequently oppose the property theorists. They rather favor investigating the power/authority nexus. Can we locate persons who are neither pure order givers nor pure order takers, neither ruling nor ruled classes? Are there such middle classes who take as well as give orders, and if so, who exactly are they and how do they figure into class struggles? From these theoretical roots has sprouted an ingenious sequence of analyses of complex, non-dichotomous class structures. Not a few theorists combine, sometimes explicitly, both property and power to generate matrices of multiple and complex classes. Again, different proposals for political actions and alliances flow from power than from property analyses of middle classes. While we share the desire to move beyond the sterility of simple two-class models of social structure, we regret that there has been relatively little theoretical movement beyond the old concepts of class as property and /or power. Our goal is to elaborate Marx's beginnings in constructing class groupings in terms of how persons perform, appropriate, or receive distributed shares of surplus labor. Thus, if performers and appropriators of surplus labor comprise two classes of society, then another sort of class is defined in terms of the recipients of distributed shares of the appropriated surplus labor. Middle is then certainly not an appropriate adjective, since it precisely suggests a class location in the space between two others, a location that makes much less sense in our approach. Point 6. The problem of reductionism. The discussion of class is beset not only by different and often clashing definitions of class. There is also a major problem of how to theorize the relationship between class and non-class aspects of society. Some authors reduce their particular definition of class to an effect of other, more fundamental aspects of society. Others, equally reductionist, reverse the argument and make their notion of class into the key cause, while the rest of society is reduced to its effect. Much of the Marxist tradition has been understood to argue reductively that class structure determines social structure and class struggle determines historical change. Indeed, many debates in and over the Marxist tradition have turned precisely over whether the economy determines the society or whether the economy is itself determined by / reduced to the effect of other social aspects. We find this reductionism to be problematic because of its a priori presumption that some causes must outweigh others in determining an effect. Reductionism has, in our view, contributed to disastrous theoretical and political consequences, as changes in one social factor, the presumed most effective cause, have been expected to usher in all manner of necessary effects which never materialized. In any case, whether reductionism is acceptable or not, it is certainly not the only way to theorize the relationship between class and non-class aspects of society. It can be replaced analytically by a non-reductionist perspective. Class, however defined, can be understood as the effect of many different social aspects, with none of them playing the role of most fundamental determinant. Similarly, class can also be understood as itself a cause affecting all the other aspects of society. The stress here is upon class as one among many causes of social structure and history. It need not be seen reductively as the cause. Social aspects, then, may all be approached as necessarily both causes and effects at the same time. Point 7. Our point here is to emphasize that discussions of class can and do vary in two major ways. They display different definitions of class. They also differ on whether to link class and non-class aspects of society reductively or not, in a relation of determinism or overdetermination. Our critique of the prevalent Marxist and non-Marxist treatments of class takes them to task on both counts, for their definitions of class as power and / or property concepts, and for their reductionism. Our alternative below reflects this critique. A non- or anti-reductionist approach to class eschews in principle the analytical search for last, final, or ultimate causes or determinants. Hence it can never find class or any other social aspect to be such a cause. Instead, the goal is to explore the complex way in which a chosen set of social aspects interrelate as simultaneous causes and effects. Marxists can then choose, for diverse reasons, to explore sets that include class without this implying any reductionist conception of class either as the determinant cause or as the effect of something else designated as such a determinant cause. Notwithstanding pronouncements in favor of complex conceptions of causality, reductionist celebrations of key explanatory variables dominate discussions of class. Thus, a property theorist of class will likely make power and surplus labor mere effects of property distributions. A power theorist will reply that property distributions and the structure of surplus labor production are necessary consequences of particular power relations. Finally, the class as surplus labor theorist can insist that allocations of power and property follow from individuals' different relationships to the production and appropriation of surplus labor. These three groups are thus locked into a debate over whether class, as each defines it, is key cause or mere effect. There are also more subtle kinds of reductionism found particularly in Marxist discussions of class. they occur in conceptualizations of class as a composite entity composed of economic, political, and cultural constituents. Indeed, such composite conceptualizations often emerge as critical reactions against unidimensional concepts of class as either power, property, or surplus labor groupings. The reductionism surfaces in arguments among proponents of such composite theories over which aspect of class is the most fundamental in determining that a class exists. One example of this is the influential formulation of the distinction between class in itself and class for itself. The former is thought to be structurally defined in terms of power, property, surplus labor, etc. The latter is defined as the former plus an element of self-consciousness, class for itself as an ideological as well as economic and political entity. Classes, in effect, are defined to exist at two levels, one more complete than the other. Proponents of such formulations have often been reductionist in them, striving to make consciousness the key determinant of class in the second and fuller sense. 8. The prevalent forms of class analysis. Our brief overview of the most prevalent forms of class analysis requires several preliminary observations. First, writers and texts are rarely pure exponents of one conception of class. They typically exhibit more than one. Thus, when we cite an author to exemplify one conception, we do not mean to imply that he or she never formulated another view of class. Second, this is far from a complete or exhaustive literature review. We range broadly across the literature to cull typical examples of the most prevalent formulations. Finally, our survey divides these formulations into three types: conceptions of class as property, as power, and as a complex composite entity of several different elements. We begin with illustrations of the property approach. A well-known and influential recent study of the links between Marxist and feminist analyses asserts that a Marxist definition of class rests on relationship to ownership of the means of production. 9. Indeed, innumerable Marxist texts for 100 years contain virtual identifications of class structure with property distribution. In a famous article, Paul Sweezy posed the following basic question: what is it that determines how many classes there are and where the dividing lines are drawn? He responded directly and precisely: generally speaking, the answer is obvious, the property system plays this key role. 10. Thinkers as diverse as Oscar Lange, Ralph Dahrendorf, C. Wright Mills, Anthony Giddens, Robert Lekakeman, and E. B. Paschanikis made clear statements defining class quite strictly and narrowly in terms of property ownership. 11. One of the most thorough and theoretically self-conscious explorations of a property concept of class occurs in the recent work of Paul Hurst and Barry Hindis. In several books, they develop, correct, and elaborate concepts of possession and separation from the means of production, central to the analysis of economic classes. 12. The property theory of class also appears in some variant forms. One of the most widespread shifts the definition of class away from ownership or separation from the means of production to more general differentiations either between wealth and poverty or between high and low incomes. In particular, the latter criterion of class as a matter of one's position in the hierarchy of income levels is very widely used in both Marxist and non-Marxist discussions. Expressions such as the class of poor people or middle class or wage-earning class or the rich denote a theory allocating individuals to classes according to either the size or type of their current income/asset positions. 13. In any case, whether property referred to means of production, wealth in stocks of commodities, or levels of income flows, most interpreters have attributed such property theories of class to Marx. He was understood to conceive such classes as prone to struggles for redistributions of property and/or income. These struggles functioned as the motor of social change historically. As we shall argue, ours is a very different interpretation of Marx on class. Instead of defining class in terms of property, it may be conceived as a matter of wielding power over persons, controlling other people's behavior. Groups of persons are then treated as classes to the extent that they share a common status as either wielders of power or subject to the power of others. The social distribution of authority defines class positions. The adjectives that usually signal the presence of power theories of class are ruling vs. Ruled or dominant vs. dominated. Class struggles then become struggles over power, especially though not exclusively state power. The powerless classes struggle to acquire power while their adversaries struggle to retain or expand their power. Non-Marxists have long been particularly interested in affirming pointedly political concepts of class which they often distance sharply from property concepts which they ascribe to Marx and Marxists. A canon of such interpretation is, for example, Gaetano Mosca's view of class analysis as a specifically political science focused on the issue of who rules whom. 14c. Wright Mills oriented many in the United States with a class analysis summarized in his famous term and 1956 book title, The Power Elite. Ralph Dahrendorf offers a particularly clear formulation which directly confronts alternative notions of class. But Marx believed that authority and power are factors which can be traced back to a man's share in effective private property. In reality, the opposite is the case. Power and authority are irreducible factors from which the social relations associated with legal private property as well as those associated with communal property can be derived. 15. Here Dahrendorf moves from a rejection of the property notion of class to a general theory of classes as constituted in and through power struggles per se. Whenever people associate into groups to contend against other groups over any particular objective, these groups are classes. If, in a given society, there are 50 associations, we should expect to find 100 classes, or conflict groups in the sense of the present study. 16. Dahrendorf reduces property distribution to an effect of power and authority relations. Many Marxist theorists have recently moved toward a kind of political conception of class not far removed from Dahrendorf's approach. One stimulus has been a feeling that particularly in Western capitalist nations, a broadly comfortable middle-income class has made issues of income and wealth less urgent and less central than issues of inequitable power distributions. Thus activist and analytical focus shifted from struggles over property to struggles over power and its social distribution. Property seems to have given way to power in the home, at the workplace, in the state as the cutting edge of social struggles animating socialists and thus Marxist theorists. Another motivation toward a power theory of class among Marxists has come from their conclusion that classlessness and its rewards did not appear in societies that nationalized or socialized ownership in the means of production. Rather intolerable power distributions if not property distributions were seen to remain in such societies. This interpretation connects to the critique of capitalist society which attacks its property allocation but even more its unjust distributions of power and authority. Marx's writings are then probed for analyses of classes as groups which either possess or are separated from power over the social behavior of others. In any case, analytical focus shifts toward comprehending social dynamics increasingly in terms of power centers, more or less understood as ruling classes, counterposed to relatively powerless and dominated classes. Groups of distinctly powerless persons move to the center of Marxist analyses. General concepts such as oppression, which function in terms of powerful/powerless dichotomies, or more specific concepts such as patriarchy, which build upon a gender distribution of social power, then prevail in Marxist discussions. Ecobedo Lacan endorses the Marxist conception of classes according to which they constitute themselves through the act of struggle itself. 17. Struggle between social groups implies dispute over objectives. One group contests with another to attain their different objectives in some specific social context. Struggle is first of all a matter of power. Which struggling group of persons wins its objectives depends on their relative power positions in that society at that time. To define classes in terms of actual social struggles amounts to a form of the power conception of class. This is significantly different from the non-Marxist power theorists such as Dahrendorf. Where the latter make the structural allocation of power the definition of class, Marxists such as Lacan argue that classes do not pre-exist actual struggles over social issues. Classes are rather the social entities constituted by and in the process of actual struggles, they are effects of struggles. Bob Jessup and Adam Pierzewski work with similar formulations. Class struggle is first of all a struggle about the formation of class forces before it is a struggle between class forces. 18. Jessup arrived at such a formulation by rejecting what he saw as the unacceptable Marxist tendency to reduce complex social power struggles to mere effects of class understood in property or surplus labor terms. Marxists, he reasons, need to overcome their denigration of power and produce social analyses that integrate class and non-class relationships. In seeking to right the analytical balance which he thinks is tipped too far towards property concepts, Jessup stresses power. 19. Not surprisingly, the theoretical pendulum that swings from property to power concepts of class soon provokes the reverse movement. Alex Kallinicus criticizes the theoretical move toward a focus on power as a departure from Marxism, which he sees as properly oriented elsewhere, chiefly on property and also on surplus labor production. 20 His reaction against analyses of class qua power/domination/subordination propels him to reaffirm a concept of class as primarily property and secondarily surplus labor production. Another sort of pendulum swing runs from the non-Marxists A. Burley, J.R., and Gardner Means to the Marxists Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy. The former saw modern capitalists as defined no longer by property but rather by power, business owners replaced by non-owning corporate executives. 21 The latter reacted by declaring that far from being a separate class, they constitute in reality the leading echelon of the property-owning class. For them property and power are indissolubly linked in the definition of class. 22. Besides the theorizations of class that define the term quite straightforwardly in terms either of property or power, there are what might best be described as complex, multidimensional conceptions of class. These conceptions insist that class cannot be defined simply as either a property, a power, or even a surplus labor matter. Rather, class is celebrated as a specific but complex social phenomenon with several component elements. Class becomes a composite term to denote part or even all of the social relations of production. 23. Composite conceptions of class are sometimes attributed to Marx and sometimes offered instead as improvements on a narrow, unidimensional concept attributed to him. Many who prefer composite concepts of class not only criticize the narrow conceptions as inadequate, they also differ among themselves about which among the component elements of class are the most important. They disagree about which component to emphasize as the key element of class. Interestingly, most of such writers favor either power or property as the chief components of class. Then there are some who emphasize still other components of their composite concepts of class as the most important. For example, Nikos Poulantzas has made major contributions to Marxian class analytics, summarized in the rich and condensed introduction to his classes in Contemporary Capitalism. 24 Poulantzas there advances arguments involving several definitions of class. His is certainly a composite conceptualization. He gives a special place and emphasis to ownership of the means of production. He also writes of the decisive role of the division between manual labor and mental labor in the determination of social classes. And he devotes much attention to relations of domination/subordination in constituting classes as well. Despite the coexistence in his work of such different conceptualizations, it displays a clear movement toward power becoming the dominant component of class. Poulantzas' work represents a move away from property and narrowly economic concepts of class toward power concepts. In his distinction between class places and class positions, what is most striking is the centrality of the concept of domination/subordination to both place and position. Classes in his sense of class places exist at three social levels: the economic, political, and ideological. At each level, Poulantzas juxtaposes a dominant and a dominated group, that is, classes. At the economic level, the dominant are exploiters while the dominated are exploited. This is his acknowledgement of the economic aspect of class. At the other levels he cites domination and subordination in terms of political control and ideological influence as the contrasts defining class places. Actually, classes then would appear to be defined by reference necessarily to all three levels. Now what all levels have in common is precisely not property dimensions nor dimensions in terms of the production or distribution of surplus labor. They all share the dichotomy of domination/subordination, a concept of power among persons. Poulantzas's prevalent notion of class places thus centers on powerful/powerless differentiations. In this sense, his is a power theory of class. When he turns to an analysis of class positions, the actual sides taken in what he calls conjunctural struggles, he emphasizes that persons in one class place can and do often take positions in social struggles that do not correspond to its interests. The key point here is Poulantzas's evident determination to call the sides taken in social conflicts power struggles class positions, that is, classes in the sense developed further by Lakoff, Jessup, and Przeworski. Poulantzas's theory of class places and class positions raises concepts of power above those of property or surplus labor as most central and basic to class analysis. Point 25. Another Marxist approach to class as a complex composite is typified by E. P. Thompson's The Making of the English Working Class. This work inspires and serves as a model for many Marxists precisely because it succeeds in presenting the interplay among economic, political, and cultural processes which combine to create the English working class. Thompson's work involves his strong desire to escape the simple, economistic definitions of class which, in his view, mar the Marxist tradition. Thus, his emphasis shifts rather to the consciousness component of his complex notion of class. Class is defined by men as they live their own history, and, in the end, this is its only definition. 26. The shift of emphasis in Thompson's composite view of class becomes a reductionism. Class is only finally historically real and effective when its key constituent element, class consciousness, has been fashioned. Of all the components of class, consciousness is the most important, at least from the standpoint of concrete historical class relations. Another composite conceptualization of class is carefully crafted to include property, power, and surplus labor appropriation and yet also to reduce the composite to its political component, power. Class relations are forms of domination involving the expropriation of surplus labor time through the operation of property relations in the means of production. 27. In this statement, the essential social force has become interpersonal relations of domination. These are understood to shape social structure and change. A critique of economic determinism propels its proponents to a political determinism instead. For Bowles and Gintis, class is certainly a composite relation of production involving power, ideology, and economics in the narrow sense of surplus labor appropriation. However, they proceed to reduce the extraction of surplus labor itself to an effect of power. They reason that after the economic process of buying labor power is completed, the capitalists still must exert effective power in order to obtain surplus labor. For them, power is the essence of class, its determining component. Point 28. One kind of composite conceptualization of class that has drawn increasing attention recently focuses upon the division of labor between mental and manual exertion. Such theorizations typically see in modern science and technology a major component of class definitions and distinctions. The French upheavals of 1968 spawned a host of reformulations of class in terms that combined older criteria with a special emphasis upon science and technology in shaping what were understood as class divisions between manual and mental labor. Point 29. Interestingly, dissident theorists in Eastern Europe seem also to attach importance and even an ultimately determinant role to mental/manual labor divisions as the key components of classes. In Rudolf Barrow's view, if the classes bound up with private property are destroyed or rendered impotent, the earlier element of the division of mental and manual labor emerges once again as an autonomous factor of class formation. Point 30. As noted, among the theories of class as a composite entity, many include surplus labor production as one component. Some even make the extraction of surplus labor the most important and determining of the several elements that define class. An exemplary formulation is the following. Marx's emphasis on consciousness and community clearly suggests, therefore, a complex rather than unidimensional theory of class. Class is never a single homogeneous structure, but rather a cluster of groups. Thus the ruling class is never a simple homogeneous whole, but consists of contradictory elements, the representatives of heavy industry and light industry, finance capitalists. Although the whole, the unity of the various competing elements, is held together by one overriding interest, The exploitation of labor power. 31. What is striking about the theorizations of class as a composite entity is the prevalent tendency to establish a most important or ultimately determinant element within class. Class is many things of which one is the dominant element. It is usually property or power, which is not surprising given the widespread conceptualizations of class as unidimensionally property or power. In general then, the prevalent theories of class either define it narrowly as a matter of property or power distribution or more broadly as a composite of several elements within which power or property are the ultimate determinants. There are relatively few exceptions to this prevalence in either Marxist or non-Marxist literature. An alternative and non-reductionist concept of class. An alternative concept of class, derived from Marx, may be distinguished along two dimensions. We understand class to be defined narrowly in terms of the specific processes of producing and distributing surplus labor. Second, we understand class to be neither reduced to an effect of any non-class aspect of society, nor are any non-class aspects reducible to the mere effects of class defined in surplus labor terms. Since our reading of Marx and the specific concept of class we find there has been presented exhaustively elsewhere, only a brief summary is appropriate here. 32 We use the word class to mean a very particular economic process, the production of surplus labor. In all human societies, some people directly produce goods and services. Part of what they produce they also consume. We follow Marx in labeling this consumed portion the fruit of the necessary labor of the direct producers. However, these direct producers also perform labor beyond this necessary amount, the surplus labor. The process of performing or producing this surplus labor is what we mean by class, the class process. What is necessary labor in any society at any particular time depends on the entirety of that society's history to that time. It is a quantity complexly determined and in no way reducible to any physical or subsistence minimum. Moreover, the existence of a surplus labor production process raises immediately the questions of how much surplus labor is performed, who appropriates its fruits, and how they are further distributed throughout the society. The production and appropriation of surplus labor are two sides of the class process. A human being can function on one or the other or both sides. He or she may produce or appropriate surplus labor or do both. The class process defines, thus, two different class positions, performer and appropriator of surplus labor. This leaves the question of the distribution of surplus labor's fruits from its appropriators to other persons. This is itself a distinct social process, the distribution of already appropriated surplus labor. Although different from the production/appropriation of surplus labor, it is closely related. We may say that there are two kinds of class processes. The first, or what we term the fundamental class process, is the production/appropriation of surplus labor. It defines two fundamental classes, producers and appropriators. The second, which we call the subsumed class process, refers to the distribution of surplus labor from its appropriators to others. It defines two subsumed classes, distributors and recipients of surplus labor. Any individual may occupy all, none, or any combination of these class positions. Class analysis is precisely the effort to think about society by focusing upon which people occupy which class positions and with what social effects. The appropriators distribute the surplus labor to persons who perform other social processes without which the production/appropriation of surplus labor would be jeopardized or not occur at all. That is, for direct producers to perform surplus labor, a great many other processes must be in place. Cultural, political, natural, and economic processes of all sorts literally create the conditions for, that is, bring into existence, the fundamental class process. However, for many of these conditions to occur requires human labor, and this human labor needs to be sustained. It is sustained precisely by means of distributions to it of surplus labor appropriated from the direct producers. Subsumed classes are those people who do not produce or appropriate surplus labor, but rather live by providing the conditions of existence for the production/appropriation of surplus labor. Fundamental and subsumed class processes thus require each other if each is to continue to exist, if the social class structure which they comprise is to be reproduced. We find useful Marx's shorthand differentiation between laborers performing surplus labor in the capitalist fundamental class process and laborers providing conditions of existence for the fundamental class process, productive vs. unproductive. 33. Fundamental and subsumed class processes are distinct, they relate differently to the society within which they occur. A person occupying a subsumed class position is dependent upon different social forces and individuals as compared to someone occupying a fundamental class position. Class analysis aims to understand precisely what difference it makes whether and how a person participates in different class processes. This is, we believe, the contribution offered by Marxist theory to social revolutionary movements. Its point is that surplus labor production, appropriation, and distribution exist and that the class processes affect people in specific, different ways which must be understood and integrated into revolutionary strategies if they are to succeed in constructing a just society. This kind of theory of class does not reduce all the myriad non-class aspects of social life to mere effects of some ultimately determinate set of class processes. Nor do we reduce class processes to being mere effects of non-class processes such as interpersonal power/authority relations or consciousness, etc. The logic used in linking class and non-class aspects of social life is not determinist or reductionist, rather it is overdeterminist in the sense developed below. Overdetermination denotes a complex general approach to causation as a seamless web of cause and effect tying together all aspects of any society. Its predecessor term was the dialectic so much discussed and debated in the pre-Second World War Marxist tradition. That tradition has since been enriched and transformed significantly by the particular contributions of George Lukács and Louis Althusser, who adapted Sigmund Freud's term overdetermination to characterize a strictly non-reductionist notion of social causality. 34 Indeed, overdetermination expands the idea of causality into the more encompassing notion of constitutivity. Each aspect of society is constituted as the effect of all the others. Given the commitment to overdetermination, our alternative class theory neither requires nor permits an assertion that class is the central moving force of social history. Rather, class exists as the effect of all the non-class aspects of the social totality and at the same time its existence has constitutive effects on all of those non-class aspects. Thus, power, property, technology, and consciousness are all social processes irreducibly different from one another and from the class process. Our analytical goal is always to produce the complex, mutually constitutive relations between these class and non-class processes. We are not arguing that the surplus labor definition of class is somehow right while alternative definitions are wrong. Our preference for the surplus labor definition reflects our appreciation of Marx's unique contribution in discovering a distinctive social process, class qua surplus labor production. Capitalists and productive laborers are understood as the two fundamental classes of the distinctively capitalist fundamental class process. They are the appropriators and producers of surplus labor respectively. In order for this capitalist form of surplus labor production to exist, all manner of non-class processes must be in place. They comprise the conditions of existence of the capitalist fundamental class process. It is constituted as their effect. Some of these conditions of existence will not be in place unless resources are made available to sustain them. To accomplish this, the capitalists must distribute portions of their appropriated surplus value to individuals who perform those non-class processes without which surplus value production could not occur. For example, corporate personnel managers perform specific political processes of governing the group behavior of productive laborers such as designing and enforcing work discipline. Owners of property perform a specific non-class political process of providing capitalists with access to such privately owned property. Bankers provide an economic process of extending credit to capitalists. This discipline, property, and credit are only three conditions of existence of the production/appropriation of surplus value. To secure them, the appropriators of the surplus distribute portions of it to these managers, owners, and bankers, the latter thereby enter into the subsumed class process as recipients of surplus. Finally, consider religious institutions which perform various rituals and instruct the faithful in moral living. If and when such religious activities are conditions of existence of capitalist surplus labor production/appropriation, in the sense of shaping the willingness of productive laborers to produce surplus for others, the institutions may obtain contributions from capitalists out of their surpluses. By virtue of performing certain religious processes, they can and do enter into the subsumed class process. Our alternative theory of class specifically links the fundamental and subsumed class processes to a host of non-class processes. The linkage between political, cultural, and economic processes is one of overdetermination. Each distinct process exists as the combined effect of all the others. No reductionism is possible here, no ranking of the relative effectivity of one versus another process. The point is to affirm and integrate class processes into the conception of the social totality to be changed. It is not to deny, denigrate, or subordinate the social effectivity of non-class processes. To collapse class into processes of power or property or consciousness would then precisely lose the specific difference and unique contribution of this theory and of Marx's original insight. Implications of different class theories. If we can gain agreement that the processes of power, property, surplus labor production and distribution, consciousness, and so on are different, then certain conclusions may reasonably be drawn. Calling them all class conflates and confuses what would better be kept clearly distinct. More important, a change in any one of these processes leaves open the question of just how that change will impact upon the other processes. For example, a change in power processes, say toward more democratic control over the state, may or may not alter the fundamental and subsumed class processes from a capitalist to a communist form. A change in laborers' consciousness can affect processes of property in different ways depending on all the other processes comprising the full social context of the change in consciousness. A transition from private to socialized property in the means of production, a change in the process of property may or may not change the class processes from capitalist to communist. That depends on all the other processes in the society at the time of such transition. The crucial point here is that no invariant relation exists between class and non-class processes. The relations between any two social processes vary according to the ever-changing configurations of all the other social processes that mediate such relations. We may not deduce change in one social process as some invariantly necessary consequence of a change in another. The examples of the Soviet Union and France can underscore the significance of both the specificity of our definition of class and its anti-reductionism. A revolution can basically alter property ownership after 1917 in the USSR. An electoral victory for François Mitterrand can similarly alter French ownership of banks and large corporate enterprises in the 1980s. In each case, our theoretical framework asks about the impact of the change in property upon class, that is, the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. How was the capitalist form of the class processes changed? Was it abolished? Given the changes in class that did result from the change in property, how secure is the change in property itself? These questions would less likely arise for theorists who hold a change in property distribution to be a change in class, who conflate class and property. They might well equate the USSR with classlessness because it socialized means of production. They might also think that any further discussion of classes in the USSR would be unnecessary, absurd, or indicative of hostile intent. Theorizing similarly, Social Democrats in France might judge socialism in France to be definitively launched by the property nationalizations there. In both cases, and despite oppositions between Social Democrats and defenders of Soviet socialism, the analyses make changes in property more or less tantamount to socialist class transformation. By contrast, we would have to ask, under what conditions will nationalization or socialization lead toward rather than away from a strengthened capitalist class structure? Such a question is as urgent for us as it is remote for property theorists of class. The French example is especially instructive here. The Mitterrand government's actions have transformed France's class structure according to some conceptions of class. Its additional distributions to certain social welfare recipients of state subsidies plus the provision of a legally mandated fifth week of paid vacation for employees moved significantly toward less inequality of income. If class is defined in terms of income distribution, such alterations of income distribution amount to a significant move toward class change and hence socialism. Where property rather than income distribution defines class, Mitterrand's nationalizations of banks and the large industrial groups are widely seen as changing France's class structure. French socialists and communists could and did eventually dissolve their governing alliance in a dispute frequently debated in terms of class qua property or income distribution. Defenders of Mitterrand argued that the property nationalizations proved the socialist content of government policy notwithstanding the income effects of closing large steel and other French factories thought to be inefficient. Some communist critics of Mitterrand countered that the factory shutdowns and indeed the general policy of switching government support to high-tech investments had income effects amounting to an abandonment of socialist goals and commitments. Increasingly, communists attack Mitterrand as not really socialist, as carrying out a capitalist restructuring program strengthening France's unequal income distribution, that is, its capitalist class structure. Mitterrand's defenders reply that their high-tech investment program and industrial streamlining pave the way for higher, more secure incomes for workers and thus the promised transition towards socialism which, they insist, cannot be one other than by a successful restructuring of industry first. By the same token, changes in power relations, say toward democratic control of state policies, pose the question of the impact these changes may have upon class processes. We can entertain no presumption that any simple cause and effect relations leads from a particular political change to a particular class change. We must ask how the social context of the political change mediates its effects upon class to understand what the class changes are or might be. Such a question is urgent for us, while it makes little sense to power theorists of class. For them, the democratization of power is or leads necessarily to the end of the ruling/ruled class structure. Again, contemporary France offers useful examples. Both defenders and critics of Mitterrand sometimes appeal to power considerations to substantiate their arguments about class and socialism. Defenders point with pride to the government's commitments to autogestion, to specific achievements in integrating women into government employment and abolishing capital punishment, and to the simple fact of a government run by socialists. These factors, they claim, warrant the label socialist because they are transformations of France's class structure. Detractors insist that Mitterrand has betrayed socialism precisely because autogestion remains an abstract ideal and not an effective worker power program being implemented anywhere and because power relations generally in France seem unchanged. These critics argue that a socialist government which does not radically alter power relations is therefore not socialist. Our argument with these debates in France is not that they do not concern social issues of vital importance, they do. However, they literally ignore the issue of class as the production and distribution of surplus labor. They make judgments about socialism in France and the role of the Mitterrand government without substantive interest in class as we understand it and hence without attention to the impact of the Mitterrand policies upon production and distribution of surplus in France. Socialist and communist parties make political decisions which do impact France and beyond in momentous ways usually without sustained discussion and inquiry into the issue of surplus production and distribution. In our judgment, this makes it likely that French socialism of the Mitterrand government variety will founder for the sorts of reasons Marx suggested long ago. Many of its plans to change France will fail because it fails to consider and directly address the production and distribution of surplus. Further, the changes which the French socialists can make in France will, we believe, be very vulnerable to reversal in large measure because they were not secured by accompanying and mutually supportive transformations of surplus production and distribution. In sum, the lack of awareness about the multiplicity and complexity of class definitions has had and will have major negative implications for modern socialism. To approach the issue from another vantage point we may ask, Is a change from capitalist to communist class processes possible without certain changes in the configuration of non-class processes within a society? Our answer must be no. For example, it may be that specific changes in social processes concerned with gender relationships would provide conditions for a change in the class processes of Western capitalist societies today. A change in popular consciousness about what male and female means alongside a change in the authority distribution process within families might combine with a change as women sell more of their labor power as a commodity to jeopardize capitalist class processes. With other changes in still other social processes which our class analysis seeks to identify, such altered gender relationships might provide the conditions of existence for a revolutionary change to a new social system including a different class structure. It follows that practical work must aid those particular changes in social processes which the proposed class theory connects, as conditions of existence, to the desired revolutionary social change. In turn, the practical work changes the theory in terms of how it understands the complex linkages between class and non-class social processes. Theoretical and practical work depend upon and shape one another, subject to the mediations exercised upon both by all the other processes comprising the social context of Marxism. The implications of Marxist theory as here understood are particularly important for practical politics by the current movements for basic change to a more just society. As in Marx's time, the theory aims to add two basic ideas to the thinking of those movements. Class is a distinct process of surplus labor production/distribution which is different from the important processes of power, property, consciousness, etc., and the analytical method of linking distinct processes together into a social totality is overdetermination rather than reductionism. We believe that these ideas form a basis for unity within current movements and thereby enhance their chances for success. Unity around these two ideas would not preclude significant differences among Marxists over which particular social processes occupy their analytical and practical energies. The differences would then concern matters of focus. Some would continue the Marxist focus upon class, upon the forms and interactions of the fundamental and subsumed class processes within a society. They would presumably be animated by the feeling that these were the urgent insights that needed to be contributed to revolutionary movements. Others within such a unity would analyze the society via different foci. Processes of power or property or consciousness, etc., would be their concern, insights about those processes would be their contribution. However, the unity of all would consist in the common recognition of the existence of fundamental and subsumed class processes and the common commitment to non-reductionist ways of thinking. Of course, the differences will occasion debate and disagreements. Different foci will influence social analyses and the practical and theoretical conclusions reached. This will pose thorny problems in terms of strategic and tactical decisions. However, these are useful as well as unavoidable disagreements. They involve disputes over how to see and affect the non-reductionist linkages between class and non-class processes. They are all disputes over these particular issues. They are all conditioned by commitments to basic social changes, although the changes sought will also reflect the different foci. The unity underpinning the differences and debates will take several forms. First, we might finally set aside our sterile disputations over which aspects of society are the most important or involve the most fundamental contradiction. Which social struggle is ultimately determinant on historical change will cease to engage debate. Our commitments to different foci will be understood as results of our unique overdeterminations as individuals and not as signs that we do or do not grasp the essential determinants of history. We will all be aiming to understand the complex linkages among class and non-class processes in the societies we want to change. Second, whatever the term class comes to mean, we will be unified by having learned Marx's lessons about the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. We will integrate his insights into all the others born of people's struggles for social and personal justice. Our movements will understand and include the class processes in their strategies for change and proposals for the future. Third, unifying commitments to class as surplus labor and to overdetermination would sharply and clearly differentiate Marxist from bourgeois theories which rarely share either of those commitments and never share both. 7. Communism. Between class and classless. Neither Marx nor Engels ever presented a systematic analysis of what a communist society might look like. However, the class analytics developed by Marx have been extended and developed in various particular ways to produce analyses of communism and of such characteristics as collectivity and classlessness. We differ from these writers in how we read and understand Marx's class analytics. Thus we also differ in how we rely upon and use those analytics to define communist class structures and the different forms they can take. Our approach can distinguish in new ways the different possible forms or types of collectivist class structures. We also can produce a new understanding of a classless communism and the relation of Marxian theory to such a society. The concept of class used in our analysis is based on our reading of Marx, especially Capital, and our reading differs from those of many other writers, both Marxist and non-Marxist. Unlike them, we do not treat classes as groups of people acting in society. Rather, we approach class as a specific kind of process among the many that exist in any society. This enables us to distinguish between and connect the class and non-class processes that always together shape any actual groupings of persons in social life. We define class as the processes whereby some people in society produce more than they consume the surplus so that others who produce no surplus can appropriate, distribute, and receive that surplus. Our class analysis seeks to determine who produces surplus in any particular society, who gets this surplus, to whom portions of this surplus are distributed, how such surpluses are transmitted and for what purposes. Such a society's particular processes of surplus production, appropriation, and distribution comprise its class structure. Everything else in society, all its other economic, natural, political, and cultural processes are understood to be non-class processes. They are just as important for Marxian class analysis, as we understand it, since they are more than causes and effects of class processes, they constitute a society's class structure. In short, class and non-class aspects of any society overdetermine each other, neither is more influential than the other in shaping social history. Point 1. If class, understood in terms of surplus labor, is no more important a cause of social development than any other aspect of society, why do we stress it in our analysis of communism? We want to add something new and distinctive to the vast literature on communism produced over the last 100 years. Other analyses have focused on the philosophical, religious, and ethical dimensions in both theories of and practical experiments in communism. Likewise, much attention has been devoted to political and bureaucratic issues involved in social administration, the law, economic planning, and cultural practices of all sorts pertaining to communism. Among the producers of this immense literature, which includes both Marxist and non-Marxist approaches, some stress ideas of class to make sense of communism, many do not. However, even those who have used class in their studies of the theories and practices of communism have rarely if ever used class in the sense that we propose. In their analyses, which emerge from their readings of Marx, class refers to groups of people who wield unequally and unfairly distributed power and/or unequally and unfairly distributed property. In the property-focused argument, class is usually said to have disappeared to the extent that collective replaces private property. Communism is social ownership of productive property. In the power-focused argument, classlessness is understood differently, as a fully egalitarian, democratic distribution of power. Communism is then that society which has abolished power elites of all sorts. In contrast to such approaches, we treat communism in terms of class processes rather than groups, and class as the processes of production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor rather than as processes of property or power. To the vast literature on the theories and practices of communism, we propose to add something new. We will analyze its class structure in terms of the production and distribution of surplus labor, in terms that are based upon the indispensable analysis of capitalism's class structure which we find in Marx's Capital. We believe that the new insights obtainable from this approach open up important new theoretical and political possibilities, as we suggest below. That is why we stress class analysis, not because of any spurious claim that class aspects are more important to social development than property, power, or all the other non-class aspects. Instead, we follow Marx in stressing class because others and especially fellow radicals committed to basic social changes toward a free and just society often downplay, neglect or even deny the surplus labor dimensions of the theory and practice of communism. It is more than an irony of history that such a Marxian class analysis has so rarely been applied to the kind of society most associated with Marx's name and work. Valuable theoretical work in the Marxian tradition and practical efforts to construct communist class structures in various parts of the world make it possible now to produce fairly concrete images of some basic types of communist class structure. Our presentation of these aims to supplement and to challenge the images of a just society that the Marxian tradition has always inspired. This is hardly a mere exercise in projecting utopian visions. The practices of Marxists have been shaped by their images of the society they aim to build no less than by their political judgments, theoretical formulations, and artistic productions. We hope to change those images and thereby to alter the ways that Marxists intervene in and transform current history. There is still another reason for proposing the following class analysis of communism, namely, to fashion a new answer to an old question. How are we to assess the current structures and dynamics of those communities who proclaim themselves to be socialist or communist or in transition to one or the other? It is of course legitimate for them to be assessed in terms of their specific histories, their degrees of cultural creativity, personal freedom, political participation, economic security, national independence, and so forth. However, we want to add another, different standard to these, namely, the standard of how such communities arrange socially for the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. By adding such a standard, we can assess how actual social experiences of socialism and communism compare to the types of communist class structure developed here through the application of Marxian class analytics. Different standards produce different notions of success and failure for societies. As we argue below, Marxian class analysis suggests that there are different forms or types of communist class structure. These are the specifically collective ways of producing, appropriating and distributing surplus labor which distinguish communist class structures from the various forms of the capitalist, feudal, slave and other kinds of class structures. However, the uniqueness of Marxian analysis lies not only in its distinctive theorization of the basic types of communism's collective class structure. It lies as well in its formulation of yet another form of communism in which class processes disappear altogether, classless society. The remarkable Marxian commitment to dialectics can lead its class analysis to a type of communism in which even the collective production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor cease to occur in society, much as the processes of human slavery disappeared at certain points in human history. We show how Marxian theory reaches this conclusion about a classless form of communism. We also show how this conclusion requires that the theory's own categories of necessary and surplus labor correspondingly change their theoretical roles and cease to be the focal points of its social analysis. Communism, we argue, may develop into a particular form in which not only surplus labor disappears but also the Marxian theory focused upon necessary and surplus labor undergoes basic changes. This is, after all, as it should be. If Marxian theory is committed to the ceaseless change of human society, the forever coming into being, changing, and demise of all aspects of society, then this must apply as well to Marxian theory itself. And this occurs in conjunction with one possible line of development in communism. The argument here represents, then, more than the application to communism of certain class analytics based on a particular reading of Marx. It represents as well the discovery of the limitation of those analytics, a limitation linked appropriately to the social development of communism. The resultant class analytical images of the various forms of communism will, we hope, provoke productive debates over and transformations in the theory and practice of communism. The communist form of class processes too. As we have argued elsewhere, class analysis begins by inquiring whether and how individuals in a society participate in the two possible kinds of class processes. The fundamental class process refers to their involvement in the production and/or appropriation of surplus labor. The subsumed class process refers to their participation in the distribution of already appropriated surplus and/or in the receipt of such distributions. Any person's involvement in either or both of these class processes produces his or her class position in that society, a fundamental class position as surplus labor producer or appropriator and a subsumed class position as distributor or receiver of that surplus labor. We follow Marx in differentiating one class society from another on the basis of the forms in which surplus labor is appropriated and distributed. A communist form of the fundamental class process is then one in which individuals who perform the surplus labor also collectively receive it. In like fashion, a communist form of the subsumed class process is one in which these collective receivers of surplus labor also collectively distribute it. They do so to secure particular non-class processes that are necessary for the existence of that specific form of collective appropriation. The existence of these two class processes in communism imposes upon us an unexpected inference: a communist society may be a class society. It also follows that parallel to all class societies, it too may experience class struggles, in this case, struggles over the collective appropriation and/or distribution of surplus labor. Collectivity refers only to the form of surplus labor appropriation. It does not mean the absence of contradictions and conflicts, class or otherwise. To us this is a surprising result, since we, like many in the Marxian tradition, expect that the transition from capitalism to communism leads to the end of class and class struggle. Yet the presence in a communist society of a distinction between necessary and surplus labor must mean that individuals there participate in the production, receipt, and distribution of that surplus. It follows, therefore, that they occupy class positions, in this case, communist class positions. The presence of classes in communism, however, does not imply the presence of private appropriation of surplus labor. The type of communism defined so far eliminates that form, replacing it with the collective form, appropriation of surplus labor by collectivities of individuals. Collectivity becomes, then, one of the defining characteristics of this type of communism. To underscore this point, we shall consider another type of communism in which this distinction between necessary and surplus labor is not present, and thus collective appropriation, class, and class struggle all disappear. However, let us first examine this collective appropriation of surplus labor, for it has rarely received the attention in Marxist literature that it deserves. Point 3. We think that as a result of this neglect, much of the complexity and contradictory nature of communism has been missed. Collective appropriation and communism. Let us begin by noting that individuals in communism labor generally for a certain number of hours per day producing use values. One portion of these hours produces a bundle of use values that is deemed historically to be necessary for the social reproduction of communist laborers. However, suppose that they continue to work for additional hours above and beyond the hours and use values deemed necessary for their social reproduction. Following Marx, this additional amount of hours worked by them is called surplus labor. In the communist society being considered, the products of this surplus labor are received collectively by these same workers. Thus this form of the fundamental class process deserves the label communist, because it aptly describes how the surplus labor and its fruits are appropriated, collectively. We mean by collective appropriation that the fruit of communist surplus labor is received by individuals who may literally come together as a collective to receive it. In some historical cases this can take the form of members of the commune gathering at particular intervals to receive as a group the surplus portion of the produced use values. Produced goods and services are physically brought to them so that they may then collectively distribute them, partly to themselves and partly to still other members of the commune. In different historical circumstances, it may not be practical to assemble the collective appropriators and the collective surplus in one place at one time. Then, specific procedures and understandings would have to be developed, including dissemination of all relevant information, to ensure that such members are the first receivers and distributors of the surplus. In such cases, communal members appropriating and distributing positions would be akin to those held by members of boards of directors in modern industrial corporations. They are understood to be the first receivers and distributors of the surplus, and this understanding is supported by whatever educational, cultural, political, and economic procedures are deemed necessary in the society. And parallel to the role of managers of such corporations, agents of collective appropriators may be appointed to manage collective appropriation. Presumably, the matrices of tensions between appropriators and managers in the two different class structures would reflect their differences. Once received by the workers who have produced it, the surplus labor is distributed to secure whatever non-class processes are deemed necessary to ensure that the communist fundamental class process continues to exist. In other words, this distribution secures those non-class processes of social life that induce communist laborers to work those extra hours beyond what is necessary to their reproduction as laborers. This distribution of the received surplus labor warrants the label communist in the present context, because these workers not only receive collectively the surplus labor, the fundamental class process, but also distribute it collectively, the subsumed class process, to secure its conditions of existence. Communist class processes differ from all others in that surplus appropriation is collective rather than private. This means that in communism the producers are also the appropriators of their surplus, and the appropriation is done collectively, not individually. In a capitalist society, for example, different individuals typically occupy the two fundamental class positions. In the communisms considered, the societal rule is for the same individuals to occupy both fundamental class positions. However, it is of course possible, although perhaps rare, that in capitalism the same individual may occupy both the position of receiver of surplus value and co-worker alongside other productive laborers employed by the same capitalist. While capitalist appropriation can thus on occasion mean that the same person both produces and appropriates surplus labor, the appropriation is then private in the sense of being individual rather than collective. Similarly, in what Marx termed the ancient class process, the producers and receivers of surplus were always the same individuals, and thus the surplus appropriation was individual, not collective. Despite a similarity to communism in that the producers and receivers of surplus in these particular examples are the same individuals, they remain strikingly different, since only communism involves collective appropriation. Thus we may conclude, even at this early stage of our argument, that the notion of collectivity permits an initial differentiation of a communist from a non-communist society, despite the presence in both of a class structure. It follows that in a society in which this collective appropriation does not take place, there must be either some form of private appropriation or the complete absence altogether of appropriation, classlessness. Types of communist class processes. As with the feudal, capitalist and other kinds of class processes, the communist fundamental and subsumed class processes may take on a variety of different forms or types. Consider a type I communist fundamental class process. All adult individuals in society participate collectively in that class process as appropriators of surplus labor, but only some individuals perform surplus labor. In this type, all individuals in society collectively appropriate and thus distribute surplus labor, but not all produce it. The form is communist by virtue of its communal appropriation. Workers who produce necessary and surplus labor also appropriate that surplus collectively. In a second type of the communist fundamental class process, only those particular individuals who perform surplus labor collectively appropriate it. Others in society may not participate in the communist fundamental class process at all, they neither perform nor appropriate surplus labor. Because of this, they do not distribute the surplus either. Like the first type of communist fundamental class process, this second type still warrants the label communist because it too specifies communal appropriation, although a number of individuals in this second type do not participate in the communist fundamental class process at all. Both types exhibit communist class positions. In type I, each and every adult member of society occupies a communist fundamental class position as a collective appropriator of performed surplus labor, and a communist subsumed class position as a collective distributor of that which has been appropriated. In contrast to this full participation of society's members, Type 2 excludes some members from occupying either the fundamental class positions or the subsumed class positions as initial distributors of surplus labor. The difference between these two types of communism produces a different set of contradictions and tensions within each. For example, tensions may arise in the first type of communism between producers of surplus labor and those who, like the producers, appropriate it but do not share in its production. The second type of communism deals with this particular problem by its imposed equality of collective receivers and producers. No individual can participate in surplus labor appropriation without also helping to produce that same surplus. Yet this very equality may breed its own set of contradictions, for it effectively excludes perhaps significant numbers of individuals in the society from any initial claim to surplus labor whatsoever. Whereas Type I's societal rule guarantees to all citizens, no matter what their age, physical condition, concrete work performed, or any other characteristic, the appropriator's first claim to the surplus, no matter who participates in its production, the restriction imposed in Type 2 does not. Consequently, tensions may arise in Type 2 between such excluded individuals and the producers/appropriators of surplus over exactly how, and to what degree, and, indeed, if the former are to be sustained by distributions of the surplus. This economic difference between these two types of communism should not be confused with the important political differences that may also exist between them. The key point here is not to confuse the appropriation with the control of surplus. For example, consider a Type I communism where all collectively appropriate the surplus but where only the producers of surplus have the power or authority to order appropriators on how to distribute the surplus among subsumed classes. In other words, only producers may have the legally enshrined power to decide how the surplus is to be distributed. Here, producers control but clearly are not the only appropriators of surplus. To take a contrasting example, a Type 2 communism may exist with power vested in all citizens to control the distribution of the surplus. In this case, only producers of the surplus would be the initial appropriators and distributors of that surplus, but all citizens in the commune would have the power to order them as to how it would be distributed. We thus see in these examples the impossibility of invariably linking different kinds of political arrangements to different types of fundamental class processes. Power relations and class relations are neither identical nor deducible from one another. Both the Marxian and non-Marxian traditions have found it difficult to maintain these distinctions between class and power. For example, to argue that those we designate as appropriators could not remain so if they lack control over surplus labor is to endow the political process of control with a social significance or effectivity greater than all other social processes. In contrast, we argue that appropriators continue to receive surplus because of the effectivity of all social processes. Power is not more or less influential in shaping the fact of their appropriation than are, say, ideology, art, ownership patterns, and the division of labor. In our example above, we showed that the wielding of power over surplus does not necessarily imply appropriation of that same surplus. Power is not the most important influence, whether in the first or last instance, on individuals' class positions. Unlike many other approaches, this anti-essentialist understanding of the relationship between power and class underscores the different effectivities of social processes other than power in shaping class. Of course, were one or more of these other non-power social processes to take over the privileged status of essence in social theory now held so widely by power, we would offer a similar criticism of them. However, it is the current essentialist role of power in social theory that requires confrontation and criticism, since adherents of that role thereby foster the very absolutism of power that they seek otherwise to overthrow in society. Cultural processes in communism. What non-class social processes might be present in a society whose combined effectivity creates the conditions of existence of a communist fundamental class process? What motivates individuals to produce surplus labor for a collective appropriation? Posing the question in this way seems to invite an obvious answer: individuals naturally desire to appropriate that which they have produced. Yet, if this were so obvious, then the existence of non-communist fundamental forms of surplus labor appropriation, capitalism, feudalism, and slavery would be problematic. For in these forms of private appropriation, individuals produce surplus labor for the private appropriation of others. The giving of something for nothing in return is the precise meaning that Marx attached to the fundamental class process, that is, the process of private appropriation that he called exploitation. Why might individuals prefer a situation in which they produce surplus labor for others rather than for themselves? One possible answer is that individuals may understand communism to be an evil. They understand it to be inconsistent with or inevitably a danger to their freedom. They would thus have little desire to participate in such a society. Instead, they might well prefer any society other than the communist, despite the fact that in these societies they might understand themselves to be exploited by others rather than the community of themselves. Their preference might emerge from a theory of society that denies the social existence of exploitation, no matter what its form. With a theory that conceptualizes a society in terms of an inherent harmony among its parts, no aversion to private exploitation need exist. Added to this may be the presence of a variety of different cultural forms in society that effectively construct the label communism to stand for something inherently evil because of its conflict with human nature or with God's will. Even if other societies were understood, however vaguely, to include something called private exploitation, whereas communism were understood just as vaguely to exclude it, individuals might still prefer one or more of them to communism. They might see the latter and its communal appropriation as utopian dreams that are unrealizable in this world. What would be realistic for them might well be to struggle for a relatively humane and democratic capitalism as against less desirable forms of capitalism and against feudal and slave social formations. For communist fundamental class processes of types I or II to exist requires a variety of cultural processes. Some of these must convince individuals that surplus labor appropriation is as real a part of human existence as are the other social processes that they recognize and take seriously. Fundamental class processes must be as relevant to them and their lives as are processes of speaking, eating, laboring, thinking, ordering human behavior and so forth. In addition, arguments must exist that help to persuade individuals that the replacement of private by communal appropriation will eliminate a form of private theft in society that often breeds much misery and despair. Such theft must come to be recognized in society, just as slavery is now recognized, as a kind of evil that distorts and constrains human development in very concrete ways. Such arguments, in whatever form they may exist, also must celebrate communal appropriation as providing a way, a possibility, for a new and more desirable era of human behavior to develop. They must connect economic freedom from private exploitation, be it capitalist, feudal, slave or ancient, to the liberation of society from the recurrent social miseries that haunt private exploitation. To exist, communist class processes require that individuals be persuaded that such economic freedom is consistent with and a condition for a new system of political and cultural freedoms that permit all individuals to struggle effectively and participate fully in social life. Cultural processes that provide such effects tend to orient individuals toward the communal appropriation of surplus labor. They may also motivate those individuals to struggle against the continued existence or emergence of non-communist class processes. They are indispensable non-class parts of a communist society whose presence helps to secure the very existence of the communist fundamental class process. Individuals who provide these cultural conditions and receive a distributed share of the collective surplus labor for so doing occupy communist subsumed class positions in society. They produce and disseminate the various cultural artifacts, documents, art, songs, histories, books, movies, and so on that help to produce in individuals the class consciousness, motivation, and education necessary for the continued existence of the communist production and appropriation of surplus labor. Without the subsumed class labor of these individuals, the labor of the fundamental class might not be forthcoming and the survival of communism would be problematic. We may extend this dependence of the communist fundamental class process on particular cultural processes by considering a number of other non-class processes whose effectivity is crucial to its existence. Each of them produces effects that push individuals to produce surplus labor for the collective. Their participation in a communist fundamental class process is thus overdetermined by the combined effectivity of all of these non-class processes, not only the cultural, but also a variety of different political and economic non-class processes. All of them produce those complex cultural, political, and economic influences that form the conditions of existence of the different types of the communist fundamental class process. Political processes in communism. Such political processes include particular rules, laws and, generally, an ordering of human behavior whose combined effects support a communal appropriation of surplus labor. For example, laws may exist that effectively give all individuals in a society power over property in the means of production. This would exclude the private ownership of productive property. No individual could exclude others from the collective ownership of productive property. For the production of necessary and surplus labor to take place, the collective owners would then have to give the collective appropriators and laborers access to productive property. In return, collective owners might receive a share of the fruits of surplus labor from the appropriators, a sort of communist dividend. With such communal ownership, all members of the society would occupy communist subsumed class positions as collective owners of property if they receive a distributed share of the appropriated surplus labor for making their property available to the communal appropriators and laborers. However, only in type I would they also occupy the additional subsumed class position as distributors of the surplus and the fundamental class position as appropriators of that surplus. In type 2, some individuals, as we have seen, occupy neither any fundamental class position nor the subsumed class position of surplus distributor. In a world of communal ownership, however, all would occupy the subsumed class ownership position. Communal ownership of productive property might reduce the economic pressure on individuals to sell their labor power to others, since they would not be divorced from the means to reproduce their social existence. Other laws in society might directly prohibit the sale and purchase of labor power as a commodity. No individual could alienate that which is not owned privately by that same individual. Political processes generating such laws would seriously undermine the possibility of capitalist exploitation, just as laws outlawing the sale and purchase of human beings make slavery problematic. Paradoxically, such laws direct our attention back to political processes governing other forms of non-capitalist societies such as the feudal and the slave. Feudal serfs and slaves lacked the freedom to sell what they did not own, their own labor power. Moreover, at least in the initial stages of both types of societies, serfs and slaves lacked the freedom to own property. These sorts of non-freedoms characterize communism as well, and partly because of that may undermine its appeal as an alternative society to those who live under capitalism. Certainly, few would wish to recreate in a communist society some of the more onerous conditions of either a feudal or a slave society. After all, transitions from the latter types of societies to capitalism have long been celebrated for ridding human existence of those very conditions. However, all political processes such as laws and rules are specific to the society in which they exist. Notions of freedom and non-freedom do not transcend historical moments. Like all aspects of a society, they are peculiar to the society that gives birth to them and, in turn, is shaped by them. It follows that slave and feudal non-freedoms are specific to those societies. Indeed, they are two of the political conditions necessary for their respective class processes to exist and be reproduced over time. In parallel fashion, the communist non-freedoms listed above are not only specific to the communist society, they also serve to secure particular conditions necessary for the communist class processes to exist. Slave and feudal non-freedoms help to secure slave and feudal surplus labor, respectively. In like manner, capitalist non-freedoms, such as the inability to buy and sell human beings or to socialize productive property without compensation, help to secure capitalist surplus labor. These are some political conditions of various forms of private exploitation of some individuals by other individuals. In contrast to this, the inability to alienate property in communism helps to secure an entirely new kind of human freedom, the freedom from one human being privately exploiting another. In that precise sense, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism are more alike than they are different from one another. They share in common the horror of private exploitation. Individuals in society lord, slave master, capitalist receive the fruit of another's labor without providing anything in return. By contrast, non-Marxian approaches may well understand particular freedoms and non-freedoms to be conditions, perhaps even essential conditions, for the achievement of maximum wealth and happiness of a society's citizens. In such views, only a capitalist society can foster the institutions capable of producing and maintaining these freedoms. In contrast, Marx and Engels' insight was to argue that the freedoms of capitalism help to secure a form of disguised slavery for the workers. For Marxism, the absence of such freedoms in communism helps to produce the end of such slavery in all its forms, including the capitalist. Besides laws and rules concerned with the ownership and alienation of forms of property, communist politics must decide who in society shall occupy the various class and non-class positions there, what shall be the division between necessary and surplus labor, how much of the produced surplus should be distributed to various occupants of subsumed class positions, and so forth. Individuals who establish these and other laws and rules, adjudicate disputes over them, and enforce them would occupy communist subsumed class positions if they receive a distributed share of the communal surplus labor for so doing. In their unique ways, all of these political conditions are necessary for the existence of the communist fundamental class process. Some individuals in society must perform the necessary subsumed class labor to ensure that such political processes take place. Without their subsumed class labor, the communist fundamental class labor of others would be jeopardized. The powers wielded by individuals working at various levels and in different subdivisions of this subsumed class position may produce all kinds of contradictions, tensions, and even struggles within the society. These are, of course, vitally important in shaping the histories of actual communist societies. However, these powers, this bureaucracy, and its contradictions are distinct from the appropriation of surplus labor and the fundamental classes who respectively produce and receive it. In dealing with concrete cases of socialist and communist societies, no point seems to be more important than this one. Too often, in Marxian and non-Marxian approaches to the examination of such societies, either class is reduced to power or the two are collapsed into each other. The result is to equate the end of communism to the rise of bureaucracy and its concentrated power. In such approaches, individuals who occupy subsumed class positions in the communist bureaucracy are collapsed into fundamental classes by virtue of the power they wield in society. Economic processes in communism. The final set of non-class social processes to consider are economic ones. These involve the distribution of the communist society's productive resources and the production and distribution of its goods and services. Such production must take place in order for the communist fundamental and subsumed class processes to exist. Their existence is likewise overdetermined by the distribution of means of production and of produced goods and services to reproduce the labor of the fundamental class as well as the different kinds of labor of the subsumed classes. A communist fundamental class process is also partly an effect of the division of labor in society. For example, some laborers may produce only food in rural areas while others are only engaged in the production of cloth in urban areas. Individuals in the country may spend their X plus Y hours producing only food whereas their town cousins spend their X plus Y hours producing only cloth. Assuming that both food and cloth are required to reproduce such laborers, food must be distributed to the specialized cloth producers and cloth to the specialized food producers. In a word, use values must flow between town and country to support this division of labor, and these flows participate in overdetermining the society's class processes. These economic divisions of labor, like the political divisions between those who wield power and those who do not, can become the source of considerable tension and even struggle in society. The latter, however, are distinct from, although variously related to, those tensions and struggles that occur over the class processes. What must be kept in mind in considering such divisions and their contradictory effects is the Marxian distinction between possible conditions of existence of the communal appropriation of surplus labor and that appropriation itself. A struggle may erupt in a communist society over the terms under which cloth exchanges for food. This struggle might pit laborers in the countryside against those in the towns, a classic problem in the development of an economy. This struggle over the terms of trade is a non-class struggle. It differs from struggles that may develop over class issues, the communal appropriation and/or distribution of surplus labor. The existence and specific qualities of the communal fundamental class process also depend on the productivity of labor in the production of use values. For example, a rise in such productivity will increase the quantity of goods and services to be distributed and may thereby facilitate the reproduction of communism. However, like changes in other economic processes, changes in the productivity of labor are distinct from changes in the communal fundamental class process. The increase in productivity, and the enhanced wealth it brings to the communist society, may, in some circumstances, become a danger to the continued existence of this class process, and thus to the continued existence of communism. More productive workers, for example, might demand private benefits therefrom and agitate for a greater share of surplus labor, or even for some private appropriation of surplus labor. The point here is not to oppose increases in productivity, but rather to stress that changes in productivity, just like other economic changes in the communal society's division of labor or distribution of food and cloth, are distinct from, though related to, changes in its fundamental class process. In the Marxian perspective, we emphasize the consequences of non-class processes in shaping the class processes. Therefore, economic questions of productivity, like the political questions of freedom and of democratic decision-making, are specifically linked to the society in which they occur in terms of its class structure and dynamic. The determination of how a particular change in any non-class process has an impact on the survival of communism depends on a concrete analysis of its contradictory effects upon the class processes of the society in question. Individuals in society who plan, organize, supervise, and execute the allocation of labor, means of production, and produced goods and services will occupy communal subsumed class positions if they receive a share of the communal surplus labor for so doing. Such planners and managers secure conditions of existence of the communist fundamental class process. They participate in cultural and political processes as well as economic processes, since the production and allocation of goods and services require plans and documents to be prepared, instructions to be given, orders to be carried out, and so forth. Like any complex activity, economic planning as a general concept or activity cannot be reduced merely to its economic components. We have assumed, finally, that all of the above-mentioned economic processes can occur in communism without any need for markets and commodity exchange. The existence of commodity exchange, like any other social process, is overdetermined by a myriad of causes. It is, of course, possible that these economic processes, division of labor, flow of use values between town and country, production of surplus labor and product, and so on, along with other concrete political and cultural processes, may all combine to produce within communism a commodity exchange process. Parallel to all other social processes, the presence of markets in communism would exert its particular effects on all the other processes of that communism. For example, commodity exchange and markets might act to increase productivity by, say, encouraging competition and the economic survival of the most able producers. The resulting increase in wealth could strengthen the communist fundamental class process. On the other hand, commodity exchange could also undermine the communist fundamental class process by fostering those non-class processes more conducive to private than to collective appropriation. Thus there is no essential contradiction between commodities and communism, between market and plan, despite the presumption of such essential contradictions in so much of the literature. If we were to assume that there were no markets or commodities present, then their absence would preclude value and exchange value from existing within the communism being considered. There is no question that concrete labor would take place, use values would be produced, and surplus labor and product would be generated. However, despite the existence of a communist surplus, there would be no surplus value because of the absence of the exchange process. This suggests the importance of the influence of any one process, here the commodity exchange process, to the existence of all others. Without the presence and thus the particular effectivity of the former, there could be no value, exchange value, and surplus value. The same logic applies to the effectivity of each and every other process in society. Omitting any one of them changes the character of all the others. Omitting the economic process by which the purchase and sale of labor power takes place, for example, helps to support but by no means guarantees the existence of the communist fundamental class process. The latter requires all the causes so far mentioned. Thus, there can be no single, essential cause of communism. Communist variations, development, and change. Communist social formations, like all others, are capable of great variations in structure, development, and change. Likewise, possibilities of transition from non-communist to communist social formations are matched by possibilities of the reverse sorts of transition. Consider, for example, the presence or absence of a formal state apparatus. If such a state exists, the communist fundamental class process may occur within the state, outside it, or both, thereby generating three more variant forms of communism. In parallel fashion, communist social formations may include productive enterprises, households, political parties, churches, and so on, in which different mixtures of class and non-class processes occur, thereby creating a rich diversity of possible forms of communism. It follows that it is possible for forms of communism to display apparent similarities with forms of capitalism, feudalism, and other social formations. There can be, for example, particular household structures, patterns of state power, cultural practices, and so on, that display some similarities although they exist and function within the contexts of fundamentally different class structures. Unlike many other approaches to social analysis, Marxian theory does not proceed from such similarities among the non-class components of social life to shift its focus away from class. It does not, for example, argue that a powerful centralized bureaucracy found similarly in a form of communism and a form of capitalism implies a convergence or a general dissolution of differences between the two class structures. While we share a deep antipathy to undemocratic structures of power, that does not warrant either confusing power structures with class structures or displacing class in favor of power as the focus of analysis simply because two particular forms of different class structures display non-class similarities at some moments. After all, the point of class theories like Marxism is to keep the structures of the production and distribution of surplus labor in the forefront of social analysis. Each variation of communism produces its unique contradictions that shape the unique movement of that society. Consider a variation of type I communism in which individuals in a communist party have been empowered by the collective to plan, direct, and control the collective appropriation of surplus labor. To sustain their complex activities, portions of surplus labor are distributed to them. They thus occupy communist subsumed class positions in a party which may exist both inside and outside a state. To whatever other contradictions exist within the society, we must add those emanating from the relationships among these subsumed class party officials and between them and occupants of the communist fundamental and still other subsumed class positions. Point 4. Suppose that party officials wish to increase communist accumulation just when an increased demand on the surplus is presented by, let us say, military officials and/or educational authorities who occupy subsumed class positions within the state. Point 5. Various reactions are possible, each of which sets in motion still other contradictions and new reactions. Taken together, these contradictions, created reactions, and new contradictions comprise the development of society. One possible reaction to these competing party, military, and educational demands may be struggles by each subsumed class to increase its share of communist surplus at the expense of the others. Their strategies may include appeals to communist ideology, threats of foreign encroachment, manipulation of prices and budgets, and even force. This conflict over distributed shares of the surplus is a form of subsumed class struggle in communism, a struggle over the communist subsumed class process. The development of any particular communism emanates partly from the specific contradictions among its subsumed classes. A different reaction might involve pressuring for more surplus labor from the producers to meet all the party, military, and educational demands on it. Party officials might exert such pressures alone or with the support of the military and educational authorities. Such pressures, in turn, have contradictory effects. Direct laborers may now produce an expanded surplus for the collective. On the other hand, changes in the rate of surplus appropriation may well generate negative reactions. The producers may resist the pressures and, in one way or another, struggle against them. This would be a fundamental class struggle in communism, a struggle over the communist fundamental class process. The pressures, producers' varying reactions to them, and the consequent possibility of subsumed and/or fundamental class struggles together shape this communist society's development. In each possible variation, class and non-class contradictions and struggles help to produce communism's change, development, and perhaps a transition to a qualitatively different kind of society. Of course, social change may involve more than the interactions between communist class and non-class processes. It would also include interactions with and among the non-communist class processes and the classless communism that might exist in a society. Marx evidently favored a transition to the latter type of communism, although he never offered any theoretical treatment of it. However, our rethinking of certain categories that he established makes possible the following sketch of classless communism. Classless society. In Marx's famous letter to Joseph Wade Meyer, he insisted that the discovery of class and class conflict was not his but belonged rather to bourgeois historians. His new contributions, he argued, were three: a specific definition of class in terms of production relations, the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and lastly, the notion of such a dictatorship as transitional toward the abolition of all classes, a classless society. While he wrote extensively on class analysis, he said little about either the dictatorship of the proletariat or classlessness. Does Marx's work on class provide us with some means for constructing at least an initial analysis of proletarian dictatorship and classlessness? We think it does. The preceding sections of this chapter used Marx's original contributions to construct a particular class analysis of communism. We intend here to begin to develop his other two contributions. First, we propose to use our class analysis of communism to sketch a more concrete notion of a classless society than Marx or Marxists have yet produced. Then, in the paper's conclusion, we suggest a class conception of various dictatorships of the proletariat. The very phrase, classless society, defines a social arrangement in terms of what it is not. What is missing in such a society is the distinction between necessary and surplus labor, that is, the fundamental class process. By contrast, feudalism, capitalism, slavery, still other class structures, and even the two types of communism sketched above, are all approached by Marxian theory in terms of the division between necessary and surplus labor. Using that theory, Marxists then proceed to work out the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor for each society's distinct class structure. However, both private and collective structures of appropriation presume the existence of a surplus and thus a specific apparatus of necessary and surplus labor, fundamental and subsumed class processes, and so on. In a classless society, no division between necessary and surplus exists. The production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor disappear from the social scene. They pass from history in the same sense that political forms such as absolute monarchy or cultural forms such as religious rituals of human sacrifice have faded from the 20th century. Indeed, the absence of class processes is the only possible meaning of a classless society, given Marx's theory of class and the various forms of class societies. That meaning in turn provokes the following sorts of questions. What social changes may make possible a transition from class to classless societies as distinct from transitions within class societies such as those from private to collective appropriations of surplus labor? How would labor be organized and divided among production tasks in societies where class processes are absent? How are such societies different from those where some form of the class process is prevalent? Not only can Marxian theory conceptualize a society in which class disappears, it also understands that the disappearance of class would react back upon class analysis itself. Marxian theory would change in particular by abandoning its focus on class and focus instead on new problems and new objectives generated by the particular contradictions of classless societies. The theory can thus envision the conditions of its own historical change. Marxism can apply its commitment to dialectics, that is, to the ceaseless transformation of all things, to itself as well. The absence of the necessary/surplus labor distinction means that all human labor applied to the production of use values for social utilization is necessary. In the terms of our notation above, x plus y equals x. No labor is surplus, y equals 0. The absence of the distinction between necessary and surplus also influences the allocation of laborers among the different kinds of goods and services being produced. These goods and services include more than those directly consumable and their means of production, they also include all the processes of distribution, economic planning, political administration, aesthetic creation, and so on. In other words, all human labor, whether allocated to the production of food and cloth, or to the production and dissemination of cultural artifacts and political laws, is necessary labor. Classlessness has its particular conditions of existence. Compared to any class-structured society, for example, a classless society would require very different kinds of allocation of work tasks and allocation of products. Who does what kind of work for how long and in what way would depend on the needs and wants of all concerned, excluding any need or want to produce or procure a surplus. No person's desire for profit, rent, interest, and so on, could be effective, could actually determine what work anyone performs or what products anyone gets. That is a condition for classlessness to continue. Another condition of existence of classlessness might be the systematic rotation of all work tasks among individuals to prevent any technical divisions of labor from hardening and possibly becoming class divisions. The absence of class implies as well as presupposes the liberation of all work from its historic subordination to class. Classlessness also has its cultural conditions of existence. For example, there would have to be education of all in the multiplicity of tasks to be accomplished if rotation were to be possible. There would need to be education for all in the coordinating and designing of tasks as well as their performance. In short, the mass skilling characteristic of capitalism would have to be replaced by an equally mass development of the population's productive, design, and managerial skills. With or without rotation, another cultural condition of existence might well be a broadly held ethic that places the highest priority on the equality of all in relation to production and its fruits and on classlessness as the means to achieve that equality. Such an ethic would have to place comparable value on certain democratic political conditions that are both the objectives of classlessness and themselves conditions of its existence. For classlessness to survive, still another condition is for politics to be the direct social means to decide the what, how, and for whom of production. These latter must be the direct objects of political processes without any regard to the maintenance of any class structure. Politics must at last take all its social conditions under its procedures without the constraint of maintaining any existing class structure. Politics must prevent any rule of class maintenance such as the rule of profit maximization or the rule that one person can own another from interfering in the social decisions about economics or anything else. The absence of class implies as well as presupposes the liberation of politics from its historic subordination to class. Classlessness has its particular social effects. While these will of course vary with the specific social contexts within which class processes cease to exist, it may be useful to mention here some possible effects of long-standing concern to Marxists. These possible effects have long made classlessness a goal of Marxists. A social transition to classlessness removes one factor contributing to hierarchical divisions among individuals performing various tasks in the division of labor. Workers need no longer be differentiated, consciously or unconsciously, according to whether they produce or appropriate surplus or live off surplus produced by others. Since the history of class-structured societies suggests that individuals who appropriate surplus and/or live off the surplus of others tend to arrogate disproportionate political power and cultural benefits to themselves, classlessness can contribute toward more democratic political and cultural life. Similarly, the absence of the necessary/surplus division of labor strengthens the scope and depth of collectivity in its gathering of all expenditures of human brain and muscle as equivalently under the continuous consideration, control, and transformation of politics. The production, distribution, and consumption of all goods and services, when classlessly organized, become more readily objects of democratic decision-making. No imperatives of maintaining a given class structure block movements toward a more democratic politics. In this sense, classlessness represents a social step toward the rule of from each according to ability, and to each according to need. For the foreseeable future, one condition for the emergence of classless communism may be the widespread use of a kind of Marxist theory which can conceptualize both the differences between capitalist and communist class structures, and between them and classless communism. Alternative conceptions of communism, those focused on property ownership, those based on power or those based on surplus, foster different social transitions. Thus, theories which do not recognize the varieties of class processes and the possibility of their disappearance will, in our view, likely do little to facilitate a transition to classlessness, and may do much to block it. Our particular class-analytical approach to communism aims to revive, provoke, and clarify the debates over the relation of communism to the future of modern society. The classless society is a different kind of communism from the types of collective surplus labor appropriation discussed as communist class structures. Moreover, the overdeterminist logic of Marxian theory permits no presumption of any necessary historical movement from private to collective class societies or from the latter to classless society. What Marxian theory does make possible is the application of its class analytics to shed new light upon socialism, communism, societies such as the Soviet Union, China, and so forth. Differences between socialism and communism. Usages of the terms socialism and communism differ greatly. As very broad isms, they invite commentaries which emphasize economics, politics, or culture according to the orientation of each commentator's approach to social analysis. However, for virtually everyone interested in socialism and communism, the terms are passionately intertwined with visions of the future varying from the most beautiful to the most horrible. The futures each of us seeks, and those that we dread, play their more or less subtle roles in influencing our interpretations of these terms. For writers whose focus is power, how it is organized and constrained, who wields it over whom, and so on, socialism and communism are defined in terms of the distribution of authority between state and citizen and among groups and individual citizens. Freedom, democracy, and political participation and control are the concepts that provide standards for defining the two terms and thus for assessing the claims of actual societies that they are socialist or communist. For writers whose focus is culture, the definitions of socialism and communism often turn on issues of consciousness and ethics, how these social arrangements are informed by distinct conceptions of humanity. Actual societies labeled socialist or communist are then evaluated in terms of whether their citizens are new men and women in terms of their attitudes toward life and community, their broadly defined interpersonal ethics. For writers concerned primarily with economics, socialism and communism have most often been defined in terms of collectivized property ownership in the means of production. The extent of socially accountable economic planning and the prevalence of moral over material incentives have also served as indices of socialism and communism, as has the principle governing the social distribution of output. Marx's famous metaphor for communism as a society whose slogan is, "From each according to ability, to each according to need," was often understood as a literal definition separating communism from socialism, where the word need was replaced by the word work. A basic problem has afflicted Marxist and indeed also non-Marxist, discussions of socialism and communism. The various political, cultural, and economic definitions of socialism and communism have not been necessarily consistent with one another. A socialist distribution of property ownership could coexist with political power relations or kinds of cultural life that were judged emphatically as non-socialist and non-communist. Kinds of democracy could be achieved which some called socialist, notwithstanding economic conditions universally understood as non-socialist. In the face of such conceptual difficulties at the level of basic definition, discussion has often taken one of two equally sterile turns. One option has been to insist on one definition as essentially correct or ultimately decisive, which rendered all others as secondary or irrelevant and their proponents as wrong-headed or guided darkly by ulterior motivations. The other option has been to abandon the project of defining socialism and communism as intrinsically incoherent or practically inconsequential or both in an era of the end of ideology. Inconsistency, polarized contests among narrow and deterministic definitions, doubt about the terms altogether, these problems have devalued as well as plagued recent discussions of socialism and communism. Yet defining these key terms remains necessary. It amounts to a coming to terms with the rich tradition of many people's struggles for what they have understood as socialism and communism. It also remains necessary if we are to be clear and persuasive about the kind of future society to which we orient our current activities. The task of defining what we mean by socialism and communism remains a continuing focus of the Marxian tradition. Hence, we must move beyond the unacceptable current state of that discussion. Toward that end, our specific class analysis of communisms can be extended to conceptualize socialisms as well. Our position is not that this class conception is better than or more decisive than the others that have been and will be offered. We simply want to include it in the ongoing discussions which suffer because it is so often overlooked. Moreover, this class analysis also makes room for the other definitions of socialism and communism to enrich our definition, rather than to dissolve the discussion in fruitless recriminations pitting correct against incorrect views. Communism denotes a social formation in which communist fundamental class processes and classless production arrangements predominate in the production of goods and services. Residues of non-communist fundamental class processes, if they survive, do not characterize more than a small share of production activities. In addition, political power is controlled by groups, a communist dictatorship of the proletariat committed to enlarge and extend classlessness at the expense of all types of fundamental class processes, communist as well as non-communist. Of course, such commitments are no guarantee that their objectives can or will be realized. The social extent of classlessness determines whether any particular society will be understood as classless communism or as a communist class structure. Socialism is different from communism in that it is not itself a class process, a unique form of producing and distributing surplus labor. Socialism also differs from communism because it denotes a social formation in which one or more types of the communist fundamental class process coexist in varying proportions with non-communist class processes. In contrast to communist social formations, in socialism any classless production arrangements, if they exist at all, do so in few instances of production and in more or less embryonic form. Political power is controlled by groups, a socialist dictatorship of the proletariat committed to two broad goals, to enlarge and extend the communist class processes, and to shrink the scope and social influence of the non-communist class processes. These goals may, of course, be in contradiction if and when, for example, the non-communist class processes generate products which are essential inputs into the areas of production organized in communist class structures. These notions of proletarian dictatorship do not refer, of course, to particular forms of government. Rather, the term refers to the future class or classless structures to which such government is committed and toward which it directs policy. Hence, from a class analytical perspective, the concept of proletarian dictatorship requires adjectives such as socialist or communist defined in the context of the class analysis of those terms themselves. This way of posing the class definitions and dimensions of socialism and communism rejects any teleological notion that either one leads necessarily to the other. We must reject any theory of stages that makes socialism and communism necessary developmental steps in some unfolding history. Transitions to either can occur from the other, transitions from or to capitalism, feudalism, and so on are equally possible depending on the specific history of a particular society. No historical inevitability is presumed or implied in this formulation. Thus, the notion that socialism is a period of transition to communism can only be understood, from this perspective, as an expression of some group's intentions. It does not describe any inherent property of socialism as such. Our specifications of communism and socialism can be applied to societies currently labeled communist or socialist, such as the USSR. First, we must determine for any society which precise class processes exist within it. To what extent are classless relations of production present? Is there a movement to communist from non-communist class processes or vice versa? Is there movement from class-structured social arrangements to classlessness or vice versa? Do effective commitments regarding these movements define either a socialist or communist dictatorship of the proletariat? The answers to these questions comprise an assessment of any society's relation to socialism and communism, to communist class structures and to classlessness. Our assessment would differ from those based on alternative Marxist approaches and the specific questions their proponents pose to reach their assessments. We can integrate social analysis such as ours that focus on class surplus labor production and distribution with some of those whose emphases fall rather upon the organization of political power, property ownership, cultural formation, planning, moral incentives, and other aspects of social structure. We appreciate that they enter into their analyses of socialism and communism by focusing upon social dimensions other than class. We recognize as well that much of what they describe as, for example, communist or socialist democracy is as much an indispensable component of the future society we seek as is its communist class structure or its classlessness. If, in turn, their visions of true social democracy, cultural freedom, and egalitarian economic well-being recognize and include communist class structures and classlessness as components of the future they seek, a basis for integration of our theoretical perspectives and practical alliances will exist. We recognize, moreover, that the famous dichotomies that have haunted the Marxist tradition, moral versus material incentives, planning versus market, alienation versus non-alienation, and so forth will be radically rethought, as will be our own class analysis if such an integration occurs. Such an integration cannot and should not obscure our differences and the exploration and confrontation of them in the ongoing discussion and debate. However, based on such a mutual recognition theoretically, the discussions of socialism and communism can emerge from a long, if sometimes quite brilliant, period of fruitless stalemate. That in turn might augur well for practical coalitions for socialism or communism. Steps in these directions would provide ample reward for the theoretical efforts in this paper. Acknowledgement. We wish to thank the reviewers of Rethinking Marxism for their careful and helpful criticisms of our initial submission. 8. For every knight in shining armor, there's a castle waiting to be cleaned. A Marxist feminist analysis of the household. Question: what in your view is the exact connection between patriarchal oppression and capitalist oppression? Answer: of course housework doesn't produce any surplus value. It's a different condition to that of the worker who is robbed of the surplus value of his work. I'd like to know exactly what the relationship is between the two. Women's entire future strategy depends on it. Today, non-family households outnumber married couples with children. The pundits may be saying Americans are returning to traditional lifestyles, but the numbers show that it just isn't so. Households and their profound influence upon modern society have been badly and unjustifiably neglected in social analysis. Marxist theory, and particularly its class analytics, can be applied to contemporary households to help remedy that neglect. Feminist theories of gender, of the social construction of what male and female are supposed to mean, can likewise yield original insights into the dynamics of households today. We propose here to combine the two approaches into a distinctive Marxist feminist theory of the household. Instead of observing the unwritten rule that Marxist class analysis must stop at the doorstep and must not address what happens inside the household, we investigate the class processes inside. Similarly, we extend some feminist discussions of the interaction between class and gender in markets and enterprises to an examination of their interactions within households. The resulting analysis shows that households in general, and contemporary U.S. households in particular, display specific kinds of interwoven class structures and gender identifications. The class positions occupied within households depend upon and shape the definitions of gender lived by the members of such households. Moreover, the class and gender positions within households operate as both causes and effects of those positions outside households. Finally, our theoretical argument and the empirical evidence that we offer will claim that basic class and gender transformations are underway in the United States today. They are occurring inside households precisely where too many theorists and activists overlook them. Class and gender struggles are fought inside households as well as at other social sites. We shall suggest how those struggles within the households can influence virtually every other aspect of contemporary social life. Marxist feminists have taken the lead in recognizing the importance of the household for social analysis. Unlike more traditional Marxists, they do not reduce the way society defines gender and allocates social positions along gender lines to matters of secondary importance. Nor do they view such matters as deriving from class. Unlike many other feminists, they refuse to exclude issues of class from the explanation of gender divisions and their social consequences. Finally, their work has helped to put the household high on the agenda for social analysis, taking it out of the shadows to which most Marxist and non-Marxist social theories consign it. Point 1. However, Marxist feminists have not yet been able to integrate well-defined class and gender concepts systematically into a theory which recognizes and incorporates their mutual dependence and transformation. No complex class and gender analysis of the modern household is yet available, hence to begin one is a goal of this book. We begin with a precise Marxist definition of class. The term refers to the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. It is thus a set of economic processes concerned with the production and distribution of goods and services. Class is not the name for a group of people. Point 2. Women cannot comprise a class any more than men can, rather, women and men participate in class processes in various ways. It follows that wherever class processes may be shown to occur in society, wherever surplus labor is produced, appropriated, and distributed, that is an appropriate site for class analysis. As we shall show, this includes the household. We must then disagree with such Marxist feminists as Heidi Hartmann, Nancy Faulber, Zilla Eisenstein, and others who apply class analysis only outside the boundaries of the household and chiefly to enterprises. Point 3. All kinds of class process and all sites are grist for our mill, proper objects of Marxist feminist analysis. Point 4. We also understand gender as a set of processes. Unlike the class processes, which are economic processes, the gender processes are cultural or ideological processes. That is, they involve the production and distribution of meanings. By gender processes, we mean the processes of defining one specific difference between people, literally what it means to be female or male, and distributing such meanings socially. Just as one's life is shaped by the particular class processes in a society, it is also shaped by the gender processes in that society. Indeed, how people produce, appropriate and distribute surplus labor depends on and helps to determine how they produce, distribute, and receive definitions of what it means to be male and female. As Marxist feminists, we ask the following questions about any site in a society that we may analyze. 1. Do class processes occur at this site, and if they do, which particular kinds of class process are present? 2. What gender processes occur in this society, that is, what meanings are attached to the concepts of male and female? 3. How do the class and gender processes interact at this site to shape and change it and the broader society? In this book we address these questions in connection with the household in the contemporary United States. Our Marxist class analytics distinguish necessary from surplus labor and fundamental from subsumed class processes. By necessary labor, we mean the amount needed to produce the current consumption of the producers themselves. Surplus labor is then the amount they perform beyond what is necessary. This surplus labor is received appropriated in Marxist terms either by the people who produced it or by others. Those who appropriate the surplus then distribute it to themselves or to others. The organization of the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor comprises what we mean by a class structure. The fundamental class process refers to the producing and appropriating of surplus labor. Individuals who participate in fundamental class processes do so either as producers or appropriators of surplus labor or both. For example, the worker who performs surplus labor in a capitalist commodity-producing enterprise and the capitalist who appropriates that surplus are occupying the two capitalist fundamental class positions. The subsumed class process refers to the distribution of the surplus labor after it has been appropriated. Individuals can participate in a subsumed class process either by distributing surplus labor or by receiving a distribution of it. For example, the creditors of a commodity-producing capitalist enterprise and its hired supervisors obtain distributions out of the surplus the enterprise appropriates. The distributing capitalist and the recipients of the distributions are occupying the two subsumed class positions. The subsumed class process aims generally to secure the conditions of existence of the fundamental class process. The appropriators distribute their surplus so as to continue to be able to appropriate it. The Marxist tradition has recognized and specified different forms of the fundamental and subsumed class processes: communist, slave, feudal, capitalist, and so forth. However, while Marx and Marxists named each form in terms of a historical period in which it was prominent, each has been found, in Eric Hobsbawm's words, to exist in a variety of periods or socio-economic settings. The point for Marxist class analysis is to inquire about which of the known forms of the class processes are present in any particular society or social site chosen for scrutiny. It aims to assess their interactions and impacts upon the societies in which they occur. What we intend here is to focus Marxist class analysis on households within the contemporary United States. We use the term exploitation in the precise Marxist sense as the appropriation of surplus labor from the direct laborer. It is an economic term referring to the fundamental class process. In contrast, we use oppression to designate the political processes of dominating other persons. To exploit persons, then, means to appropriate surplus labor from them, while to oppress them is to dominate them. We separate questions about how individuals understand their situation from the situation itself. We use the two terms to distinguish certain economic from certain political processes, to explore their interactions, and then to inquire about how they are understood. We approach gender from one Marxist perspective among feminist theories. Gender refers to certain ideological processes within a culture. These include the production and distribution of sets of meanings which are attached to primary and secondary sex characteristics. Gender processes usually pose differences as binary opposites. Biological differences between the sexes function as signs or markers to which meanings of femininity, as opposed to masculinity, are affixed. Physical differences serve as rationalizations or explanations for differences attributed to males and females across the entire spectrum of life expressions, from sexual preferences to emotional and intellectual qualities to career orientations. 5. For us, gender exists in the realm of ideology, not biology. Gender processes project particular ideologies of the differences and relationships between female and male. Men and women engage in gender processes at all social sites, enterprises, churches, states, households, and so forth. A society produces multiple and often contradictory gender processes since they are shaped by all the other processes of the society. Legal, financial, ethnic, religious, and many other pressures combine to shape different gender processes projecting different conceptions of women and men. One pervasive gender process conceives of housework and childrearing as natural or preferred vocations for females, while other kinds of labor performed outside the home are more natural or preferred for males. An alternative gender process rejects such conceptions and argues instead for a notion of innate equality between men and women. Other gender processes offer still other conceptions of male and female. Individuals are pushed and pulled by the contradictory definitions of identities and proper lifestyles that are projected by alternative gender processes. How individuals understand gendered identities influences what class positions they will accept or seek. Gender processes are conditions of existence for class processes, they participate in determining them. At the same time, gender processes in any society are in part determined by the class processes there. How individuals participate in the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor influences their conceptualization of gender. As we shall argue, households are social sites in which gender and class continuously shape and change one another. Households and class structures. Historically, the term household has carried many different meanings. Sometimes it has referred to the living space occupied by members of a family and sometimes also to the family's working space. However, households have often included persons not considered family members, while family has often included persons not sharing a particular household. Indeed, family has been as variously defined as household. To begin our class analysis of households in the contemporary United States, we need first to specify what we mean. Our analysis focuses initially on households that display certain basic characteristics. They contain an adult male who leaves the household to participate in capitalist class processes to earn cash income. They also contain an adult female, the wife of the male, who remains inside the household. They may also contain children, elderly parents, and others, but that is of secondary importance at this initial phase of the analysis. The adult female works inside the household in the tasks of shopping, cleaning, cooking, repairing clothes and furniture, gardening, and so on. While such households do not describe the lives of all residents of the United States in both the past and the present, they do describe a household type generally viewed as quite widespread in the past and still significant in the United States today. In any case, our analysis of this type will then make possible a comparative analysis of other types characterizing contemporary households. A Marxist analysis asks whether class processes exist inside this household type. There seems to be little dispute among Marxists that class processes exist outside the household in the United States. The male is usually presumed to participate in class processes at the enterprises where he is likely to be employed producing surplus labor for a capitalist. But does the female at home participate in class processes as well, and if so, how? We believe that she does. She is a direct laborer inside the household. She transforms raw materials by laboring with produced means of production. The results are use values consumed by household members, prepared meals, cleaned rooms and clothes, mended furniture, and so on. Moreover, her labor is not only productive of such use values, it is also divisible into necessary and surplus components. She does not only produce for her own consumption, she also produces more than that. She performs surplus labor. Her husband appropriates her surplus labor in the form of the household use values that she produces for him. From a Marxist class analytic standpoint, this wife in this type of household is engaged in a fundamental class process, so too is her husband. Now this form of the fundamental class process is clearly not capitalist. The husband does not buy the labor power of the wife by paying her wages, no exchange of commodities occurs between them, nor does he sell on the market as commodities the use values she produces. Since the products of her surplus labor are not sold, her surplus labor has no exchange value as it would have if she were participating in a capitalist fundamental class process. The husband does not engage in the drive to maximize some profit derived from her surplus labor, nor does he compete with others to do so. Therefore, if our class analysis of this household is to proceed, we must inquire as to what other, non-capitalist form of the fundamental class process best captures what is happening. A consideration of the various non-capitalist forms of the fundamental class process discussed in the Marxist literature readily suggests which form best fits our household. It is the feudal form, that particular kind of fundamental class process which takes its name from medieval Europe, although it has existed at many other times both in Europe and elsewhere across the globe. 6. The feudal form is appropriate because it requires no intermediary role for markets, prices, profits, or wages in the relation between the producer and the appropriator of surplus labor. 7. The producer of surplus on the medieval European manor often delivered his/her surplus labor directly to the lord of the manor, much as the wife delivers her surplus to her husband. Ties of religion, fealty, loyalty, obligation, tradition, and force bound serf and lord as much as parallel marital oaths, ideology, tradition, religion, and power bind husbands and wives in the sort of household we are analyzing here. Of course, the presence of the feudal form of the fundamental class process is not the same as the presence of the feudalism that existed in medieval Europe. The feudal form will be different depending upon the social context in which it occurs. Just as feudal class processes in 17th century China differ from those in Latin America in the 19th century, so do feudal class processes in contemporary United States households differ from those present on medieval European manors. An objection might be raised to the designation of this type of household class structure as feudal. Clearly, this woman's surplus labor helps to reproduce the labor power that her husband sells to the capitalist. If she raises children, she might also be said to produce future labor power for capitalists to hire. Given such a basic importance to the sustenance of capitalism, one might infer that she occupies a position within the capitalist class structure. While we agree that she provides crucial conditions of existence for the capitalist class structure outside the household, that, per se, does not suffice to make her part of it any more than slaves in the southern United States whose cotton production was crucial to British capitalism made them occupants of capitalist class positions. 8. Class refers to particular social processes, and the woman in the household we are examining enters into no class process with capitalists. She does no surplus labor for them, and they distribute no appropriated surplus labor to her. Meanwhile, she does perform surplus labor which her husband appropriates inside the household. It is conceivable that capitalists, fearing that housewives might not otherwise care for husbands and children, would decide to distribute some of their appropriated surplus directly to women in households. Then, by virtue of receiving such distributions, the women would participate in a capitalist subsumed class process. This conceivable but rarely evident situation should not be confused with notions such as the family wage. That males demand and sometimes obtain wages which are defined as partly for them and partly for their families is not equivalent to capitalists distributing directly appropriated surplus to women in households. The capitalist appropriator may distribute surplus to the male laborer or to the woman in the household or to neither. Only if the appropriator distributes to the woman is she involved in a capitalist subsumed class process. If the capitalist distributes to the male laborer, then only the latter occupies the subsumed class position. To collapse a distribution to the male as if it automatically passes to the female is to overlook precisely the sort of analysis of the household we intend. The capitalist class processes centered in enterprises are distinct from the feudal class processes centered in the laborers' households, however much the two class structures may reinforce each other in particular historical circumstances. Wages are value flows within a capitalist class structure. They are conceptually distinct from the surplus labor flows within feudal class structures. Keeping them distinct is the logical prerequisite here for exploring the social relationship between them in the contemporary United States. Capitalist and feudal class structures do not exhaust the possibilities within households. One can imagine that household members can be involved in slave class processes. Likewise, what Marx called the ancient fundamental class process, where direct laborers produce and appropriate their own surplus labor individually, and the communist class process, where direct laborers do the same, but do so collectively, could characterize households. We will return to these latter two class structures to argue that there is now a rapid transition to them in households in the United States. In the feudal households we have described, the labor performed by women can be conceptualized quantitatively. Women spend blocks of hours shopping, preparing food, cleaning, repairing, serving, counseling, and so forth. An extensive literature has established that the American woman who is a full-time homemaker spends an average of over 8 hours per day cooking, cleaning, preparing food, and so on. Point 9 We may suppose that 3 hours per day are necessary labor, the quantity needed to reproduce the housewife's own existence as a performer of household feudal labor. Then the other 5 hours would be the surplus labor she performs for her husband. The woman uses household means of production to provide surplus to the man in the form of services, products, or cash. In the case of services, for example, she cleans the man's living space in addition to her own. In the case of products, she transforms raw foods into prepared meals for the man as well as for herself. If she sells the products of her surplus labor, sweaters, pies, childcare, she may deliver the cash receipts to the man. For the feudal fundamental class process to exist in such a household and for women to occupy the class position of household serfs, the conditions of existence for this situation must be in place. That is, there must exist other non-class processes, the combined effects of which produce such gender-divided feudal class processes in households. Point 10 We group these conditions of existence into 3 kinds of social process: the cultural, the political, and the economic. By cultural processes, we mean the processes of producing and disseminating meanings in society. For example, a woman's performance of feudal surplus labor results partly from explanations in churches and schools that proper womanhood means caring for a home and the people within it while adopting a subordinate position in relationship to the master of the house. Such explanations also typically deny, explicitly or implicitly, that exploitation or oppression exists in households. By political conditions of existence, we mean processes of establishing and enforcing rules of household behavior and adjudicating disputes over those rules. Thus, for example, the fact that laws punish physical or sexual assault outside the home while treating such assault within marriage more leniently or not at all, helps to condition household feudalism and women's position as household serfs. The political processes of establishing and differentially enforcing such laws help to define the feudal sphere of the household, in which the rights of women in the home are different from the rights of citizens outside of the household. The political power of the lord of the feudal manor similarly facilitated his extraction of surplus labor. By economic conditions of existence, we mean the processes of producing and distributing goods and services. Thus, for example, the economic processes of paying wages and salaries for female labor power that average 70% of that paid for male labor power pressure women into feudal households to achieve desired living standards. The commodity exchange processes outside the household then promote a different kind of exchange inside the household: women's indirect benefits from higher male paychecks in exchange for their production of household surplus labor for men. Surplus labor appropriated by the husband is distributed by him to accomplish a number of non-class processes needed to secure the reproduction of the household's feudal class structure. The recipients of these subsumed class distributions are expected to make sure that such non-class processes occur. These occupants of subsumed class positions include individuals both within and without the household. To ensure that the woman spends time producing surplus labor for the husband, feudal subsumed classes must, for example, secure processes of planning and organizing surplus labor tasks, directing and managing the surplus labor performed, replacing depleted feudal means of production, and increasing such feudal means. These form a subset of the non-class processes of household life that must occur for the woman's feudal class position to exist and be reproduced. One of the many possible divisions of labor within a feudal household might involve the woman performing most of these non-class processes by herself, her husband only keeping records, while both share the bill paying. The husband distributes portions of the surplus appropriated from his wife to defray the costs of securing these non-class processes from those who actually perform them. He distributes a part of his wife's surplus labor time directly to her performance of particular non-class processes. He distributes another part to himself to enable him to perform particular non-class processes. Point 11. Of course, what subsumed class distributions aim to accomplish need not result. There is no guarantee that the needed non-class processes will be performed properly or at all. For example, In the feudal household we have been considering, the wife may demand and receive a portion of her husband's appropriated surplus to sustain processes of household management. Suppose that she decided one day not to perform them, not to work beyond securing her own needs. She now cooks meals only for herself and cleans only her own space and clothing. Her husband arrives home to discover that his feudal existence as a surplus appropriator is in jeopardy. His wife is not running an efficient, well-managed, surplus labor operation within the household despite his satisfying her demand for a subsumed class distribution to do so. His response might be to devote time to disciplining his wife to ensure her performance of surplus labor. He may supervise her directly. If he distributes a share of his appropriated surplus to himself to achieve either of these responses, he would then occupy a subsumed class management position within the household alongside any other class positions he may occupy. Alternatively, gender processes may push her to discipline herself. She may need little if any motivation from her husband to do so. Such self-motivation can lead her both to produce a surplus and to manage its production efficiently. Gender processes may affirm that the household is the essential support of our society and that the essence of the household is its wife and mother. This might well instill in the woman the idea that her role in life as wife and mother is to shop, cook, clean, and so on, for her family while simultaneously becoming a supermanager of all its activities. In such a cultural climate, she may well replicate the highly motivated managers of an industrial corporation. 12. Men and women may then occupy different class positions within the feudal household, fundamental class positions as producers or appropriators of surplus labor and subsumed class positions as providers of the surplus labor's conditions of existence. To the degree that women occupy feudal subsumed class positions, they act to ensure their own continued exploitation. Men and women may share supervisory power in the household, just as they may share property ownership or anything else. The sharing of power or property does not necessarily lead to a rejection or even a questioning of the continued existence of feudal exploitation in households. Whether or not it does depends on the entire social context in which the power or property ownership occurs. The male also distributes portions of feudal surplus appropriated from the woman to people outside the household. Such subsumed class distributions secure other conditions of existence of feudal households. To take one kind of example, consider certain fundamentalist Protestant churches, conservative Roman Catholic churches, and Orthodox Jewish synagogues. Feudal households may distribute surplus labor to such institutions in the form of cash, contributions in kind, or women's auxiliary services of all kinds. A non-class process that all these institutions perform is the preaching of doctrines that prohibit or discourage birth control and abortion. Two effects of these doctrines are unplanned and often unwanted children. The care for such children, urged on women by all manner of other preachings and teachings in those religious institutions and at many other sites in society, ties women to their feudal household roles. Consider, as one of several possible examples from the religious institutions cited, the Orthodox Roman Catholic churches in the United States. They receive distributions of women's household surplus labor in several forms as services in, for example, fundraising, cleaning, and teaching, as products in meals offered to clerics and crafts given for the church to sell, and as cash in donations. Feudal husbands have appropriated surplus labor from their wives and distributed a portion of it to secure particular cultural processes. 13 The churches in question preach doctrines prohibiting divorce, birth control, and abortion. They affirm that women are not created in God's image and should be kept from the priesthood and other authority positions within the hierarchy. 14 Women's true vocation is maternal service as well as service to the husband. Such views are not limited to Catholic churches but exist comparably in fundamentalist Protestant churches and Orthodox Jewish synagogues. The doctrines propounding these views are cultural conditions of existence for female feudal surplus labor in households. 15 The religious institutions promoting such misogynistic attitudes often count women as the overwhelming majority of their active members. We may now summarize our discussion to this point of the feudal household's complex class structure. First, there are the fundamental class performers of feudal surplus labor in our example, the women. Opposite them are the fundamental class appropriators of that surplus, the men. To secure certain conditions of existence of the household feudal fundamental class process, the surplus is distributed to persons who will engage in the non-class processes that provide those conditions. Inside the feudal household, both men and women may provide some of these conditions and thus obtain distributions of surplus to enable them to do so. To the extent that men and women provide such conditions and receive such distributions, they occupy complex combinations of fundamental and subsumed class positions. Feudal surplus may also flow outside the household of its origins when other social sites provide its conditions of existence and receive, therefore, subsumed class distributions. Then a class linkage connects households to other sites. All sorts of contradictions and changes are occurring inside feudal households and in their relations to other social sites. They contribute to basic changes in the United States, where enterprises are predominantly capitalist rather than feudal in their class structure. Before examining the class contradictions and changes, however, we will consider the gender processes conditioning feudal households. Gender processes and the feudal household. Gender processes determine class processes and vice versa. Sustaining feudal household class structures requires that some people be exploited and that they somehow understand their situation to be desirable or the best available or else unavoidable. Gender processes, among others in the United States, have long inculcated in many women some or all of such understandings. In this way, gender processes have helped to fashion the feudal class structures inside households. Feudal class processes inside households have also contributed to prevalent gender processes in the United States. The exploited situation of women in feudal households has played its role in generating or supporting particular images of women and their proper roles in society. These gender processes have left deep impressions, even on women who have escaped from or altogether avoided feudal class positions. One especially relevant set of gender processes concerns a particular concept or ideology of love. This concept of love is distributed through romance novels, magazines, legal principles, television and films, sermons, advertising, fairy tales, political speeches, and so forth. It holds that when a woman loves a man, a natural form for that love is the desire to take care of that man by marriage, preparing his meals, and cleaning up after him. Men's love for women does not naturally take this form. Instead, it is said that males want love and sex from females but are rather more ambivalent about lifetime commitment, via marriage, to financial support for the family. Within this ideology of love, particular definitions of male and female are elaborated. Men fear the loss of their freedom, while women strive to ensnare them into marriage. Females want marriage with its assumed home maintenance tasks, childbearing, and child-rearing. Males relinquish their freedom somewhat begrudgingly or, in intense love, freely relinquish it. Females seemingly have no freedom to relinquish. This ideology of love affirms that such marriages represent the best possible relationship for men, women, and children from their individual points of view. It is also posited as the best in terms of society's well-being.